Chapter 159. Li Zhongtian, an early-stage profounder, was dead. At the edge of the crater, Li Zhongtian died with a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had never imagined that he would one day die at the hands of his opponent. One was a Xiantian expert, while the other was at the peak of the Hotian realm. Unfortunately, Li Zhongtian had overlooked Lin Fei's prowess, especially when the other party had a sharp weapon in his hand. His innate gang qi was extremely powerful, but with the support of the baleful black saber, his defense was greatly reduced. Especially after he was injured, he was not in peak condition. If not, he would not have been killed so quickly. Now that he was dead, everything was in the past. How did Brother Li die? Zhang Wuyue, who was at a disadvantage, could not find a chance to retaliate against Lin Zhongtian, who was a middle-stage profound practitioner. He was constantly being suppressed, and was barely able to hold on. It had only been a short while, and Li Zhongtian had already died at the hands of that brat. This was too terrifying. How could he kill Li Zhongtian? Zhang Wuyue almost vomited blood. He had missed his greatest hope. He had wanted to rely on Li Zhongtian to capture Lin Fei and use him as a threat. In the end, he had died just like that? It was hard to imagine what was going on. Bang bang. The 9 heavens of the martial path belonged to the peak of the acquired realm. A boy at the peak of the Hotian realm had killed an early-stage Xiantian powerhouse. This was too strange. This moment of distraction gave Lin Zhongtian an opportunity. You still dare to be distracted? You're courting death. In a fight between experts, there was no room for mistakes. Otherwise, the outcome would be tragic. Zhang Wuyue's body was suppressed, and he received 2 punches on his chest. He was sent flying and fell to the ground. For the time being, the two of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. Thus, the outcome of the battle was immediately decided when they were heavily injured. Lin Zhongtian was also extremely shocked that his son was able to kill a Xiantian master. At first, he didn't think much of it and thought that he could barely contend against the opponent. Who would have thought that his son would be able to kill the opponent faster than him? His old face couldn't help but reveal a look of regret. His son had really grown up. Zhang Wuyue, you can die now. Lin Zhongtian lunged forward and struck out with his palm, preparing to end Zhang Wuyue's life. Father, don't kill him. Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian moved his palm away and landed at the side. With a loud bang, a crater appeared, and the surrounding area was densely packed with cracks. His attack was as fast as lightning, destroying the energy in his opponent's dantian. Ah! My dantian! Once a martial artist's dantian was broken, it was equivalent to crippling all his strength and becoming an ordinary person, or even worse than an ordinary person. The residual injuries from before, without the help of Xian Qi, would continue to worsen, and all kinds of hidden injuries would appear. Martial artists who had their dantian destroyed were usually very miserable. Humph! Consider yourself lucky that you didn't die in my hands. Lin Fei flew down. He was very happy. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, the boss would have been gone. This guy had 16,000 sin points, and the other one had 14,000 sin points, which was equivalent to a few million experience points. If he hadn't activated the sin value system and reputation value system, he would have been stuck at the 7th layer of heaven. Your Lin family father and son will definitely die a horrible death. Zhang Wuyue's eyes were filled with resentment. If the dantian was destroyed, it could only be repaired by a heaven-defying pill. Lin Fei sneered, I thought I was thick-skinned, but I didn't expect you to be even thicker than me. Do you know why I didn't kill you just now? Hee, because I want to kill you personally. Lin Zhongtian didn't ask why. His son had his own reasons. Although the two of them were 2 realms apart, Lin Zhongtian as a father did not dare to look down on his son. The attack just now was obviously a combat skill, a powerful combat skill. Furthermore, there was that divine qi. To block a high-level combat skill, even Lin Zhongtian himself wouldn't be able to do it. His son must have encountered a great opportunity. Although they didn't have much contact, there would always be people reporting to him. He must have encountered a great opportunity, which allowed him to have his current strength. In his eyes, his son had become an existence similar to him. Equal. Lin Zhongtian. If you kill me today, you will definitely regret it. Zhang Wuyue said angrily. Lin Fei didn't care. If you die here, no one will know. As for revenge, don't think about it. It won't happen. You will know when you get down there. Kill. The baleful black blade flashed, and Zhang Wuyue's head flew out. Fresh blood spurted out. Death. Zhang Wuyue didn't expect that Lin Fei would kill him just like that. He didn't even give him a chance to speak. When the person died, Lin Fei grinned. 16,000 sin points, 500 to 600 reputation points. Good kill. Cough, cough. Lin Zhentian spat out a mouthful of blood. The battle just now still had some effects, especially since he couldn't recover in a short time. Wu Wenting is back. Suddenly, Lin Zhentian raised his head and looked towards a direction. Lin Fei laughed. He better not come back. Once he comes back, he will definitely die. Lin Zhentian laughed. This person isn't from our Gue Yuan city. This person is very hateful. He belongs to the rogue clan. If he surrenders to our Lin family, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his father's words. However, thinking about it, it was quite useful. Currently, the Lin family only had one profound realm expert. If there was another profound realm expert, it could completely stabilize the power of the Lin family. This time, Lin Fei didn't know when he would return again. Then it would be up to his father. Wu Wenting was tricked once again. He had been following behind. If not for the energy fluctuation, he wouldn't have known that he was tricked. It turned out that the one running in front was a blood demon. A spirit traversing talisman and clothes with residual aura. As a result, Wu Wenting's efforts were in vain. Knowing that he had been tricked, he angrily rushed back. When they entered this area, silence. Complete silence. What's going on? Where's Brother Li and Brother Zhang's aura? Wu Wenting discovered that the aura of the two had disappeared. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Both of them were profound realm experts. In theory, no one could contend against them. Lin Zhentian's vitality was greatly injured. He would need at least a day to recover. As for that runes master, he was clearly a rank 3 runes master. He couldn't be that powerful. At most, he could play some tricks, but he couldn't be that powerful. With this mentality, Wu Wenting suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Not good, there's the smell of blood. The thick smell of blood and residual energy fluctuations made Wu Wenting's expression change. He turned around and wanted to leave this place. In terms of danger, profound realm experts were better than ordinary warriors. Wu Wenting, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Zhentian's figure appeared behind him, blocking his way. You killed them? Wu Wenting suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. They deserve to die. I was just a helper. Since they have been executed, can we write off what happened before? Wu Wenting observed his surroundings without batting an eyelid. Write off? You wish. Lin Fei appeared in front of him, blocking Wu Wenting's path again. You're that runes master. Lin Fei laughed. You're very smart. I like to fight with smart people. Your two friends weren't smart enough, so they went to accompany each other. Look over there. He looked in a direction. Wu Wenting couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The two corpses on the huge rock were looking at him with unwillingness in their eyes. That was the unwillingness before death. You killed them. Wu Wenting sucked in a breath of cold air. Two profound realm experts. Even if they were injured, it was impossible for them to die so quickly. Yet they died in front of him. What are you doing? Wu Wenting was a smart person. These people did not take the initiative to kill him, not because they were not confident, but because they did not want to kill him. If Lin Zhentian recovered, he might not be able to defeat him. The other was a rank 3 runes master, and a peak post-liminary realm expert. No confidence at all. What do you want? Lin Zhentian said. It's very simple. Submit to our Lin family, and I'll grant you the position of head consecrator. Wu Wenting was shocked. He was a loose cultivator. This time, they were the ones who proposed the price of joining hands to deal with them. A loose cultivator was someone who was not loved by his grandmother or grandfather. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate to the profound realm. Among the three, he was the weakest. Did he want to die? Of course not. Profound realm experts had a lifespan of 200 years. He was only 50 years old now. If nothing went wrong, he would have at least 150 years to live. He was not willing to die in the hands of others. If he submitted, he could become the head consecrator. Wu Wenting was indeed tempted. He knew about the position of head consecrator. He did not need to do anything. At the same time, he could enjoy the benefits of the family. This was a good idea. What if I don't agree? You'll die immediately. If you're confident that you can leave, then you can give it a try. The two of them are examples of your mistakes. Smart people should not make the wrong choice. It was a situation of certain death. There was no other way. Wu Wenting did not want to die. He had to survive first. If the position was not good, then leaving wouldn't be easy. He consoled himself in his heart. All right, I agree. Lin Zhentian smiled. Welcome to the Lin family as the first head consecrator. Wu Wenting relaxed. He was temporarily alive and did not have to worry about anything. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew behind him. A dazzling Jingguang appeared. He slapped out with his palm and retreated explosively. A seal landed on his body, and then it vanished. What exactly did you do to me? Lin Fei smiled. It's nothing. I just placed a seal on you. Despicable. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no such thing as despicable in this world. You guys joined hands to deal with my father. Isn't it normal for me to place a seal on you? If I were you, I would definitely listen to you obediently. Wu Wenting did not understand. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. He could not even suppress his Xiantian profound qi. He rolled on the ground in discomfort. He did not look like a profound realm expert at all. Chapter 160. P.S. Thanks to Resident Evil Terminator. Strange. Thank you for your support. After experiencing the pain of the heart-devouring rune, Wu Wenting had no choice but to behave himself and become an obedient child. This delicate-looking kid was actually so vicious. A dignified Xiantian realm expert had suffered a few losses in the hands of the other party, to the point where his life was in the other party's hands. Wu Wenting really wanted to cry but had no tears. At this point, what else could Wu Wenting do? He could only choose to be obedient. This delicate-looking young man was like a devil that he could never forget. Working for the Lin family for 30 years wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. It would be over after a while. Lin Fan comforted himself. Wu Wenting really didn't want to experience the pain of the heart-devouring rune again. With the strength of a Xian realm expert, he couldn't even withstand a trace of pain. He wanted to commit suicide on the spot. You're better than father. Lin Zhentian finally said something that he was convinced of. His son was even better than his father. With just a raise of his hand, he taught the other party a lesson that the other party didn't even dare to make a sound. The 30 years was just to comfort the other party. No one knew what would happen in 30 years. However, Lin Zhentian knew one thing better than anyone else. His son would definitely become an expert in the continent. At that time, would Wu Wenting, who was hugging a big tree, be willing to leave? Just like what he said, Wu Wenting didn't dare to leave. Give a red date for a slap. This method was good. Amazing. Amazing. Your son will be proud of what you said. Lin Fei smiled. When we go back, I will tell you the method to control the heart-devouring rune. I believe it will be helpful to father. This rune's control rune belonged to a special type of runes. If he hadn't broken through to the ninth sky of martial path, Lin Fei could only stare at it. He couldn't learn it. A person who couldn't be controlled wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. He had to control it. The heart-devouring rune was a method to control runes. Lin Fei wouldn't think about what would happen 30 years later. I found this from Li Zhongtian and Zhang Wuyue. I believe it will be useful to you. Lin Fei looked at it and was slightly startled. Why did you give it to me? It turned out that it was none other than 2 combat skills that were found on the bodies of the 2 unlucky fellows. One was Li Zhongtian's Jingguang line, an offensive killer move. One was Zhang Wuyue's absolute defense, a defensive combat technique. Combat skills were divided into 2 main categories. One was offensive, and the other was defensive. Zhang Wuyue's luck was terrible. He did not have the time to use absolute defense. It was not just an ordinary kind of bad luck. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly. I think you need this. Lin Zhentian showed a rare smile. Bring this back. I'll just record it with runes. Lin Fei took out the runes and quickly recorded the 2 battle skills. With these runes, you can take the original book back and make it one of the secret arts of our Lin family. After recording the runes, Lin Fei prepared to go back and take a closer look. Jingguang Line and Absolute Defense were definitely good stuff. Especially the former was a high-level combat skill. It was even more powerful than his 10,000-mile saber. After packing up everything, he destroyed the corpses and quickly left Black Wind Cliff. 2 days later, Black Wind Stronghold. I wonder when young master will return. Zhao Yong stood on the hillside. He had been dealing with the mountain matters for the past 2 days and had been worried about young master. Ever since he killed Black Wind, Zhao Yong could not wait to express his loyalty. The rise of that useless young master would definitely be a big shot in the Lin family in the future. Captain Zhao, what are you thinking about? Who is it? Zhao Yong was shocked and was about to draw his saber. Your reaction is quite fast. Someone held down his saber. Turning around, Zhao Yong was startled. He knelt down on one knee. Greetings, master, eldest young master, third young master. The people who appeared were none other than Lin Zhentian and the rest. Zhao Yong did not expect young master, eldest young master, and even the master to return together. He could not help but feel nervous. Is everything normal for the past 2 days? Zhao Yong said. Everything is normal. I have arranged for people to guard the mine. Nothing happened. The Black Wind Stronghold is very quiet. No one noticed anything amiss. Black Wind Stronghold, Hall. Lin Fei and the rest were not in a hurry to return. The Li family had lost Patriarch Li Zhongtian and Patriarch Zhang Wuyue. This was equivalent to losing their strongest pillar. Their defeat was only a matter of time. If the news of the fall of these 2 experts were to spread, Guiyuan City would be in chaos. Your idea is not bad. A dominant situation is not as good as having 2 heroes in a forest. Hearing his son's words, Lin Zhentian could not help but feel happy for this idea. This idea was very suitable for Guiyuan City. Why did he not think of it before? The current situation was also very good. It would definitely be of great use. No one knew that in the situation of 2 heroes, one side had already surrendered, so no one would notice. Then what are you going to do next? Lin Zhentian asked. Of course I will destroy the Li family. I will not give them a chance to breathe. I will also take down the Li family mine. Lin Xiao frowned. Isn't this too fast? Lin Fei smiled. Since the Li family has lost the support of the profound practitioners, we can use them as an example. We will let everyone in Guiyuan City know that it is not that the Lin family will not make a move. Once they make a move, it will definitely be a thunderous one. What's the reason? Lin Xiao could not help but ask. If we make a move without a reason, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction from the various forces, right? Kill. Do I need a reason? Lin Zhentian smiled and said to Lin Xiao. You have been by my side for so many years, but your character is still a little weak. You should learn from your third brother. You don't need a reason to kill. As long as you are strong, that is the best reason. Lin Xiao seemed to understand. Xiao, or understands. The next day, the entire Shatterstone town was shocked. In a single night, all the people in charge of the Li family's mines in Shatterstone town were killed. Even the Li family members in Shatterstone town were all killed by mysterious people. In just a single night, the Li family lost control of the mines. Guiyuan City's Li family was shocked. That day, they arranged for their elite disciples to guard Shatterstone town. Along the way, there were a total of 200 people. 6 of them were at the 9th level of the martial path, 20 were at the 8th level of the martial path, and countless others. No one dared to underestimate such a huge force. But they were ambushed along the way. More than 200 warriors were killed. Not a single one of them survived. Shatterstone town was shocked. Guiyuan City was shocked. The Li family suffered a great loss. With so many experts lost, they would not be able to make a comeback within 10 years. And on that day, while everyone was shocked, the Lin family's black armored guards took over all of the Li family's mines. All the forces involved were under the black armored guards. In Shatterstone town, all of the Li family's mines fell into the hands of the Lin family. And all of this happened in a single day. Guiyuan City. The Li family's mines were ambushed. The people of Guiyuan City felt as if a layer of dark clouds had shrouded the sky. A storm was brewing. That evening, the entire Guiyuan City was in an uproar again. They could not believe that such a thing had happened. Surround the Li family. Don't let a single person escape. When the Lin family's black armored guards and purple armored guards joined hands to surround the Li family, everyone understood what was going on. The Lin family had finally made their move. Were they really going to attack the Li family? At this time, Shatterstone Town was still in a state of lockdown. Everyone thought that the Lin family was playing a trick of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. They wanted to take down the Li family's main camp while the Li family's forces were out. Everyone knew how strong the Li family was. Even if they had arranged for 6 experts at the 9th level of the martial path, the Li family still had 3 experts at the 9th level of the martial path. Who is the young man leading them? Why would the Lin family let a kid take action? Everyone might not know this, but that is the Lin Fei who has caused an uproar in our Guiyuan City recently. He was the 3rd young master of the Lin family. Crazy, crazy. What is the Lin family trying to do? What can a young master do? It was rare for something like this to happen in Guiyuan City. Everyone was paying close attention to the development of the situation. Crash. The Li family's gate opened, and a group of people rushed out. Your Lin family sure has guts to come to the Li family and cause trouble. A young man scolded with an arrogant expression. Lin Fei sat on the horse with a lazy expression on his face. How annoying. He raised his hand and slashed out. Rumble. The young man who spoke earlier was slashed in half, and the smell of blood filled the air. My son, I'll fight you to the death. Endless hatred came from the crowd, and they wanted to attack Lin Fei. However, they were pulled back by someone. Everyone recognized that this person was the 3rd elder, Li Shang, an expert at the 9th level of the martial path. At this moment, he couldn't help but look angry. Young Master Lin, if you don't give us an explanation, don't even think about leaving this place. Li Shang stared coldly at Lin Fei. Actually, at this moment, everyone in the Li family had killing intent in their eyes. Since the Li family's history, no one had ever dared to kill someone in the Li family's territory. The one who had just been killed was a talented direct descendant. Lin Fei laughed. Explanation? What explanation? I'm not in a good mood, and if I'm not in a good mood, I'll kill someone. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll destroy your Li family. Hua! Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Since when did the Lin family become so domineering, wanting to destroy an entire family? Was there something wrong with this 3rd young Master Lin's brain? Everyone knew who was stronger between the Li family and the Lin family, but they couldn't figure out why they suddenly attacked today. The situation was beyond their imagination. Li Shang laughed angrily. If they didn't take down the 3rd young Master Lin today, the Li family wouldn't be able to raise their heads easily in the future. No matter what their goal was today, there was nothing wrong with taking down the 3rd young Master Lin now. Impudent! Li Shang said angrily. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. A smart person was indeed smart. The moment he opened his mouth, he brought up a big accusation. Your Lin family's disciple injured someone, and I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of your elders. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and slapped the back of his horse. He descended from the sky and swung his saber at Li Shang. Someone like you is qualified to represent my father? You are overestimating yourself. Not good, everyone dodge. The saber light attacked, and that dangerous aura caused Li Shang's expression to change. This guy was actually an expert at the 9th level of the martial path. Bang bang bang. Many Li family's disciples instantly lost their lives under the saber light. So you also know how to dodge. Chapter 161. Damn, what sharp archery skills. Lin Fei frowned. Who exactly were these people? Their attacks were so ferocious, wanting to kill him. Could they be from the Li clan? The Li clan appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Apart from them, no one else would dare to make a move against the Lin clan. He had just come out, yet they immediately attacked him. The target was too obvious. It was impossible for them to attack him casually. 3 sharp arrows flew over in a triangular formation. At this moment, if Lin Fei dodged, the people behind him would definitely be in trouble. This attack was very powerful, forcing Lin Fei to fight. Young master, danger. A group of guards wanted to block in front of him. "Back off!" Lin Fei shouted. He took a step forward and instantly created a distance of several meters, blocking in front of the crowd. Kill! If it was before, facing these 3 attacks, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to dodge. From the other party's attack, he knew that apart from himself, anyone else would die without a doubt. This was an attack from the 9th heaven of the martial path, and the archery technique was a middle-grade yellow-ranked archery technique. Its lethality was shocking, and it could kill anyone in one shot. Such a long-range attack was indeed very powerful. Anyone who was locked on by it would definitely be in danger. Lin Fei took a step forward and raised his hand, sending out 3 saber lights. The saber lights brought along a long saber light as they rumbled forward. The momentum was no weaker than the other parties. Let's see if your archery is stronger or my saber light is stronger. After advancing to the 9th heaven of the martial path, his Xian Qi was more than several times stronger than before. When the saber light was unleashed, it could reach a distance of 10 meters. If he used a combat skill, it would be even longer. Rumble! The 3 soul-chasing arrows were very fast, but Lin Fei's saber light was even faster. The space seemed to explode at this moment, and a powerful airwave swept in all directions like the wind. Swish! 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 The other party did not stop. It was clear that he wanted to kill Lin Fei in front of everyone. Let's see how many arrows you can block. Wang Kai kept drawing his bow, and the soul-chasing arrows were locked on his opponent. From the beginning, he had recognized this person's identity. It was said that this person was the one who led the team to kill the 3 9th heaven experts of the Li family. Therefore, Wang Kai wanted to kill him in front of everyone. A mere kid who had just advanced to the 9th celestial layer would definitely become a ghost under his hands. "Third brother, let me help you," Lin Xiao shouted. Lin Fei stopped him. "Go back. This person is not someone you can deal with." The other party's archery skills were excellent. Lin Fei could rely on his movement technique to dodge the arrows, but if his big brother came up, facing such dangerous archery skills, he might die on the spot. That was why Lin Xiao hurriedly stopped him. Lin Xiao was not someone who would show off. Seeing the arrow flying towards him again, his heart tightened. "Third brother, be careful." His big brother did not know the strength of his third brother. However, there was one thing that he understood. If he went up, he would only be a hindrance. He might even implicate his third brother. The gate was now in ruins. Even though the 2 parties were separated by the ruins, they could still feel the strong killing intent coming from the gate. What powerful archery skills! This person's long-range attacks are amazing. Luckily, I have the flowing wind movement technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei was clear that he had to deal with this long-range archer first. Now, he was even more certain that these people were sent by the Li family. Otherwise, they would be from the Black Tortoise sect. However, the strong killing intent coming from them indicated that they were not from the Black Tortoise sect. However, Lin Fei was not in the mood to deal with this. Facing such a powerful archer, he did not dare to lower his guard. "You are quite courageous. You still dare to rush over? You must be tired of living." Ever since Wang Kai started practicing archery, his archery skills had been improving. Almost everyone below the 9th celestial layer could block 3 of his arrows. He had also killed many 9th celestial layer experts. After shooting out dozens of arrows, the other party dodged all of them. Wang Kai could not help but feel slightly surprised. However, it was just a surprise. He did not view the other party as a threat. Wang Kai was confident that he would win. If the other party did not rush over, Wang Kai's chances of winning would not be high. Once the other party got within range, it would be hard for him not to die. Wang Kai pulled out another 3 arrows. In one breath, he shot out 3 arrows at once. Once again, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pulled the bowstring, and with a ding-dang sound, an invisible arrow was shot out. Invisible arrow. This surnamed Lin will die for sure. The one-eyed man seemed to be very familiar with this scene. He laughed sinisterly. What a pity. If this old man were to make a move and kill him, it would be more exciting. The rest of them were very confident in Wang Kai's archery skills. Elementary combat skill. Invisible arrow. If they did not know the other party's background, they would definitely die when facing Wang Kai's archery skills. No one would be able to stop this arrow. Wang Kai revealed a smile. To be able to die under my invisible arrow, that is your fortune. Wang Kai rarely used this move. Initially, he wanted to use the soul-chasing arrow to kill the other party. Who would have thought that the other party was strong enough to break the soul-chasing arrow? Thus he used a combat skill. Drifting wind movement technique was executed. Lin Fei was like a bird flying through the forest. Facing the 3 arrows, he could not help but sneer. With a wave of his hand, saber light turned into 3 beams of light that slashed at the soul-chasing arrow. In an instant, the distance between them closed. Xiao. After the 3 saber lights broke the arrow, Lin Fei suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. Boom. Lin Fei's body was like a broken kite. He crashed into a nearby building, creating a loud rumbling sound. Third brother. No one expected that Lin Fei would be so inexplicably injured and lose so quickly. Don't come over. Lin Xiao was shocked. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard Lin Fei's voice. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't die. Wang Kai was surprised. Lin Fei did not die under the formless arrow combat technique. Kill. 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 Wang Kai did not believe that Lin Fei could dodge the formless arrow combat technique. That attack earlier should have severely injured him, even if he did not die. Xiao. 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 Lin Fei slammed his palm on the ground and charged out of the rubble. Fortunately, I have the protection of the guardian deity body. Otherwise, I would have been severely injured even if I did not die. This was the first time that Lin Fei had suffered at the hands of the other party. If not for the protection of the guardian deity body, he would have truly embarrassed himself today. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate Lin Fei. This was only the first. What about the other 4? Lin Fei was very clear that he had to buy time for his father. Once he refined the medicinal pill, he would be able to turn the situation around. Time. I need time. So. Lin Fei soared into the air and executed his flowing wind movement technique. However, he did not use his wind wings. Danger! Danger! After experiencing it once, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate these 3 arrows. His saber light turned into beams of white light as he chopped out. Instantly, a dazzling white light blocked everyone's vision. Brat, you want to hide from me? Dream on! Wang Kai slammed his palm on the ground and soared into the air from his mount. He looked down from above and drew his bow, wanting to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, the person behind the white light seemed to vanish. Wang Kai lost his target. How can this be? Where did he go? Wang Kai was distracted. Instantly, a beam of white light shot over. He drew his bow and fired 3 soul-seeking arrows. You fell for it. A cold laugh suddenly came from behind Wang Kai. You? How did you appear behind me? The saber light behind Wang Kai was like a long saber as it chopped down. Wang Kai's body split into 2 and fell from the sky. When he landed on the street, blood spurted everywhere. Little Kai! Wu Shixiang and the others were startled. Then they became enraged. They did not expect Wang Kai to die at the other party's hands. They finally understood. Under the dense white light, that brat with the surname Lin actually managed to hide from their eyes. Then, he took advantage of Wang Kai's mistake to kill him. What a good move! When the spectators saw 3rd young master Lin being sent flying, they thought that the Lin family was doomed. But after a few rounds, the powerful archer was killed by Lin Fei. It was a slap to their faces. Another expert in the 9th layer of the martial path. Lin Fei landed on the rubble. Other than his clothes being a little messy, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. Who are you? Who sent you here? How dare you make a move against an inner disciple of the divine martial sect? Lin Fei berated loudly, directly putting a big label on them. Lin Fei was surprised. That powerful archer had 8,000 sin points on him. If an archer had 8,000 sin points, then what about the rest of the archers? Lin Fei immediately used the sin point system to check. He was shocked when he saw that someone's sin points had reached 21,000. Cultivators only had 13,000 sin points, and this person had 21,000 sin points. Lin Fei immediately put a big hat on them. If these people attacked together, it would not be a good thing. Lin Fei wanted to calm them down first. I'll kill you. The one-eyed man sneered and was about to attack. But unexpectedly, Wu Shixiang blocked his attack. Wu Shixiang frowned. Inner disciple of the divine martial sect, these words were like a sharp sword hanging over his head. They were doing well in the Shanhe County. If they made a move against an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, it would be a big crime. If the divine martial sect knew about it, they would definitely send an inner disciple to kill them. Even the higher-ups of the sect might not be able to protect them. Wu Shixiang was filled with anger. He wanted to go back and slap Li Yun to death. If he knew that Li Yun was an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, he would have definitely joined hands and killed him. Even if they knew his identity, they would still have a chance to turn things around. After all, he was already dead, so everything would be easier. Lin Fei's words were heard by everyone on the street. Wu Shixiang could not kill them all. If he did, not only would he be finished, all the gangs in the Shanhe County would be finished. Wu Shixiang regretted it. Not only did he kill Wang Kai, he was also tricked. Now, there was a sharp sword hanging over his head. Wu Shixiang was in a dilemma. He had lost the best chance to kill him after he opened his mouth. With regards to Wang Kai's archery, Wu Shixiang was very confident. Even the protective aura around his body could not block this attack. Killing the Lin family's third young master would undoubtedly provoke Lin Zhentian, who was in the middle stage of Profound Realm. Killing two birds with one stone. This brat was really cunning. Did he think that he would not be able to kill him today? Wu Shixiang was furious. Wang Kai's archery was very good, and nothing had ever happened to him when he challenged him. This hatred must be avenged. So what if he used the name of an inner court disciple of the divine martial sect? Even if they could not kill him, they could still severely injure him and cripple his strength. The divine martial sect would not dare to do anything. After all, there were many inner court disciples in the divine martial sect. They would not stand up for one person. On the ruins, Lin Fei also heaved a sigh of relief. This person really had a background. He was actually a Profound Realm expert. Could it be that he was really from the Profound Martial Sect? Chapter 162. P.S. Thanks, Love 2D Animation 1, Biohazard Counter-Strike, Big Brother Peach Blossom 1, Shattered Knight, and several other readers sent gifts. When the Lin family's third young master made a move on Li Shang, everyone thought that he was dead for sure. Third young master Lin was extremely powerful. With a single slash, a large number of Li family disciples were killed. He killed a Li family disciple in broad daylight, then killed a few more Li family disciples in a second move. How many people in Gue Yuan City could do this? More importantly, Li Sheng blurted out a sentence. Third young master Lin was actually at the ninth sky of the martial path. This news was too shocking. Too crazy, too cruel. When did third young master Lin reach the ninth sky of the martial path? Did he use some kind of elixir? No wonder third young master Lin came out to look for trouble. Could it be a test from the Lin family? Since when did the Lin family have the guts to make a move? Everyone kept guessing in their hearts what the whole story was like. Lin Fei was here to look for trouble. In that case, anything could be a reason. They just needed an opportunity to speak. Since Elder Li Shang had jumped out, Lin Fei would definitely not be polite and would use him as an example. The Li family's strength was weak. If they did not make a move now, when would they? Black troopers, listen up. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Lin Fei soared into the air and slashed down with his saber. The saber radiance turned into a white light and whistled down. The black troopers drew their sabers. Kill! 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 The black troopers' equipment was upgraded. Facing the Li family's resistance, they showed no mercy. The Li family disciples at the outermost layer were directly slashed to the ground. They did not understand why the Lin family dared to make a move. The people on the street hurriedly left, afraid that they would be killed. No one could believe that third young master Lin dared to kill the Li family disciples. Could it be that Gue Yuan City was going to change? Elder Li, save me. Facing the ferocious black troopers, the Li family disciples suffered heavy casualties. Lin Fei, I will kill you. Seeing Li Shang's clansmen die in front of him, his eyes were bloodshot, and they looked like they would pop out of their sockets. Your Li family is despicable and shameless. You sneak attacked the Lin family's mine and stole the top-grade black iron ore. Instead, you let people attack the Lin family's mine. Today, I will take revenge for my family and kill you. Lin Fei's voice was as loud as a bell, and everyone could hear it clearly. So that was the case. No wonder the Lin family was so bold. The Li family was too dishonest. They clearly knew that there were only a few days left before the conference, yet they sneak attacked the Lin family and stole the top-grade materials. They had gone too far. Things that happened in private were different once they were put on the table. The Lin family and the Li family were in the same position. Their words were very trustworthy. After third young Master Lin said that, not many people doubted him. The Li family did have the motive. You're slandering us. Don't you dare slander our Li family. Li Sheng almost vomited blood. Third young Master Lin was tricking them. Sneak attacking the Lin family and stealing the top-grade materials, no matter which one it was very important and couldn't be underestimated. If the Li family was slandered, they wouldn't be able to stop for a while. Their reputation would be very bad. Everyone knew that the Lin family would lose their position this time. Such a big piece of meat would be shared by them sooner or later. Now that someone had made a move first, especially the top-grade materials, they couldn't forget about it. It would be strange if they weren't jealous. With this accusation, let's see who else dares to stand out and speak. Lin Fei crouched down and swept out with his blade. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of heads fell to the ground. Fresh blood dyed the street red, forming rivers of blood. Bang! Suddenly, a cold wind appeared behind Lin Fei. A fist landed on his back, and his earth energy rebounded. You dare to kill my family? I want you dead. It turned out that the other elder had made a move. He didn't hesitate to sneak attack from behind, hoping to kill Lin Fei in one strike. If it was anyone else, this move would have succeeded. However, against third young Master Lin, it was somewhat useless. Jin Guang first line. Due to the chaotic battle between the two experts, it was difficult to notice the small details. Lin Fei took the punch head-on. When the opponent's second punch landed, his figure flashed in the air and he pointed with a finger. It was the high-grade combat technique, Jin Guang first line. The one who made the move was an elder called Li Guang. In a state of anger, he chose to sneak attack. Not good. A terrifying and dangerous aura appeared out of nowhere. Retreating. Retreating. Li Guang reacted quickly. After the dangerous aura locked onto him, he panicked and chose to leave. How could a high-grade combat technique be so easy to dodge? It wouldn't be a high-grade combat technique. A bloody light pierced through his forehead. Even the earth energy protection couldn't block the attack of Jin Guang first line, and he became a target in the air. If Li Guang was on the ground, he wouldn't have died so tragically. His speed in the air couldn't be compared to Lin Fei. He was a living target. At such a close distance, it would be hard for him not to die. This thing is easy to use. It's better to change the name. From now on, it will be called Returning Energy Strike. It's just that it consumes too much mystic qi. It was a good name, but Lin Fei didn't want to change it. He wondered if the person who created this combat technique would crawl out of his grave. Good fellow, 8,000 sin points. Lin Fei felt good. Elder Li Guang is dead. Li Guang's corpse fell from the sky, creating a huge crater. Dust flew everywhere. This was undoubtedly a joke to everyone. In their eyes, third young Master Lin, who didn't pose any threat, quietly killed Elder Li Guang. The corpse on the ground had undoubtedly taught everyone a good lesson. What was the saying that one couldn't judge a book by its cover? What was the saying that the river flows east for 30 years, the river flows west for 30 years? The death of Li Guang, who was at the 9th layer of the martial path, was a huge blow to the Li family. Elder Li Sansi, let's attack together and avenge Elder Li Guang. Li Sheng's eyes were wide open. The other elder, Li Sansi, was also enraged. When did the Li family suffer such a disaster? When did the Li family's elder die on the street? For hundreds of years, this had never happened before. This was simply a disgrace to the Li family. Then third young Master Lin must die. He must die in front of the Li family's gate, using his blood to comfort the family members on the ground. Third young Master Lin's strength scared the big and small forces. What kind of elixir did this guy eat? The Li family's elder said to kill him without mercy, ruthless and merciless. Is the Lin family going to have a strong third young master? Many people were guessing in their hearts. Just based on the method just now, If third young Master Lin doesn't die, he will definitely become a new expert in Gui Yuan City. Li Shang and Li Sansi attacked at the same time. Both of them were elders, and their hearts were filled with dissatisfaction. If they couldn't take down Lin Fei, it would mean that the Li family had lost their pillar of support. At that time, the Li family would definitely become prisoners. The two of them attacked Lin Fei from the front and back. 1/2. 1 to 10,000 miles. Lin Fei unleashed 2 slashes, 2 ferocious slashes. These 2 saber techniques were especially tyrannical. This was especially so after Lin Fei's strength increased. The saber light barely reached 23 meters long, while the latter was over 30 meters long. Just the saber light alone could kill countless people. Rumble. Although the two of them dodged, they were still injured. What's worse was that the family members below, facing these 2 crazy attacks, once again suffered countless casualties. The scene was filled with screams. Both of them were injured and consumed a lot of mystic qi, but the effect was very satisfactory. Lin Fei closed the distance. His target was Li Shang. This person was more powerful. His kick landed on Li Shang's body. This wasn't a casual attack. The protective aura was directly broken. Li Shang was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. His protective aura lost its protection, and with a loud rumble, the Li family's gate collapsed. It was hard to tell what it was before. It had turned into a big pile of ruins. Kill! After reaching the 9th layer of the martial Dao, Lin Fei's speed increased again. He raised his hand and slashed down. The blade light fell like raindrops, and the huge pile of ruins was under a full attack. Xiao xiao xiao. 3 cold gusts of wind came from behind. Li Sansi's sword stabbed over, and 3 water dragons whizzed over, wanting to divert the opponent's attention. He had never thought that the trash from back then would be able to suppress them with one move. Lin Fei didn't care. He rushed down, and with another blade light, he attacked Li Shang, who had revealed his figure. Although Li Shang was an expert at the 9th layer of the martial Dao, he wasn't a Xian expert, so he couldn't recover from his injuries. Under the attack of mystic qi, he was attacked again, and it was indeed impossible for him to take it head-on. There weren't many saber techniques like Lin Fei's. Li Shang might have a chance of winning if he attacked fiercely. Now that he attacked again, he wouldn't have any advantage. Rumble. The blade light slashed down, covering a distance of 10,000 miles. With a mid-level battle technique, Li Shang's pupils dilated. All his escape routes were blocked, and he immediately fell to the ground with hatred. The water dragon landed on Lin Fei's body, but he blocked it with his protective aura. Inside, he had activated the invincible Vajra body, so the impact wasn't great. At most, his qi and blood wouldn't flow smoothly, and he would have to circulate the 9 revolutions Xian qi to calm it down. You killed Elder Li Shang, you demon! In a short period of time, Lin Fei killed 2 experts at the 9th layer of the martial Dao. It was as if the heavens were playing a huge joke on him. Lin Fei grinned. I'm third young Master Lin, not some demon. So. Lin Fei appeared in front of Li Sansi, and without saying a word, he slashed down. Li Sansi raised his sword, and actually planned to fight head-on. His left hand moved bit by bit, wanting to injure Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei also raised his hand. Returning to origin strike. With the increase in strength, the capacity of the 9 revolutions Xian qi gradually exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. After using a few battle techniques, there was still a lot of Xian qi in his body. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Using battle techniques to kill was too much of a bully. Li Sansi's eyes widened. Battle technique. Gotcha. The long sword faced the blade of the baleful black saber, and the saber was cut in half. Returning to origin finger, struck down. A double blow. Without the protection of the long sword, Li Sansi died without a grave. With one slash, his left arm was cut off, and with another finger, Li Sansi was killed on the spot. His corpse was also cut in half by the baleful black saber, falling to the ground. Chapter 163. The 3 elders were killed in a daze. 3 experts at the 9th level of the martial Dao could not defeat a single Lin Fei, and all of them died in his hands. Everyone seemed to have seen the most impossible joke. Since when did Lin Fei's ability become so strong? Killing experts at the 9th level of the martial Dao was as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. How did he cultivate to such a level? Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If it was them, how many blades could they block? The tyrannical and brutal blade technique, every blade fell on their hearts. If they made a move, they didn't know if they could block even one of the blades. That terrifying aura made their hearts palpitate. Originally, he looked gentle and amiable, but when he made a move, the gap was so big. He simply didn't treat people as humans. 3 Li family elders were killed just like that. How many people could do that? Everyone thought that after going back, they must restrain their family members and never offend Lin Fei. This kind of person cannot be offended. He was too cruel. They all understood that after losing the 3 experts, the Li family wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In the end, they would become prisoners. The Lin family took down the Li family. Then the next step would be to face the Li family's counterattack. Guiyuan City wouldn't be peaceful anymore. It's really strenuous to use combat skills continuously. Lin Fei took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and took out a medicinal pill to eat. This was the medicinal pill that he had just exchanged with the reputation system. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Dealing with 3 9th-level experts, there was a certain amount of pressure, otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through their joint attack. 1 died. As for the other 2, it would be easy. Combat skills were useful, but they consumed too much Xian Qi. Looking at the situation, the effect was very good. Lin Fei was still very proud. After taking down the Li family today, the situation in Guiyuan City had changed. If the news of the Li family's experts dying were to spread, the Li family would really be finished. After finishing this matter, he could break through to become a Xian Qi expert. After losing the Li family, the Zhang family's internal affairs would be dealt with. Basically, there wouldn't be any problems. All the troubles would be cleaned up, and the previous troubles would be solved. Lin Fei had never tried it before. It turned out that things could be handled so easily. Of course, if it wasn't for Lin Fei's good luck and encountering the joint attack of 3 profounders, annihilating the Li clan wouldn't have been so easy, and he'd completely gained a great advantage. After the death of the 3 elders, the people of the Li clan were unable to resist at all. After being told that those who resisted would be killed and those who knelt down and surrendered would not be killed, most of them chose to surrender. 3rd young master, everyone from the Li family has been captured. A black-armored guard ran over. Well done. Lin Fei turned around and walked into the Li family. After working for so long, he could finally collect the spoils of war. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't stand on ceremony with the corpses of the 3 elders. He couldn't do it in front of everyone, so he had his men carry the corpses back. The black-armored guards were left outside to defend. No one would be stupid enough to go in and watch the bloody street. Everyone knew that the Li clan's vitality had been greatly damaged, but no one would have thought that it was the extermination of their clan that wasn't a huge blow to their vitality. One of the 3 great clans was gone, and the other one had become a puppet. 3 first-rate mysterious techniques, 2 yellow-ranked low-grade mysterious techniques, and 100,000 taels of silver. After a search, Lin Fei found nothing good on their bodies. It could barely be considered as a harvest, but compared to the profounders, there was a huge gap. Lin Fei didn't even think about getting anything good from them. It was impossible. Of course, the treasury was different. The most valuable place in the Li clan was the treasury, or rather, the storeroom. After killing the 3 elders, Lin Fei immediately had his men occupy the place. No one was allowed to enter, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed without question. It wasn't easy for him to have a quarrel and exterminate the entire clan, so Lin Fei really didn't want to waste his effort. The Li clan's treasury wasn't hard to find, and he already had information on it. Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't worried about not being able to find it. Along the way, corpses were strewn all over the place. Their sin value wasn't high, far from that of the bandits. 3rd young master, the treasury is inside. In the secret room, there was a stone door blocking the outside. Can't open it? Lin Fei asked. The key is gone. The person who held the key was accidentally killed by us, and the key is missing. The leader of the black-armored guards was cautious, and he hated his subordinate to death. Choosing a good target to kill, and killing the person who held the key, wasn't that a trap? Lin Fei also thought that it was a trap. The key was gone, and they had to work hard? Lin Fei chased them outside. After killing the 3 9th heaven experts, Lin Fei's words were an order. Sai, Do I have to do it myself every time I go to the treasury? My luck is too bad. Lin Fei muttered to himself as he faced the stone wall of the treasury. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop again. The pitiful baleful black blade, a divine weapon used to kill people, became a tool to dig into the treasury. Not bad, very sharp. Lin Fei said proudly as he dug. If the previous owner knew, he would probably crawl out of his coffin. People treated divine weapons as treasures, but this guy used it as a tool. What a wastrel. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei opened the treasury as he wished. Actually, he dug a big hole. The Li family probably didn't expect that the 100,000 gene boulder they prepared to use as a door lock would be dug out by Lin Fei using a divine weapon. So big. The treasury was many times larger than the Black Wind stronghold. At the same time, the big and small storerooms were connected one by one. At a glance, one could see that the outermost area was filled with ordinary items, such as gold and silver. The existence of mountains made people not dare to ignore the term family foundation. With this foundation, who knows how many experts could be nurtured? The Li family is indeed rich. As for money, Lin Fei didn't care much. What he cared about were other things. He would leave all these for the Lin family. In order to not lack money when he wanted something in the future, Lin Fei collected a batch of silver. Roughly calculating, 10,000 taels of gold was enough for him to use. Gold was still a hard currency. He entered the second storeroom. There were rows upon rows of bookshelves, and there were many deeds of land, including houses, land, and so on. Lin Fei chose to ignore them. The third storeroom was much smaller, shrunk by half. There was also a runes formation at the door, which Lin Fei broke clean. These are materials, right? After a glance, Lin Fei immediately realized that these were the good stuff. Gold could be earned, but materials weren't so easy to find. He didn't recognize many of the materials in front of him. The preciousness of materials didn't lie in Xian technique or elixir. Lin Fei cared more. The baleful black blade could accompany him for a long time, so he had to recognize the materials. Notification: discovered various rare ores. Just as Lin Fei was wondering if he should keep the ores, the silent system suddenly let out a familiar and cold mechanical voice. Loading materials. Locating materials. Lin Fei was already used to the system's reactions. He kept thinking whether he should activate the forging system or not. Lin Fei had experienced the benefits of the rune system. It was a must-have item when he went out. It would be a waste not to use it. Runes could be a good trump card at a crucial moment. Loading materials completed. Locating materials completed. Forging system activated. Lin Fei chose a stone and threw it out. This was a function of the system. Level 1 ore, black iron stone. Purity 80. There is a chance of forging a top-grade mortal weapon. So this was the classification. After looking at the information, Lin Fei understood the classification of this material. Materials started from level 1 all the way to level 10. Level 1 was the most common and level 10 was the highest. Purity was a type of ore. The higher the purity, the higher the chance of success. Conversely, the chance of failure was higher. Lin Fei almost jumped up. Even the heavens were helping him. Blacksmiths and runes masters were famous. If anyone could forge a weapon that was famous in the continent, they would be able to enjoy the life of a supreme being for the rest of their lives. The forging system was activated. Even if Lin Fei's ability wasn't good, he could save a lot of trouble forging weapons compared to others. I wonder what material I'm using? He subconsciously threw out a detection. Level 5 material, special material, black obsidian. Purity 95. There is a 100% chance of forging a top-grade weapon. Damn, a level 5 material was already so amazing. Lin Fei was shocked. He thought that his baleful black saber would definitely be made from level 8 or 9 materials. He didn't expect it to be a level 5 material. With the addition of a special material, the taste was completely different. But, after using the detection, Lin Fei had an understanding of these materials. They were all level 1 materials. There were no level 2 materials. Some materials didn't even have a grade. This proved that they were definitely good stuff. Baleful black saber is too sharp and domineering. It's not suitable for cultivation. Lin Fei thought. That top-grade black obsidian is not bad. Along with some other materials, I can try forging a weapon. There weren't many experts in Gue Yuan City. Outsiders might not be able to tell the uniqueness of the baleful black saber, but once it was in a big place, it would be different. There was no guarantee that no problems would arise. Keep a low profile and silently make a fortune. Take it all away. The system opened the storage space and gave it to Lin Fei. In order to not look too ugly, it kept quite a few low-purity ores. After walking past the ore chamber, there was an armory. The best was 2 high-grade mortal weapons, 3 middle-grade mortal weapons, and 10 low-grade mortal weapons. It wasn't a lot, but it was the limit of the collection. He wanted to give it to his father to increase his strength. His big brother and second brother seemed to lack weapons. The last chamber was filled with elixirs. There were a few elixirs that could be used to increase one's strength. The rest were ordinary, but there were many of them. For example, the Qi Gathering Pill. After looking around, Lin Fei discovered something else. Or rather, he discovered a combat technique. Li Clan's combat technique, Jingguang First Line, a high-grade combat technique. It was even more detailed than the previous one. The previous one was a plagiarism and wasn't the true essence. When he picked up the Jingguang First Line to take a look, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. A few words on the cover caught his attention. Chapter 164. Black Tortoise Gate. At the bottom left corner of the Jingguang Line secret manual, there were a few words as thin as a cow's hair. When Lin Fei saw them, his face slightly changed. Lin Fei was not too clear about the power layout of Gue Yuan City. This had nothing to do with him. After seeing these 3 words, the situation changed. Jingguang Line was a high-level combat skill. Condensing mystic qi into a single point, it could deal a fatal blow. It specialized in breaking all kinds of protective aura. The reason why the 2 Li family elders could not block the attack was because of this. Condensing it into a single point like a bullet, it could kill whoever it wanted. There was no place to dodge. Li family is from Black Tortoise Gate? Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Li family had someone backing them. Exterminating their family would be troublesome. Since they were exterminated, the Li family became prisoners. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Since it had already happened, the only thing he could think of was how to solve it. There are too many things in the continent that are unknown. Lin Fei checked the situation of the secret room again. Hard work pays off. In a corner, he found a few letters. The handwriting was somewhat blurred and scribbled, but it was still barely recognizable. A moment later, Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Damn, I really hit the jackpot. On the letter, the general meaning was very simple. This was a patriarch of the Li family. In the past, he was a member of Black Tortoise Gate. Later on, he retired and established Li family. He took the initiative to send a few disciples to Black Tortoise Gate to cultivate. Unexpectedly, this person from Black Tortoise Gate did not agree. He changed his words and suggested that if there was anything in the future, they could go to Black Tortoise Gate to seek help. Damn it! Lin Fei checked again, and his face sank. He could not find the item that could prove his identity. From the letter, it could be seen that Black Tortoise Gate left a promise to seek their help. Lin Fei was very clear about the power of the sect. There were many experts. Gue Yuan City was considered powerful, but in the eyes of the sect, Xian cultivators were just inner court disciples. There was nothing to be happy about. Because of this, people from small places did not dare to be too arrogant in big places, lest they offend the big shots. Profound practitioner experts were like local tyrants in small places. In big cities, they did not even dare to make a sound. Their status was too low. Could it be that extreme joy begets sorrow? Lin Fei flipped through it again, trying to figure out the information. He was certain that after he killed the 3 elders, someone had used the secret passage to escape from his grasp. Along the way, they had also taken away their identification to seek help from the Black Tortoise Gate. That would prove why they couldn't find the key. They must have taken it away beforehand. According to the letter, the Black Tortoise sect was based in Shanhe County. In Lin Fei's territory, Shanhe County was equivalent to a provincial capital. It was high up, and all the cities were under the jurisdiction of Shanhe County. If I didn't have a divine weapon, I would have had an unknown enemy behind me. Lin Fei couldn't catch up with the people who escaped through the secret passage. Who knew where they escaped to? It was undeniable that after the Lin family got rid of an enemy, they immediately gained another powerful black tortoise sect. Good things are strewn with setbacks. Just as expected. After ordering a search, they found a secret passage. The place was hidden, and the exit was in an abandoned house in Yuan City. When they checked, it was empty. Who would pay any attention to an abandoned house? The abandoned house was close to the city gate. After disguising himself, it was easy to leave Yuan City. Even a smart person can be careless. Lin Fei shook his head. He had created a big enemy for himself. The identity of the person who escaped. Soon, they found out that he was the eldest son of the patriarch, Li Yun. In this way, everything was logical. Other than the patriarch's son, the fewer people who knew about the secret passage, the greater the chance of escaping. This was the first time Lin Fei destroyed the Li family. He didn't handle the details perfectly. Of course, Li Yun's kid was smart and knew how to take away the token. The only regret was that young Master Li was too stupid and didn't know how to destroy the evidence. If he destroyed the evidence and left such an enemy, Lin Fei would definitely not know about it. An enemy in the dark was the scariest. Even if he knew that young Master Li had escaped, it was hard to know where he escaped to. Lin Fei didn't want to leave a ticking time bomb behind. He needed to get rid of this Li family. On the same day, the Lin family sealed the Li family. The news of the mine spread to Yuan City after being suppressed for a day. The entire Yuan City was shocked. The powerful Li family was exterminated in less than a day. The Lin family was really bold. They didn't make a move, but when they made a move, they struck like lightning. A sharp knife stabbed into the chest, killing them in one strike. The originally weak Lin family suddenly became extremely strong. The rumors and gossips had completely disappeared. The Yuan City had undergone a huge change. Of the three major families, the Li family was exterminated. They lost control of their power and many of them were attacked by the Lin family. Especially the Beigong family. The Beigong family attached themselves to the Li family and replaced the Lin family as the biggest competitor. The result was such a change. The Li family was exterminated, the Beigong family fell. Everyone was in danger, afraid of becoming the next target. Lin family, secret room. It really is the Black Tortoise sect. Lin Zhentian put down the letter and frowned. He seemed to remember something. In the past, someone recognized the Li family's combat skill as one of the Black Tortoise sect's combat skills. Your father didn't believe it and thought that the Li family couldn't have originated from the Black Tortoise sect. He regretted it. In the secret room, not only Lin Zhentian, the eldest brother Lin Xiao and second brother Lin Feng were also present. This was a small meeting between the four of them. Father, is this Black Tortoise sect very powerful? Lin Xiao asked puzzledly, why is there not much news about the Black Tortoise sect? This question, the three brothers had the same question. Lin Zhentian said, the Black Tortoise sect is not a sect from our Shanhe County. In our Bu Luo dynasty, the Black Tortoise sect can be ranked in the top 10. Its influence is not in our Shanhe County. It is normal that you don't know much about it. The Shanhe County was not strong, so it was not easy to know about the Black Tortoise sect. The Bu Luo dynasty had a total of 10 counties. The Shanhe County was not famous and was not at the bottom. It was just barely there. Its geographical location was not good. It belonged to the most remote area of the Bu Luo dynasty. Yuan City was a remote place, so there was not much news about the Bu Luo dynasty. If it was a family from the Shanhe County, then they would definitely know something about the Black Tortoise sect, or even some news about other sections. Father, the Li family has been destroyed by us. Li Yun, that evil survivor, has gone to the Black Tortoise sect. He will definitely harbor hatred and will definitely target our Lin family. Lin Xiao said, I think we should first arrange a way out, so that we will not be caught unprepared. Lin Zhentian shook his head and smiled. Little Xiao, you are still too inexperienced. Have you forgotten about the sect agreement? Sect agreement? Lin Fei was curious. Our classmate Lin Fei, ever since he came to this world, his knowledge has been constantly increasing. But for some things, he still had a smattering of knowledge. When he heard about the sect agreement, he was confused. It seemed that the Black Tortoise sect did not dare to attack them. 500 years ago, the Bu Luo dynasty was in chaos. 300 years later, the dynasty stabilized. In order to prevent the sects from fighting each other and harming the families in the county, a new sect agreement was made. The agreement states that the sects cannot attack the families. The sects cannot. Lin Zhentian explained the agreement between the sects in a relaxed manner. That is to say, the Black Tortoise sect will not launch a large-scale attack, but it is very likely that they will arrange experts to deal with our Lin family. Lin Feng's strength was not high, so he was very sensitive in his judgment. Lin Zhentian was very satisfied with his 3 sons. The eldest son was brave and good at fighting. The second son was good at scheming. The youngest son was tyrannical, ruthless and cunning. Fortunately, the 3 sons did not have any conflicts. They were very harmonious with each other. This was what Lin Zhentian was most satisfied with. If the Black Tortoise sect wants to attack, it will not happen in this period of time. We just need to prepare in advance. After explaining, Lin Zhentian let Lin Xiao and Lin Feng leave first. There were some things that they did not need to know for the time being. Big brother, second brother, don't leave first, Lin Fei said to them. The 2 of them did not know what was going on. When they saw Lin Fei take out 2 elixirs and pass them to them, they revealed doubtful expressions. This is a lesser primal pill. After consuming it, you can break through 1 or 2 stages. Big brother has been stuck in the 8th heaven for a long time. It is time for him to break through to the 9th heaven, Lin Fei explained with a smile. With the increase in reputation, the reputation system had been activated, allowing one to purchase elixirs. The lesser primal pill was one of them. 100 reputation was equivalent to 500,000 experience. With the Black Tortoise sect as an enemy, the Lin family was not at ease. Lin Zhentian had miscalculated, so he took out 2 elixirs for his 2 brothers to break through. If Lin Xiao could break through to the 9th heaven of the martial path, the Lin family would have another ferocious general. The 2 of them were pleasantly surprised, but there was also some doubt in their excitement. You 2 brats, these are genuine lesser primal pills. Why are you still not thanking your 3rd brother? Lin Zhentian recognized the lesser primal pills with a glance. They were of superior quality. He was shocked. What kind of fortuitous encounter did my son have? In the past, he wanted to use lesser primal pills to break through, but they were priceless. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Lin Feng hurriedly apologized to their 3rd brother. Their father's words were not for nothing. Lin Fei knew that they were doubting him. After all, he had increased his strength too quickly, like a rocket. He could even kill Xian practitioners. If this were to spread, it would definitely be shocking news. All of this needed an excuse. This excuse was very old-fashioned. It was nothing more than a fortuitous encounter with a strong practitioner. This kind of fortuitous encounter was the most common in the Xiantian continent. Later on, it was nothing more than being nurtured by a strong practitioner. How did he become so powerful? This could explain the origin of the elixirs in his hands. These are the 2 high-grade mortal weapons that we found in the Li family. 1 for each of us. Lin Fei threw out the high-grade mortal weapons. Martial artists, elixirs, Xian techniques, and weapons were all indispensable. The 2 of them did not stand on ceremony. Each of them took out a high-grade mortal weapon. After expressing their thanks, they immediately ran out and prepared to break through to the next realm. Xiao Fei, looks like you have no interest in the position of patriarch. After they left, only the 2 of them were left in the secret room. Lin Zhentian had a complicated look in his eyes. His actions just now were only superficial. People like Lin Zhentian were different. His thoughts were more than superficial. His cheap father was indeed amazing. He could even see this. The position of patriarch is a restriction for me. I am not the kind of person who can be limited to a certain place. My goal is to become a peerless expert and climb to the peak of the martial Tao. Lin Fei's meaning was very clear. I will not be the patriarch. The position of patriarch had always been the most complicated thing in the family. Lin Fei had directly announced that he would not be the patriarch. Raising the strength of his eldest and second brothers and giving them high-grade mortal weapons was indeed a method. Chapter 165. Lin Fei said to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Although all of this was within Lin Zhentian's expectations, he still showed a rare expression of disappointment when he heard it. The Lin family had more than 200 years of history in Guiyuan Yuan City. As the current patriarch, Lin Zhentian had always wanted to build the Lin family into a 1,000-year family and had put in a lot of effort. Lin Zhentian had always wanted to hand over the position of patriarch to his second son, Lin Feng, so that his eldest son could be a helper and ensure that the Lin family could be passed down without any mistakes. Ever since his youngest son had returned, there had been 365 major changes. From killing the Rune Master, to killing the Xian practitioner, and then to killing the 3 elders of the 9th heaven of the martial Tao. Everyone knew that the Lin family had a martial genius. Therefore, Lin Zhentian had the idea of letting Lin Fei be the patriarch. He believed that his son would definitely bring the family to greater heights. It would not be a problem for them to dominate Gui Yuan City, and even enter a big city like Shanhe County. But Lin Zhentian could see that his youngest son's ambition was not here. Therefore he asked the question just now. Father, do you think it is meaningful for me to be the patriarch? Lin Fei asked back. Lin Zhentian was silent. It had always been his wishful thinking. Now that he thought about it, was the position of patriarch really suitable? He asked himself. At least, it did not seem suitable now. Lin Fei saw the change in his father and knew that his words just now had an effect. He was very sincere. What does a patriarch need to scheme all day? You scheme against me, I scheme against you. It is not suitable for me at all. My future path will be to travel the entire Xiantian continent and meet all the experts. Do you want the Lin family to have an expert or a scheming patriarch? Lin Zhentian waved his hand. Forget it. Go with the wind. You are not suitable to be the patriarch. The words just now had indeed moved Lin Zhentian. His youngest son had been accepted as a disciple by an otherworldly expert. In a year, he had reached the peak of the Hotian realm and his combat ability had reached the early Xian realm. How many people in the Xiantian continent would have such an opportunity? It could be said that the Lin family's ancestral grave was emitting smoke. To be able to achieve such a result at the age of 17, he could be said to be a genius disciple. Especially when he displayed his abilities, he could be said to be a monstrous genius. When he was 17 years old, he was only at the 6th heaven of the martial Tao. Lin Zhentian could not help but think of himself back then. What would such a genius be like when he was 30 or 40 years old? Even Lin Zhentian was unable to calculate it. It was a mystery that could not be solved. However, it was definitely a position that one could only look up to. No one would know, no one would be able to guess. Therefore, it was right for his son to propose to be the clan leader. Perhaps in the future, his youngest son would become the pride of the Lin family. Seeing that his father had given up on the idea, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Patriarch? What was so good about it? He wasn't willing to be the clan leader. He had to scheme all day and lose the opportunity to cultivate. It wasn't just an ordinary kind of hard work. Lin Fei's goal was to continuously pursue the limits of martial arts. Father, this is the elixir I prepared for Big Brother. Help him keep it first. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle and handed it to his father. Lin Zhentian was dumbfounded. He stared at the elixir in the jade bottle and blurted out, Xiantian elixir. In the past, it was all thanks to a Xiantian elixir that he was able to break through to the profound realm. For this elixir, he almost died on the way. One could imagine how important it was. He didn't expect to see another Xiantian elixir tonight. He was excited and passed the jade bottle back. This is your Xiantian elixir. I will help you with the elixir for little Xiao. A Xiantian elixir was equivalent to the birth of a profound realm expert. No one dared to ignore the importance of a clan that could stand for 100 years. It had been a long time since such an elixir appeared in Gui Yuan City. Lin Fei shook his head. I don't need the Xiantian elixir for the time being. I specially prepared this for Big Brother. After taking the minor elemental elixir, Big Brother will reach the peak of the post-liminary realm. With Father's protection, advancing to the profound realm won't be a problem. Why was Lin Fei so polite? It was because the Xiantian elixir was useless to him. To advance, he was different from them. He needed to complete a mission. The mission to break through wouldn't be simple. It wasn't important whether he had the Xiantian elixir or not. He might as well let his big brother succeed. Your big brother will remember your kindness for the rest of his life. Lin Zhentian said, I will help him keep the elixir first so that he won't be lazy. Lin Fei chuckled. He could see the gratitude in his father's eyes. Coming out from the secret chamber, Lin Fei was on his way back to the courtyard. After explaining everything, he was in a good mood. He had lost all the pressure and his soul seemed to have improved at this moment. His soul had also fused quite a bit, so he shouldn't be affected in the future. Under the moonlight, Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. After working so hard for so long, he finally got what belonged to him. No matter how good a cultivation technique or weapon was, it was still not as good as the fusion of his soul. Lin Fei was very relaxed. He felt like he was floating in the air. He thought to himself, "Thankfully, I didn't work for nothing these past few days. I don't think I need to interfere with what happens next. Father should be able to handle it well." He had been back for half a month. 2 months of vacation was still very long. The next day, Lin Fei woke up early. When it was time to eat, he did not see his first and second brothers. He understood that they were in closed-door cultivation to break through. This breakthrough would require some time. The minor primal pill was very useful. It was very easy for them to break through their current cultivation. As for whether they could break through 1 or 2 minor realms, that was up to them. After eating, Xiao Chen wanted to go out for a walk. However, when he thought about what happened yesterday, he realized that Lin Fei would come to his courtyard. Along the way, the Lin family disciples greeted him politely. At the same time, they felt a sense of fear. It was like he was a demon that would open its fangs and eat people at any time. Being strong isn't a good thing. Lin Fei was very clear that they were afraid of him, creating a chasm between them. When he returned to the courtyard, he did not see the azure wand. Lin Fei could not help but feel curious. Where did this lass go? Could it be that I have been treating her too well recently? After resolving the problem, there was no more pressure. His soul had also fused a lot. Somehow, it seemed like he was still lacking something to reach true perfection. The weather is good. Let's sleep first. Recently, Lin Fei had been going out early and returning late. His laziness had reappeared. As a gaming otaku, sleeping was unchangeable. Even if this was the Shentian continent, he did not want to be surrounded by everyone and be a monkey. Young master. Lin Fei, who was deep asleep, was still very sensitive to his senses. This was the reaction of a martial artist. If he slept like a dead pig, he would not even know when he was killed. When sleeping, a martial artist would leave a perception to remind him at any time. Actually, Lin Fei knew that someone had appeared outside. What's the matter? Speak quickly. The guard outside the door was very respectful. He did not even dare to raise his head to look at third young Master Lin. Someone who claims to be from the Rune Guild has arrived. He said that young master's maid, the Azure Wan, was assassinated on the streets outside. Fortunately, the Rune Guild came to her rescue. Azure Wan is still in the Rune Guild now. Lin Fei's face darkened. Who was it that tried to assassinate her? How audacious, even daring to attack this young master's maidservant. The poor guard could barely hold on. This murderous aura was too terrifying. Young master really cultivated this murderous aura. I heard it's the remnants of the Li family. The guard said cautiously. This lass is really worrisome. Outside the door, a black-robed runes master with 3 runes on his chest was a level 3 runes master. At this moment, he was pacing back and forth. Yesterday's incident was known by the entire Gue Yuan city. The Li family was removed from the list. There were even rumors that the Li family patriarch had died outside. As for whether the news was correct or not, no one knew. There is no smoke without fire. Sometimes it was true. For a moment, everyone who had a relationship with the Li family was afraid of the Lin family's revenge. All kinds of curses fell on the Li family, so that they would not be a burden. The Rune Guild did not participate in this kind of thing. Zhang Yun did not understand why Master wanted him to invite third young Master Lin over. Could it be because he killed the 3 Ninth Heaven Elders yesterday? But it was not worth it. Master was a level 5 runes master. From the news outside, it was known that this Lin Fei was very cruel. There were all kinds of versions that described third young Master Lin as a cruel killer. Runes masters had always disliked martial artists. It seemed that in the eyes of martial artists, besides training, they only cared about killing. Runes masters were different. Besides training their soul strength, they also researched runes. They made full use of their time, unlike martial artists who fought and killed all day long. To put it bluntly, runes masters were all technical otakus. They only knew how to research all day long. You are someone from the Rune Guild? When Lin Fei walked out, he saw a young man pacing back and forth. He seemed very annoyed, as if he had waited for a long time. Little did he know that Lin Fei's reputation was too big. The guard stopped a few times. Hence, Zhang Yun was unlucky. He waited for a full hour. Luckily they were technical otakus. It was easy to control their mentality. This person was so rude. His first impression of Zhang Yun was not good. If it was not for Master's request, he would definitely leave. Follow me. Zhang Yun did not want to say more. He turned around and left. This action, in the eyes of Lin Fei, had a different meaning. Damn, those who are in the field of research are really hot-tempered. I just waited for a while. Is there a need to be so angry? You even dare to put on airs in front of me. Isn't Green Phoenix helping you? I will teach you a lesson. Let's see what qualifications you have. The guard behind really wanted to say, Young Master, this person waited for an hour. Right now. He really did not dare to say such words. With third young Master Lin's ferocious reputation, saying it would be courting death. Rune Guild. Lin Fei knew the way. There was no need for the people from the Rune Guild to lead him. He walked briskly like a white shadow, swaying and swaying. When Lin Fei appeared on the street, an accident happened. Not good, the homicidal maniac is out. Everyone ran, it was very strange. Chapter 166. Rune Guild. The changes in Gue Yuan City have little impact on the Rune Guild. It should be said that there is no impact at all. The Rune Guild is a peace-loving organization that advocates a peaceful world, putting an end to wars and putting an end to a series of illegal and peaceful existences. In the Rune's president's office, President Mu Chongkong is in a state of excitement. It is as if he is injected with chicken blood, which makes people laugh. He looks like an old man who has picked up a peerless treasure. Little girl, this old man is not a bad person. Look at my face. How can I be a bad person? Don't worry. None of them dare to come to this place. I want to go back, I want to go back. Qing Wan, who is dressed in green clothes, has a pale face. Apparently, she was frightened by the previous incident. Even now, she is still worried and afraid. Today, Qing Wan went to pick up some things. It just so happens that she has run out of things. She took the initiative to go out to purchase them, but she was ambushed by bad people. If not for young Master's runes, she would have died in the hands of the other party. Then this old man came out and brought her here. Regarding this strange-looking old man, Qing Wan put him in the blacklist. This old man is not a good person. Otherwise, why would he not let her go back? As the president, if Mu Chongkong knows that he is blacklisted and becomes a bad old man, he will definitely blow his beard and stare at her. I will arrange someone to inform your young master to come over. Wait for a while, he should be here soon. Mu Chongkong said amiably, Aren't you worried that if you go out now, you will encounter those people again? What the old man said is right, it makes sense. With a suspicious attitude she said, You are not lying to me. I am the president, why would I be afraid of others? Mu Chongkong felt relieved. Oh right, is your young master very powerful? Qing Wan is very proud. My young master is very powerful. Today, those people must not be able to fight against my young master, that's why they chose to attack me. They are really despicable. The runes on the street should belong to your young master, right? Mu Chongkong asked cautiously, feeling ashamed in his heart. In order to figure out a matter, he lied to a girl, losing his face. In fact, today's matter was very simple. For the past few days, Gue Yuan City has not been peaceful. Mu Chongkong just happened to be returning from the county capital and coincidentally encountered an assassination attempt. He wanted to step in and save them. As a lover of peace, he hated fighting and killing the most. He, as the president, was no exception. Needless to say, the girl in green threw out a runes, which blocked the fatal attack and injured the opponent, buying time for Mu Chongkong. Mu Chongkong saw the runes attack and was extremely shocked. When did level 2 runes become this strong? Therefore, with this thought in mind, Mu Chongkong brought the girl back, wanting to know more about this mysterious young master. Level 2 runes were not advanced runes. The power they displayed surpassed ordinary level 2 runes. When it came to the specific power, it reached the level of level 3 runes. This old researcher, Mu Chongkong, was tempted. Runes technology belonged to a kind of exploratory development. Often, an inspiration could change the development of runes. With the appearance of the mysterious young master, Mu Chongkong couldn't help but think of the mysterious genius a few days ago. When did Gue Yuan City have so many runes geniuses? An enhanced version of level 2 runes appeared on a maid. It was worth observing. Qing Wan was a good girl, a good maid. This old man was a bad guy. Otherwise, why would he want to inquire about the young master's news? Don't underestimate the maid. Mu Chongkong's image today was too weird. If his granddaughter did it, the effect would be better. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his image had long been blacklisted. Then, Qing Wan didn't speak and remained silent. Mu Chongkong was speechless. This maid was too cunning. He just got some clues and whetted his appetite, but she didn't say anything. No matter what he said, he couldn't make her talk. Sigh, I'm old, I'm really old. Mu Chongkong had no choice but to hope that his disciple wouldn't disappoint him and bring the young master back. If it was the young master of another family, Mu Chongkong would definitely take the initiative to find out more about him. Lin family. Third young master Lin. Mu Chongkong took a step back. A young master? Could he be a runes master? Could he even know runes? Perhaps he got it from somewhere. The situation in Gue Yuan City had changed drastically. The Lin family had unexpectedly appeared, and it was not advisable to get too close. This was the second time he came to the Rune Guild. Lin Fei didn't expect such a situation, and he felt relieved. Fortunately, it was someone from the Rune Guild who made a move. The remaining members of the Li family would die a horrible death. Lin Fei pondered for a while. When he returned, he would launch an attack. Assassinations today, assassinations tomorrow, and it would never end. Just thinking about it made him furious. Zhang Yuan brought a young man into the guild, and many people noticed them. Under Mu Chongkong, there weren't many outstanding disciples. Zhang Yun was one of them, and he was rather well liked. Today, he brought a young man with him. Could he be another disciple of the president? Master, disciple is back. Zhang Yun stood at the door and knocked on it. Come in. Zhang Yun didn't have a good impression of third young master Lin, so he didn't say a word along the way. He pushed the door open and strode in. Young master. Lin Fei came in from outside. Before he could react, a delicate fragrance wafted over, drilling into his nose. This lass. Qing Wan was hugging Lin Fei like an octopus, looking extremely ambiguous. Lin Fei also knew that Qing Wan wouldn't usually do such a thing. She must have been frightened by the assassination. He stretched out his hand and patted her back lightly. Don't be afraid, young master is here. Actually, Lin Fei wanted to say, sweetheart, young master is here to pick you up. A serious technical otaku, and an excited old man. Lin Fei didn't want to interact with them. Technical otakus were the hardest to interact with, and he had experienced this a long time ago. Old man. Many thanks for saving my Qing Wan. This is 1,000 silver taels. A small token of appreciation from this young master. Lin Fei was very straightforward. He threw out 1,000 silver taels, very generous. Lass, let's go home. Zhang Yun was furious. His master had become an old man. This was too impolite. How dare he speak to his master like this? Who did this brat think he was, to dare to be so rude in the Rune Guild? Brat, who allowed you to leave? Zhang Yun had an impatient personality, and his temper was quite bad. Mu Chongkong, who was given a good person card, had black lines on his forehead. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yun. You think the money is too little? A dangerous aura suddenly rose from Zhang Yun's heart. He subconsciously wanted to take a defensive action. What are you doing? This is the Rune Guild. Get out. Mu Chongkong's face darkened. This disciple of his really didn't know how to speak. He regretted not finding someone with a good temper. Once he was forced, he almost lost his footing. This was too embarrassing. Zhang Yun walked out unwillingly. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Mu Chongkong pointed to a chair. Sit down and have a chat? Qing Wan lowered her voice. Young master, this old man isn't a good person. He specially inquired about your news. The level 5 runes master, Mu Chongkong, had an awkward expression on his face. What a lass. I just saved you, And the next thing I know, you're up to no good. My impression is that he's a bad old man. Am I really that bad? Lin Fei glared at Qing Luan. He pulled Qing Luan to sit down and said earnestly, "Lass, don't talk nonsense. How can the first president of the Rune Guild be a bad person?" "President, don't you think so?" Mu Chongkong laughed dryly. "Young man, you're right. Your young master is still sensible." For a president to be called a bad person by a maid, it was indeed embarrassing. Luckily, Mu Chongkong wasn't a petty person. He was just joking and wouldn't take it seriously. "President, why did you ask someone to invite me over from afar?" Lin Fei went straight to the point. "My maid doesn't know anything. Mr. President, please don't take it to heart." Along the way, he didn't understand why he came to the Rune Guild. Then from Qing Wan's words just now, Lin Fei realized one thing. Could it be related to the runes? Mu Chongkong quietly sized her up. He used his soul power to check. First, he had to check if she was a runes master so that he could confirm his thoughts. "Are you a runes master? What a strong soul power. Is this level 4 or level 5 power?" "Hee, I'm just a playboy. How can I be a runes master?" "Mr. President, please don't joke about this. This joke isn't funny at all," Lin Fei said seriously. Sure enough, she came for the runes. As a level 3 runes master, Lin Fei's soul power was usually sealed. It wouldn't leak a trace of soul power. It was a method to hide soul power. Even if a level 10 runes master stood in front of him, he wouldn't be able to detect it. Luckily, Qing Luan was sensible. Qing Luan, this girl, had a smug look in her eyes. "You old man. You really aren't a good person. Could it be that I was wrong?" With level 5 soul power, he couldn't detect any soul aura. Could it be that he was wrong? The power of level 2 runes could reach the power of level 3 runes. Other than the work of a runes master, no one else could reach this level. Mu Chongkong retracted his soul power without leaving a trace. If he wasn't a runes master, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. "I'm quite curious. Where did the runes that your girl used come from?" "Those runes are very magical. They aren't level 2 runes, but they're comparable to the power of level 3 runes. Do you know?" Mu Chongkong threw out a sentence and observed the other party's reaction. Lin Fei stood up with a whoosh, his face full of shock. "It can't be. Level 3 runes? F***CK, I've suffered a huge loss." Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Looking at the other party's expression, he didn't seem to know the value of runes at all. "These runes aren't yours?" Mu Chongkong heard the other meaning in his words. Lin Fei sighed. "Sigh, these runes aren't mine. I bought them from an old man on my way back. At that time, that old man bragged that the runes he made were extremely powerful and unique. He even said that he would sell them to me cheaply. At that time, I thought that I met a swindler. I was afraid that he would pester me, so I casually bought 1 runes. If I had known earlier, I would have bought all of them." Qing Wan almost covered her mouth and laughed. "Young master is so bad. The runes were obviously made by him." Sure enough, a runes master passed by Gue Yuan City. Mu Chongkong also thought so in his heart. When he heard that, he still felt regretful. If he had level 2 runes, he might be able to crack it after studying it for a while. What a pity, what a pity. "We can go now." Lin Fei believed that the old man would believe him if he came up with such a story. "Hee, let's go." Mu Chongkong sat down dejectedly. Another clue was broken. Lin Fei pulled Qing Wan and turned to walk out of the door. As for the 1,000 taels of silver, it was for expression. Just as he was about to open the door, the outside door was pushed open. A white figure walked in. Suddenly, a girl's voice came out. Chapter 167. P.S. Thanks to Shattered Knight and Resident Evil Terror Terminator for tipping again. The person who came in was none other than the girl in white, Mu Ning, whom he had met once before. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the girl's expression, he had a bad feeling. He pulled Qing Wan and walked outside, not taking it seriously at all. Damn, why did I meet this girl here? She seems to be angry with me. When did I offend her? Lin Fei couldn't figure out why. The only thing he could do now was to leave the Rune Guild as soon as possible. Mu Ning's temper was not good recently. Since she came to the conclusion that the young man was a genius in the runes, Mu Ning had arranged for people to look for him. However, this person disappeared mysteriously and seemed to have left this place. Every time Mu Ning saw her grandfather frowning, her heart ached. She swore to find this person and see what kind of person he was. Especially today, when her grandfather came back from Shanha County, he was not in a good mood. Mu Ning was not in a good mood either. When she was in the hall, she saw senior brother Zhang Yun. He heard that the young master had come, so he came to see if there was anything he could do to help. Thus, there was the beginning of the scene. Don't leave. Seeing that this guy was about to leave without saying a word, Mu Ning's stubbornness rose and she reached out to block the door. It was not easy to catch you. How could I let you leave? Because she was anxious, she didn't pay attention to the door's sill and bumped into it. At this time, the girl subconsciously wanted to grab something to stabilize her body. Thus, another ambiguous scene played out. Mu Ning hugged Lin Fei like an octopus. Her whole body was attached to his chest, and a masculine smell came to her nose. She didn't know why, but she seemed to have found a safe place. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Was he being taken advantage of? Her breasts were big, but he didn't know if they were steamed buns or bamboo shoots. Speaking of which, this was the first time that someone threw themselves into his arms. In front of a delicate beauty, Lin Fei didn't mind enjoying it for a while. After all, it was a rare opportunity. Little did he know that there were two people in a state of anger. Qing Wan's eyes were about to spit fire. She thought, what a shameless woman. How dare she seduce my young master? Next time, I must make my young master stay away from this shameless woman. The other one is President Mu Chongkong. His granddaughter was taken advantage of. What was this? Cough. Mu Chongkong coughed and broke the rare atmosphere. Grandpa, he bullied me. The first to react was Mu Ning. She quickly ran to her grandpa's side. Her face was flushed red. She looked as if she had been bullied by someone. F***ck, you clearly took advantage of me. When did I bully you? Lin Fei felt wronged. He subconsciously moved, but then his heart thumped. Damn it, this girl is the president's granddaughter. I better leave quickly, or else I'll be in trouble today. She pulled Blue Luan's hand and wanted to leave. Young man, don't be in a hurry to leave. How could Lin Fei be in the mood to stay? He headed straight for the door. With a bang, he bumped into an invisible wall and was pushed back. A white glazed door blocked the entrance. This was obviously done by President Mu Chongkong. This action told Lin Fei not to leave and to sit down and chat with him. Lin Fei secretly cursed the old fox. This is clearly bullying. How can you be so barbaric? You are a president after all. Chairman Mu, what do you mean by this? Do you want to keep me here? My Lin family is not easy to bully. Lin Fei's face sank. He would not sit down obediently. It was necessary to put on an act. Level 5 Runes Master. Lin Fei could not afford to offend him for the time being. Especially he was a branch president. He could destroy the Lin family just by moving his hand. Grandpa, he is the one who did the question last time. Mu Ning shamelessly exposed Lin Fei's true colors. She really wanted her grandpa to teach this guy a lesson. Since she was born, it was the first time someone took advantage of her. It would be strange if Mu Ning was not angry. She was also the granddaughter of the Rune Guild's president. It was natural for her to be a little willful. F***ck, it was really like this. The thing that Lin Fei did not want to happen the most had happened. He simply pretended to be confused. Beauty, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. What question do you think I know? Sophistry. You still dare to sophistry. If Mu Ning's gaze could kill, Lin Fei wouldn't know how many times he would have died under this gaze. She had never seen such a shameless person. The original question was obviously done by this guy. Now that he didn't admit it, it wasn't something shameful. You are lying. That question was done by you. Lin Fei would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Chairman Mu, I think this question should be your granddaughter's mistake. I am a lazy person. How would I know about runes? My family has an urgent matter. I hope that Chairman Mu will let us leave. You don't want this matter to spread, right? Mu Chongkong looked at his granddaughter and said, What are you going to do about the matter just now? Mu Ning was slightly startled. What was wrong with her grandpa? This person was the person who did the question. Wasn't he the person that grandpa was looking for? Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the old man did not believe him. Next time, he would not come to the Rune Guild. I was rude just now. I hope Miss Mu doesn't take it to heart. Lin Fei thought in his heart. If you don't want a way out, then I will satisfy you. My daughter is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Do you think you can solve it with just a sentence? Mu Chongkong's face sank. The atmosphere in the office became cold. Oh my God. This was a trap for him. It had always been Lin Fei who tricked others. He did not expect that there was someone who wanted to trick him. He could not find a reason. Thinking about it made him speechless. Most importantly, he would definitely be tricked once. The influence of the Rune Guild, Lin Fei did not dare to look down on it. Offending the Rune Guild was not a wise move. This is 50,000 silver notes. Take it as my apology. Mu Chongkong did not say a word. Lin Fei endured the pain and took out another 10,000 silver. Are you satisfied now? 60,000 silver is not a small amount. Don't be so greedy. What? You still don't agree? You still want to trick me? I will endure it. Another 10,000 silver. There was still no movement. Until after 10,000 silver, Lin Fei became angry. If you still don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. Do you think my money will come from the wind? At this moment, Qing Wan, who was at the door, pulled his young master. Young master, it seems like we can leave now. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. He realized that the runes were removed. You old fox. You really dare to trick me. You can leave now. Student Lin Fei returned in defeat. Not only was he taken advantage of, he even had to pay 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. My pitiful money doesn't grow on trees. Until after they left. Mu Chongkong laughed out loud. This brat, if I don't teach him a lesson, he will really think that he is the king. Grandpa, how can you be like this? Mu Ning stamped her feet. She couldn't understand what her grandpa was going to do. She even tricked that brat of 10,000 silver. Mu Chongkong laughed. That bastard dared to take advantage of you. 10,000 silver is light. It just so happens that your grandpa wants to buy some runes materials and is short of money. The Lin family destroyed the Li family. 10,000 silver is nothing. If Lin Fei knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. Grandpa's money was also earned by killing. You just said 10,000 silver. Are you trying to kill me? Mu Ning asked. But you can't let him go. Mu Chongkong laughed. My good granddaughter, don't worry. This brat is very cunning. The old man suspects that he is the master of the runes. After what you said just now, even though he rejected us straightforwardly, he still revealed a flaw. As for why Grandpa let him go, it is because he owes us a favor. Mu Ning was very clear that her grandpa would never fight a battle he was not sure of winning. Listening to what he said, could it be that the hateful brat will take the initiative to come to them? Grandpa, in the end, what is the method? Please tell your granddaughter. Mu Ning shook Mu Chongkong's arm. She used her great skill of acting coquettishly to kill both men and women. Mu Chongkong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say, your grandpa came back from Shanhe County today. I heard that the Black Tortoise sect is coming to our Gue Yuan city. Mu Ning was surprised. Could it be that the backer of the Li family is looking for trouble with that brat? So smart. Mu Chongkong said. That brat is very powerful. He personally brought people to take down the Li family. The old man suspects that the Li family's profound practitioner should have died in the hands of the Lin family. If that brat is really the master of the runes, then it shouldn't be a big problem for them to join hands and kill the Li family's profound practitioner. How is this possible? A profound practitioner is. Mu Ning revealed a look of disbelief. Mu Chongkong said, nothing is impossible. If he is a master of the runes, then he is not an ordinary master of the runes. Your grandpa is a rank 5 runes master. He can evade the detection of the divine spirit. That person is not simple. If the people of the Black Tortoise sect come down, as long as our rune guild intervenes, he will definitely come. Grandpa is still the best. Mu Ning thought of how that guy fell into her grandpa's scheme. She couldn't describe how happy she was. Who asked you to take advantage of me? You deserve it. Yawning. On the street, Lin Fei yawned. He looked around and thought, who is cursing me? I don't seem to have done anything bad recently. Young master, it's all my fault. You should curse Qing Luan. Qing Luan lowered her head, like a child who did something wrong. Lin Fei was indeed very angry. Usually, he schemed against others or cheated others. Today, he fell into the hands of another old fox. Obviously, he was taken advantage of and extorted 100,000 taels of silver. If he had known earlier, he would have touched it and felt it. The price was really high. Lin Fei laughed. What nonsense are you thinking about? This has nothing to do with you. Your young master is not short of money. Boo-hoo, young master. You are so good to me. Qing Luan pounced on him again. Lin Fei thought to himself, it's good to have a lowly. No wonder everyone likes having a lowly. His irritated mood suddenly became better. He no longer thought about the problem that he had been holding back. Anyway, he would not go to the Rune Guild in the future. That old fox was not easy to deal with. Today, young master will bring you to go shopping. Chapter 168. P.S. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Guiyuan City was still in chaos. Our classmate Lin Fei was preparing to forge his first weapon. After being extorted from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei decided to turn his grief into motivation and forge his first weapon. Lin family's weapon workshop. The Lin family owned a mine and had a large amount of ores. Weapon making was an important source of income and took up a large portion of the Lin family's income. Forging weapons required black iron ores and ordinary iron ores. The weapons forged from them were all trash weapons suitable for mortals. When used by martial artists, they would be no different from playing house. No one believed that Third Young Master Lin was here to forge weapons. Third Young Master Lin knew how to forge weapons? Bull**T. If it was before, everyone would probably think that he was fooling around. Forging weapons was not something that could be done just by talking about it. It required professional talent to forge weapons. However, Third Young Master Lin was in the limelight in the Lin family. He single-handedly killed the 3 elders of the Li family and killed them on the street. No one dared to doubt Third Young Master Lin's combat ability anymore. Hearing that Third Young Master Lin was here to forge weapons, no one dared to say anything. Lin Fei came with the lowly Qing Luan. In his words, bringing the lowly Qing Luan was easy to attract attention and suited the style of a young master. Welcome, Third Young Master. Welcome, Third Young Master. When Lin Fei appeared at the door, the person in charge of the workshop hurried over to greet him. Let them disperse. Seeing that the people in charge were coming over, Lin Fei waved his hand. He was not here to visit. He was here to forge weapons. Zhang Lianming wiped the sweat on his head and turned around. Get back to work, all of you. This guy was a manager of the workshop and was a member of the Collateral family. He was tall and sturdy. If it was in the future, it would be a pity if he didn't play basketball with his height of 2 meters. Zhang Lianming's reputation was very high and his voice was like a loudspeaker. No one dared to approach him. Third Young Master, I've already arranged the place you want. Lead the way. The Lin family's workshop was huge. The sound of metal clanking could be heard continuously. A large amount of iron ore was piled up like a mountain. Hundreds of workers were hammering non-stop. This is a place to forge unrated weapons. This is the place where 100-tempered weapons are forged. This is the place where Qianlian weapons are forged. The Lin family's workshop had several floors. It was like a pyramid. At the same time, it was built against a mountain. It was extraordinary. Good place, I don't have to find a place to forge weapons. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this place. Ever since returning from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei had immersed himself in learning new things. He was learning how to forge weapons. The matters of Guiyuan City were more or less settled. Lin Fei planned to leave and travel the world to broaden his horizons. In reality, Lin Fei wanted to experience the game world. The reason he forged the weapon was to conceal the baleful black saber, so that no one would be able to see through it. It just so happened that he had obtained a batch of ores from the Li family. He would use them to practice and refine a weapon so that he could keep a low profile. Do we have many 100-tempered weapons in our family? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Lianming said, 100-tempered weapons are usually used in the game. They are either used as guards or in the army. Our Lin family can currently produce 1,100 tempered weapons a month. As for Qian Lian weapons, we can produce around 100. Not bad. Lin Lianming almost fell down. 3,100 tempered weapons and 100,000 tempered weapons. In any workshop, they could only produce 1/3 of the total. However, after learning in the virtual space, third young Master Lin did not care about 100 tempered weapons at all. Young Master, our workshop is considered to be very good. Lin Lianming felt that he had to add on to avoid a bad impression. 3,000? You can only make 100 tempered weapons a day? Are you guys eating rice? Lin Fei suddenly raised his voice. In our Lin family, 500 tempered weapons a day is a must. Lin Lianming vomited 3 liters of blood. This is quite difficult. If it was an outsider, Lin Lianming would definitely argue. However, he did not have the confidence to do so in front of third young Master Lin. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Difficult? Bring me to see. Lin Lianming suddenly felt a chill on his body. His heart skipped a beat and cold sweat appeared on his back. Third young Master Lin's aura was too strong. Lin Lianming brought third young Master Lin to the nearest furnace. The blacksmith was forging 100 tempered weapon. 100 tempered weapon had to be hammered 1,000 times. The difficulty of 100 tempered weapon could be imagined. No. Seeing the blacksmith's method, Lin Fei could not help but shake his head. The method was wrong. Learning to forge in the virtual world, there were all kinds of forging methods. The forging method in front of him was completely wrong. No wonder the crafting ability was so bad. Let him go down, Lin Fei said again. The blacksmith in front was a middle-aged man. His upper body was naked, and his bronze skin was full of strength. Hearing this, he said unhappily, "Why do you want me to go down?" Lin Lianming was stunned. What was third young Master Lin thinking? This is third young Master Lin. Come down first. Lin Lianming quickly said. The blacksmith was very unwilling to come down. Lin Fei took off his coat and walked to the furnace. This forging method is too bad. I really don't know how your master taught you. Watch carefully how to forge 100 tempered weapon. What? Third young Master Lin wanted to forge 100 tempered weapon? Lin Lianming suspected that he had seen wrongly. Third young Master Lin also knew how to forge weapons? Without waiting for Lin Lianming to turn around, Lin Fei started waving his hammer. Ding ding dong dong sounds rang out in an orderly manner like a beautiful piece of music. Ding ding dong dong, ding ding dong dong. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound, many blacksmiths nearby noticed it. Because the sound was too pleasant, it was impossible not to pay attention. Gradually, more and more people gathered outside. Old Qi, look at this forging method. The surrounding crowd opened up a path. An old man walked in, and Lin Lianming went up to him. Old Qi was not old, in his 50s or 60s. He had a tall and sturdy body, a big beard, and bright eyes. He was the most authoritative blacksmith in the Lin family's workshop. He was a level 4 blacksmith. No hurry. Old Qi waved his hand. Let's watch first. Lin Fei's body, which was not very muscular, went up and down with the hammer, forming a strange state. One up and one down, one up and one down. Ding dong ding dong. Old Qi's expression gradually changed. He grabbed Lin Lianming's hand and said excitedly, "Tell me, who is he?" This is the long-lost 5 tones forging method. 5 tones forging method. Lin Lianming was a level 3 blacksmith. He had heard many stories. When he heard Old Qi's words, his heart could not help but thump. How could it be a forging method? Old Qi insisted. This old man has been blacksmithing for so many years and has eaten more salt than you. This is definitely the 5 tones forging method, a method to improve forging. As a level 4 blacksmith, Old Qi's lifelong regret was to learn a more profound forging method and forge the famous weapons in the continent. Lin Lianming was also shocked. He finally remembered that this was the 5 tones forging method. How could this be in the young master's hands? Half an hour later. Whoosh! A long saber appeared in front of everyone. Top quality 100 refinement saber. Old Qi snatched the 100 refined knife from Lin Fei's hands and started looking at it from top to bottom. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked. Could this guy be crazy? Young master, don't be angry. This is Old Qi, the only level 4 blacksmith in our workshop. Hearing Lin Lianming's words, Lin Fei was relieved. A technical nerd liked to talk about technical theories. It was Lin Fei's first time forging a weapon. He did not expect to forge a top-quality 100 refinement saber. The virtual world is indeed not a joke. Old Chi put down the saber and turned around. Little brother, is this the 5 tones forging method? Lin Fei was startled. You know about it? Old Chi touched it with sadness. This is a forging method that was lost in the past. I did not expect to see it. This old man wants to thank you. Lin Fei was speechless. He was suddenly given a good person card. The 5 tones forging method was the first forging method that Lin Fei learned. He thought that it was an ordinary method. He did not expect it to be a lost method. It seemed that he was too high profile again. Seeing the old man's eyes that seemed to want to eat him, Lin Fei felt that it was better to leave this place first. As he left, Old Chi rushed out. Little brother, I want to worship you as my teacher. Lin Fei was stunned again. Worship me as your teacher? An old man? In the end, of course, he did not succeed. The 5 tones forging method was a lost forging method. After cultivating it, it could increase forging efficiency. It was an ordinary method in the past, but now it was a lost method. For the Lin family, this method was very useful. Lin Fei thought about it. When the time came, he would give it to his father. If the Lin family workshop increased production, they could monopolize the weapon market. Young master, don't take what happened just now to heart. Old Chi is such a person. Lin Fei smiled. Don't worry, I won't hold grudges against the Lin family. As for the 5 tones forging method, I will pass it to the family head. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you to choose a batch of reliable disciples to cultivate. Lin Lianming was shocked and only came back to his senses after a while. Thank you, young master. As he walked in, he saw a guard. This was the place where normal weapons were forged. 100 refinement and 1000 refinement weapons were targeted at the mass market. Normal weapons were targeted at families and belonged to the high-end market. Young master, this forging room is the best at the moment. We've already prepared all the materials you need. Lin Lianming did not dare to underestimate this third young master. Outsiders did not know how difficult forging was, but Lin Lianming was clear. There was no other person as sick as the young master. To casually forge a weapon and forge a top-grade 100 refinement blade. How evil. Lin Fei was satisfied. Bring Qingwan out. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me. I will arrange for people to guard outside. I promise that no one will disturb young master. At the same time, on an official road that led to Gue Yuan City, a group of black horses galloped past, raising a cloud of dust and causing people to curse behind them. Chapter 169. In the workshop of the Lin family. In the secret room halfway up the mountain. Ding ding dang dang, ding dang dang, the noise was endless. At the foot of the mountain, the person in charge, Lin Lianming, was accompanying an old man and looking at the secret room halfway up the mountain. Only blacksmiths were qualified to enter these secret rooms, and the requirement for blacksmithing was to be a first-level blacksmith. Blacksmiths were different from runes masters. Runes masters had to cultivate the power of their soul, and they needed to be at the same level to perform runes. On the other hand, blacksmiths didn't need much strength, but they needed forging methods. It was useless to rely purely on strength. At most, they could only forge 100 or 1000 forging. To forge an ordinary weapon, one had to be proficient in the art of forging, which was a broad and profound course that required more theory and practice. It's been 6 hours. Lin Lianming muttered to himself. Since the secret room was closed, Lin Lianming had been paying attention to it. After learning the 5 sounds forging method, Lin Lianming regarded third young master Lin as someone on the same level. The one beside him was Old Chi, a 4th-level blacksmith. Judging from the sound, it should be in the embryonic stage, Old Chi said lightly, his eyes full of praise. Unfortunately, he's third young master Lin. Lin Lianming could understand the meaning behind it. What did this pity mean? Third young master Lin has promised to hand over the 5 sounds forging method to the family head. Our Lin family workshop will soon have a batch of blacksmiths. Old Chi nodded. I will find a batch of qualified apprentices. They will be the future of the Lin family. At first sight of this young man, Old Chi had the intention to accept him as a disciple. Every move of this young man was an excellent blacksmith. If he was carefully trained, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a 4th-level blacksmith in the future. Unfortunately, the other party was 3rd young Master Lin. In the secret room, the underground fire vein was guided here. Lin Fei couldn't help but praise this place. In the past, he didn't know that the Lin family workshop had always been here. Today, he finally understood that there was an underground fire vein below. The underground fire vein was the best place for forging. It could remove the impurities in the ores, leaving the purest existence and forging the best weapons. Ding ding dang dang, ding ding dang dang. The iron block in front of Lin Fei was constantly changing forms. It was a piece of top-grade black iron stone that he had obtained from the Li family. It's about to take shape. What shape do you want it to take? Lin Fei knocked on the iron embryo. I use a saber. How about a domineering one? After learning in the virtual world, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of forging. Currently, Lin Fei was learning how to forge ordinary weapons. The virtual world was divided into levels. The ores that he had forged today could be combined to create a mortal weapon. As for its grade, it would probably be a high-grade mortal weapon, somewhere between a top-grade mortal weapon. If it was his first time forging, no one would believe it if he made it to such a high grade. Lin Fei had the forging system in his hands. The purity of the ores was above 50. The higher the purity, the greater the chance of forging a good weapon. High grade and supreme grade were the most common. Right now, Lin Fei was conflicted about what form he should create. Got it! Lin Fei was previously a gaming otaku. He liked to read wuxia novels the most and had a special fondness for wuxia novels. One by one, Jianghu weapons appeared in his mind. Dragon Salyer. Who could compete with the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Lin Fei had always had a special fondness for the door-like Dragon Salyer. The iron embryo that was being forged had a very large area, which was just right for forging Dragon Salyer. After making up his mind, Lin Fei started hammering on the table. Under the iron hammer, the shape of the iron embryo kept changing, vaguely revealing the wide appearance of the Dragon Salyer. Lin Fei used the saber the most, and his saber techniques were also the sharpest. Imagine using a large, plank saber. When fighting, it would give off a strong impression, but when the opponent saw it, they would probably lose half of their fighting spirit before the fight even started. An hour later, Lin Fei wiped the sweat off his head, and the outline of the Dragon Salyer appeared. At this point, Lin Fei stopped. The ordinary weapons of the Shentian continent are not really ordinary weapons. Fortunately, I became a runes master. Otherwise, I would have wasted so many good ores. Lin Fei chuckled. He took out a series of props from the runes bag. Ordinary weapons were not considered high-level just by virtue of their sharpness. Only by fusing with the runes' formation would they be considered true ordinary weapons. What Lin Fei needed to do was to integrate into the runes. Gravity runes. Stun runes. Sharp runes. Lin Fei held the runes pen and drew. Those who didn't know would think that he was drawing, but they didn't know that he was integrating into the runes. If he hadn't opened the forging system, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that there was such a thing in the ordinary weapons. Gravity formation, with his innate divine strength, Lin Fei was a must. Stun runes was nothing more than making people unable to fight with their full strength. It could be considered a despicable move, but Lin Fei liked it this way. Sharpness was one of the most basic skills in forging. The sharpness of ordinary weapons was especially important. Adding it, the sharpness would surpass that of similar weapons. Lin Fei felt that 3 types of runes was enough. In reality, 3 types of runes were the limit of ordinary weapons, unless it was an earth-level weapon. This was too far away, so there was no need to think about it for now. Only by fusing 3 types of runes can this be considered a true ordinary weapon. Lin Fei was pleased with himself. Another 2 hours later. Open! Lin Fei's expression was serious. The power of his soul rushed into the Dragon Salyer, activating the runes inside. This step was the most important. Once the communication was completed, it would be equivalent to completing the ordinary weapon. For the first time, Lin Fei was not confident. A white light flashed, leaving a gentle white light on the Dragon Salyer's body, all the way until it entered the blade. After being pulled by a force, Lin Fei felt that a lot of his soul power had disappeared. His entire body was powerless, and his entire body fell forward. Only with great difficulty did he stabilize himself. Damn it, Opening 3 runes consumes 50% of my soul power. How scary! Just now, when the soul power was activated, the runes produced a suction force. If it wasn't for the fact that he took the initiative to give up after 50%, the soul power would have been mostly consumed. If that was really the case, it would be extremely miserable. He took out a pill and consumed it. He was no longer dizzy. Only then did he realize the importance of soul power. After the dragon's salure lost its white light, a black luster flashed under the light, faintly revealing its sharpness. This was the benefit of the sharpness technique. With just a glance, Lin Fei knew that it was a good item. High-rank mortal weapon. After throwing out the system's investigation, it indicated that it was a high-rank mortal weapon. Ever since the system came with the system's investigation, Lin Fei could check all kinds of attributes, such as ores, or the high-rank mortal weapon dragon salure in his hands. Unfortunately, it's not a top-grade mortal weapon. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a little regretful. Then, his gaze landed on the dragon salure. At first glance, the dragon salure that had fused with the runes looked very eye-catching. If the Black Fiend blade was considered low-key, then the dragon salure was considered to be the eye-catching type. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but the dragon salure's appearance was too eye-catching. He reached out his hand and grabbed. With his innate divine strength, the dragon salure landed in his hand. 1,000 kilograms of weight. Gravity runes used beginner-level gravity runes, weighing 1,000 kilograms. Barely, it could be considered passable. After getting used to the weight of the Black Fiend blade, the dragon salure's weight had decreased by quite a bit. Whoosh whoosh. With a backhand swing, the dragon salure chopped down on a whetstone. The whetstone was split into 2, and the middle was like a mirror, smooth and flat. After adding the sharp runes, it is indeed exceptionally sharp. Lin Fei swiped his finger on the blade, and the heavenly dragon tiger's protection was vaguely torn open. He couldn't help but be startled. Damn, even this is possible. The heavenly dragon tiger's protection was slightly cut, revealing a hole. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Lin Fei did not try the stun effect, but the effect should not be too bad. Why isn't young master out yet? As a lowly, Qing Wan was anxious. 8 hours had passed, which was equivalent to a day. Just as Lin Lianming and the others were about to come over to take a look, the door to the secret room opened, and Lin Fei walked out with a blade in his hand. The black scabbard had a cold luster to it. Young master, you're finally out. The blue Luan pounced forward. Lin Fei laughed. Nothing will happen to young master, there's no need to worry so much. Young master, is this your saber? Qing Wan wanted to take it over to take a look, but Lin Fei stopped her. It weighed 1,000 kilograms. Wouldn't it crush someone to death? Congratulations, young master. Lin Lianming came up, and his gaze landed on the blade. The scabbard on the outside was very ordinary, much larger than a normal scabbard. He wondered what it would look like inside. I'm done. I need to go back first. Lin Fei looked at the two of them and understood what they wanted to do. They wanted to see his weapon. Lin Lianming and the others did have this thought. To be able to casually forge a top-grade 100 refinement blade and stay in the secret room for 8 to 8 hours, this blade would definitely be a mortal weapon, a low-grade mortal weapon. This old man would like to take the liberty of seeing young master's blade. Old Qi took the initiative to suggest it. If an ordinary person heard Old Qi's words, they would definitely be elated. After all, Old Qi was a 4-strike blacksmith, and his words were invaluable. In the future, he could not casually pretend to be awesome. Lin Fei threw it down, and the dragon blade stabbed into the ground. With a kacha sound, the blue stone on the ground cracked. There were countless cracks. The two of them were shocked. This blade was so heavy. With a casual throw, even the blue stone couldn't stop it. They couldn't do it so easily. When Old Qi pulled out the blade, a cold light flashed and shone on his face. He almost couldn't hold it firmly. Fortunately, Old Qi's strength was not bad, and he could barely hold it with both hands. The two of them revealed expressions of disbelief. Young master's strength? Previously, it looked very easy, but in reality, this blade was so heavy that ordinary people couldn't even lift it, let alone use it in battle. Abnormal. The two of them had the same thought. It's as bright as light and as heavy as a rock. It's truly a good blade. Old Qi gasped for breath. A middle-ranked mortal weapon, young master is truly powerful. Lin Lianming also congratulated him. Congratulations, young master, for forging a middle-ranked mortal weapon on your first try. Lin Fei was startled and thought, this is clearly a high-ranked mortal weapon, why is it a middle-ranked mortal weapon in their eyes? Middle-ranked mortal weapon? Lin Fei asked probingly. Old Qi raised his head. Young master, a middle-ranked mortal weapon is already not bad. A high-ranked mortal weapon must be embedded with runes formation. Your blade is so heavy, it should have added some black iron, right? Chapter 170. Young master, why did you laugh just now? On the way back, the little lowly Qing Luan could not help but ask. Young master wants to laugh, can't I? Lin Fei shamelessly gave a reason. In fact, the laughter just now was directed at the dragon Salyer. Originally, in their eyes, his high-grade mortal weapon had actually become a mid-grade mortal weapon. Only then did he realize that he had overlooked something. It was not easy to fuse a mortal weapon with runes, and it was not as easy as he had imagined. Lin Fei had almost exhausted all of his divine soul's energy, so one could imagine the difficulty. It could be said that in everyone's eyes, mortal weapons were basically forged from materials. As for runes, they did not know about them. They belonged to a type of forging technique that had disappeared. Therefore, they treated the high-ranked mortal weapon S as middle-ranked mortal weapon S. Actually, it wasn't a big deal, it was a very normal thing. Lin Fei was originally worried that he would be too high-profile, but in the end, he became very low-key. Now that the high-grade mortal weapon had become a mid-grade mortal weapon, Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief and put down a stone. There were very few high-grade mortal weapons, and other than the Patriarch and the others, there were very few high-grade mortal weapons. Middle-grade mortal weapons were different, and even though they were expensive, they could still afford to buy them. It was not too difficult, but high-grade mortal weapons were very difficult. Lin Fei's blade was a mid-grade mortal weapon, so outsiders were not surprised. At most, they would be surprised, and the scabbard on the outside was made of ordinary black iron. Unless Lin Fei pulled it out, outsiders would not be able to see through it. When he returned from outside, he had just arrived at the main entrance. Young master, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, we would have gone to find young master. Just as Lin Fei arrived at the door, a servant ran up hurriedly. Father is looking for me? Lin Fei asked. Do you know what it is? The servant said. The Patriarch told me to wait for young master at the door. Once young master returns, I will immediately go to the guest room. I heard that someone from young master's sect has come. Lin Fei frowned and thought. Someone from the sect? Why would they come to find me? Could it be that something happened to the sect? Jumping off the horse, Lin Fei handed the horse to the servant. Qing Wan, go back first. Young master will be back soon. With that he strode in. Outside the reception room. Lin Fei was outside and couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Father wasn't inside? He straightened his clothes and strode toward the reception room. Father, you were looking for me? Walking in from the outside, Lin Fei saw a young man who was a few years older than him and had the strength of the 8th heaven of the martial path. He couldn't help but be curious as he didn't seem to know this person. Child, why did you only come back now? Lin Zhentian stood up. This is your junior apprentice brother. If there's anything, you can discuss it slowly. Lin Zhentian would not interfere in the matters of the sect, so he took the initiative to step aside. In the reception room, only Lin Fei and a stranger were left. Junior brother Wang Fei greets senior brother Lin Fei. Wang Fei took the initiative to stand up and took out a token. It was the divine martial sect's proof. Lin Fei smiled. So it's junior brother Wang. I had something to do outside just now. Sorry to keep you waiting. As for the disciple from the divine martial sect, Lin Fei was very surprised. He didn't know what happened. Wang Fei let out a long sigh of relief. This senior brother Lin Fei wasn't as unreasonable as the rumors said. He had a good temper. The next second he was shocked. Didn't senior brother Zhang say that Lin Fei is only at the 7th heaven of the martial path? Why can't I see through his strength now? Could he have entered the 9th heaven of the martial path? Lin Fei sat down. Immediately, a maid brought a cup of tea and he took a sip. Senior brother Lin Fei, I'm here to deliver a letter for Senior Brother Zhang. Lin Fei frowned. You're talking about Senior Brother Zhang. Senior Brother Zhang Wudi? Yes, Senior Brother Zhang Wudi. Wang Fei carefully took out a letter and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was curious. Didn't Zhang Wudi go home? Why would he send a letter to me? Did something happen? Lin Fei had a good impression of Zhang Wudi. At least, this senior brother was ambitious. He was dedicated to martial arts, unlike other disciples. Lin Fei took the letter and found that it was intact. There shouldn't be any problem. After reading the letter from beginning to end, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. Zhang Wudi had received a mission from the sect to protect a few people in Shanhe County. As for the background of those people, the higher-ups didn't explain in detail. Due to the strong enemies, Zhang Wudi thought of Lin Fei and invited Lin Fei to help. He could earn sect contribution points, and the higher-ups agreed. Senior Brother Zhang only invited me? Lin Fei asked Wang Fei. Wang Fei shook his head. Due to the importance of this mission, Zhang Wudi invited a few fellow disciples. If they complete this mission and return to the sect, everyone will get inner sect contribution points. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Fei nodded his head. He finally understood what was going on. After a certain amount of sect contribution points, one could exchange them for various Xian skills. This time, Zhang Wudi accepted this mission because he was in danger. That's why he invited Lin Fei to be his helper. This was a good idea. Plus, it was in Shanhe County, so he could get rid of the Li family. The matters in Gue Yuan City were more or less settled. The Lin family had secretly gained an early-stage profound practitioner, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Senior Brother Zhang, did you mention when I should go? If it wasn't for the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Lin Fei could leave any time he wanted. But now was not the time. He had to settle the Black Tortoise Gate incident first. It's best if I leave within 4 to 5 days. Lin Fei calculated. If the Black Tortoise Gate didn't appear in 4 to 5 days, there shouldn't be any problems. Junior Brother Wang, you've come all the way here. You should stay here for a few days. Lin Fei smiled. I'll leave with Junior Brother once I'm done with my business. Wang Fei didn't stand on ceremony. This disciple who emerged victorious in the outer disciple competition was worth fawning over. Thank you, Senior Brother. Lin Fei clapped his hands, and a maid immediately came in. Bring this guest to rest. After Wang Fei left, Lin Zhentian came in. You're leaving. Lin Fei nodded. I'm going to Shanhe County for a sect mission. Lin Zhentian wanted his son to stay for a few more days, but he didn't expect this to happen. Shanhe County is vast. Be careful on your way. Come to my courtyard tonight. After entertaining Wang Fei at night, Lin Fei came to his father's courtyard and saw his father standing under a tree. Father! Lin Zhentian turned around. Back then, you were immature and didn't like to practice martial arts. That's why I didn't teach you the secret arts of the Lin family. Today, I'm happy for you. Today, I'll teach you the secret art of the Lin family, the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation. Back then, Lin Fei had seen this secret art. When his father used it, its might was extraordinary. His father could suppress Zhang Wuyue with only 50% of his battle prowess. This showed how extraordinary his battle prowess was. The Azure Dragon Divine Incantation is the main attack. It's called the Azure Dragon Capturing Technique. After reaching great perfection, I can capture anyone within 100 feet. Lin Zhentian said. Aside from that, the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation has 6 offensive techniques. Father only learned the Azure Dragon Capturing Technique. As for defense, there's the Azure Dragon True Body, the defense of the dragon race. Lin Fei was startled. He understood the meaning behind his father's words. Father, could it be that you haven't learned the entire Azure Dragon Divine Incantation? The might of the Azure Dragon Capturing Technique was extraordinary. However, when Xiao Chen heard that his father only knew this move, it was indeed very strange. Especially that Azure Dragon True Body. Its defense should be very strong. The dragon race was known for their defense. If a human could use the Azure Dragon True Body, it should not be too weak. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Zhentian's eyes. Haha, you are very smart. If you were the Xiao San from back then, father would not let you know. Because you are not qualified. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The previous Lin Fei seemed to be too useless. Could it be that this Azure Dragon Divine incantation does not belong to our Lin family? Lin Fei asked probingly. Lin Zhentian laughed. That's not the case. The Azure Dragon Divine incantation is the secret art of our Lin family. Father only inherited a branch of it. Lin Fei finally understood. Could it be that our Lin family has a large clan? The might of the Azure Dragon capturing technique was extraordinary. It belonged to the superior grade yellow ranked mysterious art. That was how the Azure Dragon capturing technique stabilized the position of the Lin family. So the Lin family was only a branch. Lin Fei suddenly thought of a plot from a novel. Could it be that our Lin family was also a branch that was abandoned by the Lin family? Our ancestors were a part of the Lin family. Your grandfather was a genius disciple. Later on, he was framed for the position of the patriarch and was chased out of the Lin family. Later on, he settled down in the Shanhe County and became the current Lin family. As expected, Lin Fei was speechless. A position of patriarch. It seemed like the Lin family was a huge clan in the past. Lin Zhentian seemed to know what Lin Fei was thinking. Father said this not to let you step into the Lin family, but to let you know the origin of the Lin family. The matters of the past have already disappeared. Father no longer cares about it. Lin Fei was slightly startled. He seemed to be embarrassed. Father, could it be that you don't want the Lin family to rejoin the Lin family? Hee. Father likes the life I have now. Lin Zhentian said. The struggle between the big clans is very serious. Our Lin family has a genius disciple like you. In the future, our Lin family will definitely become a big clan. A mere Lin family. Father really doesn't fancy it. Wow, what a big heart. Lin Fei really couldn't see through his father. Previously, his father had a calm mind. Now, it seemed like his father's dream was very big. It sounded very reasonable. With the leveling system, it seemed like becoming an expert was not a problem. Then, the clan would naturally become a big clan. All in all, his father's words were very reasonable. No matter how strong the Lin family was, they might not be able to win against him. Lin Fei, it seems like you have another mission. Lin Fei was a little more interested in the Lin family that his father spoke of. If he had the time, he would go and take a look. Just like what his father said, he had no interest in the Lin family. In a place like the Lin family, the rules were even stricter. With his personality, he wouldn't be able to sit still. He would definitely cause some trouble. Chapter 171. That night, Lin Fei had been learning the Lin family's unique skill, Green Dragon Capture. Although this was only one of the moves, it was not easy to cultivate an upper-grade yellow-level mystical skill. If not for Lin Fei's recent good performance, he might not be able to learn this unique skill for the rest of his life. Lin Zhentian's father, of course, wanted to pass down the unique skill. Otherwise, he would not have taught it to Lin Fei in the middle of the night, and the unique skill would have been passed down. As for Lin Fei, although this unique skill was powerful, he did not care much about it. He had learned a few combat skills and used them with amazing power. Therefore, he did not care much about the Green Dragon Capture. Unexpectedly, after learning for a while, Lin Fei liked this attack. The Green Dragon Capture required profound Xian Qi to be used, and its power would naturally increase. This was a long-range attack palm technique. Lin Fei did not know many palm techniques, but he knew fist techniques. Currently, he only had the 8 Desolation Fist technique. Lin Fei was very happy to have an additional palm technique. Long-range attacks were very suitable for him. The next morning, Lin Fei woke up early and continued to practice this palm technique. Striving for practice makes perfect. This was also the reason why the system could not help him. Otherwise, he would not have to practice so hard. Fortunately, this unique skill was not too difficult to comprehend now. In one night, he used it and reached about 60 to 70% of it. Green Dragon Capture. 100 feet away, a large blue hand appeared out of thin air. It was as if there was a trace of a dragon's aura. The palm slammed down, creating a loud rumbling sound. The stone table and chairs were instantly turned to dust, no longer existing. It is indeed powerful. As expected of an upper-grade yellow-level unique skill. The 30% of power that Lin Fei had used just now shattered the blue stone on the ground. Black cracks spread out, and it was very frightening. If it weren't for the prior instructions, the people outside would have already come in. 30% of my strength is already so powerful. If it's less than 100%, then wouldn't I be able to kill it with a single slap? Lin Fei thought, it doesn't consume much profound qi either. It can be called a unique skill. Xiao Chen had learned from his father that when he mastered the Azure Dragon capturing technique to great perfection, he would turn into an Azure Dragon. His might would increase by several dozen times. That would be the true attack of an Azure Dragon. Right now, the attack that Lin Fei made was merely an afterimage. It was not the Azure Dragon capturing technique at all. Its might was only 1%. His father's Azure Dragon capturing grasp was able to recognize both body and spirit, and its might was extraordinary. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 expert in Gue Yuan City, suppressing both the Li and Zhang families. Outside Gue Yuan City. Dong dong dong. An earthquake-like sound came from afar. There were many horses and demonic beast mounts on the official road leading to the city gates. They started to get agitated, making people wonder what was going on. When a few figures appeared on the official road, the horses and demonic beasts all crouched on the ground and shivered, as if they had encountered some terrifying existences. No matter how hard those people kicked the horses and demonic beasts, it was of no use. Heavens! Isn't that the Class 7 Black Flame Horse? Demonic beast pressure. It must be the demonic beast pressure. Who are they? They are all Class 7 demonic beasts. Why would they appear in our Gue Yuan City? Could it be that something big is going to happen in Gue Yuan City? Everyone looked at the few strangers that appeared. They were all dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat on their heads, making it impossible to see their faces. They were emitting a murderous aura without any intention of concealing it. Hee, so this is Gue Yuan City. It's too backward. The Li family can only be a local tyrant in this place. They are indeed useless. No wonder they were eliminated. They are simply a disgrace to the Black Tortoise Gate. Wang Kai, who was on the left, sneered. Who cares where the Li family settled down? Let's complete the mission first, lest the people above say that we are incompetent. A guy with a big head said with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Big Brother Wu, what do you think we should do? Should we kill our way over or what? Sitting at the front was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a solemn expression on his face. He was the Big Brother Wu they were talking about, the leader of this mission. It seems like we are making a big fuss over a small matter to eliminate the Lin family. If it wasn't for the Black Tortoise Gate helping us a lot, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, causing us to eat dust along the way. Wu Shixiang said coldly. It's just a mere Lin family. Let's eliminate their patriarch, kill a few elders, and leave the rest to Li Yun. If we still can't succeed, then the Li family will have to continue its legacy. Big Brother Wu is right. This time, the Lin family is really lucky. The Lin family is right in front. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family. The appearance of all Class 7 demonic beasts in front of the Lin family immediately attracted the attention of many people. It was impossible not to attract attention. Especially since these people were emitting a murderous aura, they were obviously not people to be trifled with. Wang Kai, go and challenge them. Wang Kai was a young man, and his strength had reached the 9th level of the martial path. His talent was pretty good, and it was indeed a waste of his talent to deal with a small Lin family. Xiao. Without any hesitation, a black bow appeared in Wang Kai's hand, and he shot out 8 arrows in a single breath. Rumble! Before the guards at the entrance could even react, their bodies had already exploded. A loud rumbling sound came from the entrance, and the entire gate collapsed, turning into ruins in the blink of an eye. 8 arrows killed all the guards, and the gate was in ruins. Here comes the trouble. The people who were watching the show unknowingly retreated. They couldn't imagine what kind of enemy they had provoked to the point of killing the guards in front of everyone and destroying the gate of the Lin family. If the Lin family didn't retaliate, they would never be able to raise their heads again. Many of them were just watching the show. Didn't the Li family exterminate the Lin family? Now, someone came to the door. It turned out that the Lin family also had such a day. They couldn't help but gloat. Ever since the Li family was exterminated, the Zhang family closed their doors. In Gue Yuan City, the Lin family was not in the limelight for a while. No one dared to offend the Lin family for fear of being exterminated. Now that someone came to cause trouble for the Lin family, they like to see it the most. Not bad, the soul-chasing arrow is about to reach the great success stage. When it reaches the great success stage, even the 9th level won't be able to block 3 of your arrows. Wu Shixiang showed approval in his eyes. Wang Kai was proud. Just a mere Lin family, no matter how many soul-chasing arrows there are, they will all die. There is no need for Big Brother to do anything. This little brother can exterminate them. They didn't belong to the Xuanwu sect, but they had a close relationship with the Xuanwu sect. They were from the same gang, and they didn't violate the sect's agreement. Bringing 4 experts at the 9th level of the martial path and 1 at the middle stage of the profound realm was indeed like using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill mosquitoes. If they could complete this matter, their days in the gang would be much better. There was a commotion at the gate, and countless members of the Lin family immediately rushed out. Kill! Kill! Wang Kai drew his bow again, and the soul-chasing arrows transformed into streaks of light that pierced through the air. He didn't hold back at all. The Lin clan's guards were either shot in the head or in the body. Wang Kai's brutal methods caused everyone to feel as if they had been viciously slapped. These people were too savage. They were the ones who were really here to cause trouble, and from the looks of it, they clearly didn't care about the Lin family. Inform the Patriarch, there's a strong enemy invading. The people behind hurriedly arranged for people to inform the Patriarch. At the same time, Lin Fei was practicing the Azure Dragon Great Capture in the courtyard. Suddenly, someone ran in from outside. It was the maid, Qing Luan. Young master, it's not good. There are people outside killing their way to the door. The Green Luan was obviously quite frightened. Her face was filled with panic, and her face was somewhat pale. Lin Fei was startled. He supported the Green Luan, wanting to use the profound qi to recuperate the Green Luan's body. But in the end, there was a small accident. The profound qi was actually frozen by a ball of cold yin qi. Strange. Why would there be cold energy in the Green Luan's body? Another energy fluctuation came from outside, but Lin Fei didn't have the mood to think about it. Stay here obediently, don't come out. Grabbing the dragon's salure behind him, Lin Fei ran as if he was flying, rushing to the door. He wanted to see who dared to cause trouble in the Lin family, especially at this time. On the way, he met Wang Fei. Senior brother, someone's here to cause trouble? Lin Fei nodded his head. I don't know who it is, but it seems like he has some ability. However, it's fine, junior brother. Rest well. When senior brother returns, we can drink together. Wang Fei still followed him and took out something from his pocket. Senior brother, this is the inner disciple token that the sect specially placed down. If any sect dares to make a move, it can deter them. Lin Fei was startled, but he accepted it. Thank you very much. The entrance of the Lin family had long since been turned into ruins. Corpse qi was scattered all over the ruins, filling the air with a strong smell of blood. Within 100 meters, almost no one dared to appear. No one knew who these people were or why they wanted to attack the Lin family, but they knew that these people were very powerful. Almost no one could block an arrow from just a bow and arrow. Several of the Lin family's experts at the 7th and 8th stage of the martial Dao had died under the other party's arrows. Big brother, do you think they'll be afraid? Wang Kai turned around and smiled. It's best if they're afraid. If they really don't come out, then let's go in together and kill them all. A one-eyed old man said sinisterly. One-eyed man, you only know how to kill and kill all day. Don't forget this mission. Got it. Isn't it just killing a few people? What's so troublesome about it? Wu Shixiang said, everyone, get ready. If the Lin family's patriarch doesn't come out, we will personally kill our way in. A small Lin family can be destroyed in an instant. Lin Fei's pace was fast, but before he reached the entrance, he saw the collapsed ruins and his face sank. Third young master, you're finally here. Far away from the entrance, a group of disciples who were guarding had pale faces. Although they hadn't arrived yet, Lin Fei could feel the tyrannical power. There were several of them, not just one. Who are they? Their strength is so tyrannical. If his father was here, Lin Fei wouldn't have a problem. But his father took the elixir last night and wouldn't come out so quickly. Wu Wenting was guarding in the dark, just in case. In this way, the Lin family's strength was empty, and he seemed to have become the strongest expert. Swish, swish. Chapter 172. Damn, what a sharp archery skill. Lin Fei frowned. Who were these people? They were so fierce and wanted to kill him. Could it be the Li family? The Li family appeared in his mind. It seemed that no one dared to attack the Lin family except for them. He had just come out and they immediately attacked him. The target was too obvious and it was impossible for them to attack at will. 3 sharp arrows flew over in a triangular formation. At this time, if Lin Fei dodged, then the people behind him would definitely suffer. This attack was powerful, forcing Lin Fei to fight. Young master, danger. A group of guards wanted to block in front of him. Back off. Lin Fei shouted and took a step out, instantly pulling a distance of a few feet, blocking in front of the crowd. Kill. If it was before, facing these 3 attacks, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. From the opponent's attack, he knew that except for himself, anyone would die without a doubt. This was an attack of the 9th heaven of the martial path, and the archery skill was a middle-grade yellow-rank archery skill. Its lethality was amazing, and anyone could be killed in one shot. Such a long-range attack was indeed very powerful. Anyone who was locked on would definitely be in danger. Lin Fei took a step out and raised his hand to shoot 3 saber lights, bringing along a long saber light. The momentum was no weaker than the opponent's. Let's see if your archery is better or my saber light is better. After advancing to the 9th heaven of the martial path, his Xian Qi was more than several times stronger than before. The saber light reached a distance of 10 feet, and if he used combat skills, it would be even longer. Rumble. The 3 soul-chasing arrows were fast, but at the same time, Lin Fei's saber light was faster. The space seemed to explode at this moment, and a powerful wave of air blew in all directions like the wind. Xiao xiao xiao. The people on the other side did not stop. It was clear that they wanted to kill Lin Fei in front of everyone. Let's see how many arrows you can block. Wang Kai kept shooting. The soul-chasing arrows locked on the opponent. From the beginning, he recognized the identity of this person. It was said that this person led the team to kill the 3 9th heaven experts of the Li family. Therefore, Wang Kai wanted to kill him in front of everyone. A mere kid who had just advanced to the 9th celestial layer would definitely die under his hands. Third brother, let me help you. Lin Xiao shouted. Lin Fei stopped them. Go back. This person is not someone you can deal with. The person in front of them was skilled in archery. Lin Fei could use his movement techniques to avoid the arrows, but if his big brother came up, he might die on the spot in the face of such dangerous archery. That was why he hurriedly tried to stop them. Lin Xiao wasn't a person who liked to show off. When he saw the arrow flying towards him again, his heart tightened. Third brother, be careful. As the big brother, he didn't know how strong his third brother was. However, there was one thing that he understood. If he were to go up, he would only be a hindrance. He might even implicate his third brother. The gate had been reduced to ruins. Even though the 2 sides were separated by the ruins, they could still feel the strong murderous aura from the gate. What a powerful archery skill. This person's ranged attacks are very powerful. Fortunately, I have the flowing wind movement technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei was clear in his heart that he had to deal with this long-range archer first. Now, he was even more certain that these people were sent by the Li family. If not, they were from the Black Tortoise sect. However, the strong murderous aura coming from them indicated that they weren't from the Black Tortoise sect. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to deal with this. Facing such a powerful archer, he didn't dare to lower his guard. Pretty gutsy. You still dare to come over? You must be tired of living. Wang Kai's archery skills had been improving ever since he started practicing archery. Almost everyone under the 9th layer could block 3 of his arrows. He had also killed many 9th layer experts. More than 10 arrows were shot out, but the other party dodged all of them. Wang Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't think that the other party was a threat. If the other party didn't come over, Wang Kai wouldn't have much of a chance. Once the other party got within range, it would be hard for him not to die. Wang Kai pulled out another 3 arrows. In one breath, he shot out 3 arrows at the same time. Once again, his eyes turned cold. He pulled the bowstring and with a ding-dang sound, an invisible arrow was shot out. Invisible arrow. This Lin fellow is dead for sure. The one-eyed man was obviously very familiar with this scene. He laughed sinisterly. What a pity. If this old man were to make a move and kill him, it would have been more exciting. The rest of them were confident in Wang Kai's archery skills. Elementary combat technique. Invisible arrow. If one didn't know the other party's background, he would definitely die when facing Wang Kai's archery skills. No one would be able to block this arrow. Wang Kai revealed a smile. It's your fortune to be able to die under my invisible arrow. Wang Kai rarely used this move. Initially, he wanted to use the soul-chasing arrow to kill the other party. Who knew that the other party was strong enough to break through the soul-chasing arrow? Drifting wind movement art was executed. Lin Fei was like a bird flying through the forest. Facing the 3 arrows, he couldn't help but sneer. With a wave of his hand, 3 rays of light shot out and slashed at the soul-chasing arrow. The distance between them shortened. Xiao! The 3 rays of light broke through the arrow. Lin Fei suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. Boom! Lin Fei's entire body was like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the nearby buildings with a loud rumble. Third brother. No one had expected that Lin Fei would be so inexplicably injured and defeated so quickly. Don't come over. Lin Xiao was shocked. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard Lin Fei's voice. He heaved a sigh of relief. He's not dead. Wang Kai was surprised. The other party didn't die under the invisible arrow. Kill. 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 Wang Kai didn't believe that the other party could dodge the invisible arrow. Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Xiao xiao xiao. In the rubble, Lin Fei slammed his palm on the ground and dashed out once more. It's all thanks to the astral energy and diamond protection. Otherwise, I would have been heavily injured even if I didn't die. This was the first time Lin Fei suffered a loss at the other party's hands. If not for the double protection, he would have been embarrassed today. He did not dare to underestimate the other party. This was only the first. What about the other 4? Lin Fei was very clear that he had to buy time for his father. Once he refined the medicinal pill, he would be able to turn the situation around. Time. I need time. So. Lin Fei soared into the air and executed flowing wind movement technique. However, he did not use the wind wings. Danger! Danger! After experiencing it once, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the 3 arrows. The saber light turned into beams of white light and flew out. Instantly, a dazzling white light blocked everyone's vision. Brat! You want to hide from me? Dream on! Wang Kai slammed his palm on the ground and soared into the sky. He looked down from above and drew his bow, wanting to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, the person behind the white light seemed to vanish. Wang Kai lost his target. How can this be? Where did he go? Wang Kai was distracted. Instantly, a beam of white light shot out. He drew his bow and fired 3 spirit-seeking arrows. You fell for it. A cold sneer suddenly appeared behind Wang Kai. You. Why are you behind me? The saber light behind Wang Kai slashed down like a long saber. Wang Kai's body was split into 2 and he fell from the sky. When he landed on the street, blood splattered everywhere. Little Kai. Wu Shixiang and the rest were stunned. They were enraged. They did not expect Wang Kai to die in the hands of someone like this. They finally understood. Under the dense white light, that brat surnamed Lin was able to deceive their eyes with his speed. Then, he took advantage of Wang Kai's mistake to kill him. What a good move. When the spectators saw 3rd young Master Lin being sent flying, they thought that the Lin family was doomed. However, after a few rounds, Lin Fei killed the powerful archer. It was a slap to their faces. Another expert in the 9th heaven of the martial path. Lin Fei landed on the ruins. Apart from his clothes being a little messy, he did not seem to be injured. Who are you? Who sent you here? How dare you make a move against an inner disciple of the divine martial sect? Lin Fei berated loudly, directly putting a big label on them. He was surprised that this powerful archer had 8,000 sin points. If an archer had 8,000 sin points, then what about the rest of them? He then checked the sin point system and was shocked. Someone in front of him had 20,000 sin points. His sin value was only 13,000, and this person's sin value was 20,000. Lin Fei immediately took out a big hat and threw it at him. If these people were to attack him together, it would not be a good thing, so he had to stabilize the other party first. I will kill you. The one-eyed man sneered and was about to attack. Unexpectedly, Wu Shixiang blocked his attack. He frowned and felt fear. Inner disciple of the divine martial sect. These words were like a sharp sword hanging above his head. They were doing well in the Shanhe County. If they attacked an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, it would be a big crime. Once the divine martial sect knew about it, they would definitely send their inner disciples to kill them. Even the higher-ups of the gangs might not be able to protect them. Wu Shixiang had a belly full of anger. He wished he could go back and slap Li Yun to death. If he had known that Li Yun was an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, he would have definitely joined hands and killed him. At that time, even if they knew Li Yun's identity, they would still have a chance to turn things around. After all, if Li Yun was dead, everything would be easier. Everyone on the street knew what Lin Fei had said. Wu Shixiang couldn't kill them all. If he did, not only would he be finished, the gangs in the Shanhe County would also be finished. Wu Shixiang regretted it. Not only did he kill Wang Kai, he was also tricked. Now, there was a sharp sword hanging above his head. He was in a dilemma. He lost the best chance to kill Wang Kai when he opened his mouth. Wu Shixiang was confident about Wang Kai's archery skills. Even his protective aura couldn't block this attack. Killing the third young master of the Lin family would undoubtedly provoke Lin Zhentian, who was in the middle stage of the profound practitioner realm. It was killing two birds with one stone. This brat was really cunning. Did he think that he wouldn't be able to kill him today? Wu Shixiang was furious. Wang Kai's archery skills were great. Nothing had ever happened to him when he challenged him. He had to take revenge. Even if he brought out an inner disciple of the divine martial sect, so what? Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still cripple him. The divine martial sect wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, there were many inner disciples in the divine martial sect. They couldn't just stand up for one. On the ruins, Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. This person really had a background. He was actually a profound practitioner. Could it be that he was really from the divine martial sect? Chapter 173. P.S. Thanks to Smiling at a Lifetime, Yao7225, Resident Evil Terminator, Peach Blossom One Brother, Little Happy Brother, and above readers for their tips. Both sides were temporarily silent. But everyone knew that today's matter would not end peacefully. In the end, a fierce battle was inevitable. The Lin family lost a few experts, and the opponent lost a ninth heaven archer. It was a huge loss. In comparison, they were the ones who lost. After all, a ninth heaven archer was not easy to come by. A family could only produce a few ninth celestial layer experts. Archers were even rarer in an unpopular profession. The Lin family had killed an archer. They had a huge advantage. If before, everyone had doubts about third young Master Lin being able to kill a ninth heaven expert, then from today onwards, they no longer dared to have any doubts. Other than looking up to him, they were deeply afraid. The playboy of the past had leaped up and became a genius, easily killing a ninth heaven expert. A ninth heaven archer died in the hands of third young Master Lin. This blood feud was huge. I really can't believe the words of the past. Who said that third young Master Lin was useless? A ninth heaven archer died just like that. I said that third young Master Lin is not trash. He is already so powerful in the ninth heaven. Once he breaks through, his strength will probably increase by leaps and bounds. Ordinary profound realm experts may not be his match. The Li family is gone, and the Zhang family seems to be scared. In the future, the Lin family is going to be strong. Guiyuan City is going to change. This is hard to say. There are still 4 experts who have not appeared. If they do, no matter how powerful third young Master Lin is, he may not be their match. You are a fool. Don't forget that third young Master Lin has become an inner disciple. The divine martial sect is one of the 3 big sections. Who would dare to make a move in public? Third young Master Lin is not stupid at all. He is smart. Everyone was dumbfounded. They sucked in a cold breath. Third young Master Lin, whom they had always called a playboy, had shown off his prowess and easily killed a Firmament 9 expert. Who knew where they would be at this age? Third young Master Lin wasn't even 20 yet. He had a bright future ahead of him. From today onwards, the people of Guiyuan City would no longer dare to look down on third young Master Lin, because third young Master Lin's future was bound to be limitless, and the Lin family was destined to flourish. What 4 princes? What young master? None of them could be compared to third young master Lin. The two of them were on completely different levels. On the other side, Lin Xiao wasn't surprised at all. At that time, he'd been able to kill an initial stage profounder. Even if profounder had been heavily injured, he wasn't envious at all. Conversely, he was proud of his younger brother. Wang Fei and the others from the divine martial sect looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect their young master to be so strong. He killed them just like that, and the other party did not even manage to block a single move. Among them, Wang Fei was the most surprised. Senior brother Zhang Wudi really has a good eye. It hasn't been long since he broke through, but he's already killed an expert of the same level. The task of protecting the Shanhe County shouldn't be a problem anymore. Previously, Wang Fei's impression of Lin Fei had always been limited to the sect's information. Back then, Lin Fei had soared to the sky and obtained the #1 position in the divine martial sect's outer sect. That would be the 7th layer of the martial path. In such a short period of time, he was already at the 9th layer of the martial path. How did senior brother Lin Fei cultivate to such a level? If this speed was in the sect, everyone would probably be dumbfounded. From not paying too much attention to him to now, he was completely impressed. If there weren't others present, Wang Fei would have shouted, "Lin Fei is mighty." Senior brother Lin Fei was too mighty. With such a fast cultivation speed, he might even become a profounder expert soon. At the same time, in a private room on the street, one could see the ruins of the Lin family from a high vantage point. "Miss, this is bad." Third young master Lin killed an expert at the 9th layer of the martial path. A maid dressed in red hurriedly ran up from below. In front of the window, a person dressed in white, clean and tidy, exuding the aura of an icy mountain. One couldn't help but think that she could only be seen from afar and not be defiled. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize her. This person was none other than his fiancée, the daughter of the city lord Su Shuiyan. Oh! It was a plain word, and no emotions could be heard from it. If one observed carefully, they would see a flash of surprise. "Miss, what's so good about that pervert? Why did you?" Fei Tsui said with dissatisfaction. She felt sorry for her miss. There were countless young masters in Guiyuan City. Why did she take a fancy to this playboy? "Fei Tsui, you are talking nonsense again." Fei Tsui lowered her head. "Fei Tsui is wrong." "Mrs. Angry?" Su Shuyan's eyes were calm. "Let's go back." Fei Tsui was startled. "Go back now? Not going to watch anymore? Those people are very powerful. I heard that they are experts at the 9th layer of the martial path. They said that this time, the Lin family will suffer a big loss. The third young master of the Lin family will also suffer a big loss. 5 years ago, he was a playboy. 5 years later, he is a genius. If he can't even overcome this difficulty, then he is not Lin Fei." Fei Tsui didn't understand what she meant. Lin Fei, this pervert, was considered a genius? Miss was giving him too much face. Lin Fei didn't know that someone was talking about him behind his back. He had to deal with this matter first. This is the Lin family. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill people in the Lin family, he will end up like this. Lin Fei said coldly. In his heart, he was constantly guessing the identity of these people. Wu Shixiang said, "This is the end? No wonder the Li family was defeated so quickly. Don't you want to know who we are? Then listen carefully. We are the people of Shanhe County, Tianxia." Shanhe County, Tianxia. The people who were talking incessantly suddenly quieted down. It was as if they had heard something unbelievable. Tianxia. It was no less than a heavy bomb. Everyone was unable to recover from it. After a long time, someone asked in a low voice, "Is Tianxia very powerful?" This person was immediately ridiculed. "Boy, you don't even know Tianxia. Don't tell me you came from the mountains." The World Gang is the #1 gang in Shanhe County. Even if all of the clans in Guiyuan City were to join forces, we still wouldn't be a match for the World Gang. If the World Gang wants to kill someone, no one has ever escaped. In the past, a first-class family offended Tianxia. In the end, they were killed by Tianxia. They only sent a protector. No way, Tianxia is so powerful. Doesn't that mean that the Lin family is finished? This Li family is very powerful. I don't know how much they spent to get this Tianxia to act. Tianxia is as powerful as the clouds. It is known as the #1 gang in Shanha County. It is said that there are 100,000 gang members. If I'm not wrong, there should be a deacon among them. Is the deacon very powerful? Of course, the deacon has a lot of power. Even if our city lord is powerful, he wouldn't dare to kill the deacon of Tianxia. Whoever becomes a disciple of the World Gang will have a comfortable life. They will be able to eat well and drink well. With such an explanation, the power of Tianxia made everyone look at each other in dismay. Tianxia's strength was too powerful. A 9th-layer expert made a move. A second- or third-rate family could be destroyed with just a few of them. No wonder they became the #1 gang in Shanha County. Lin Fei's ears twitched. His heart sank as he felt the pressure. Damn it, why is it not the Black Tortoise sect but Tianxia? What should I do? Could it be that the Li family didn't inform the Black Tortoise sect and used a price to get Tianxia to act? Lin Fei's brain kept turning. He was thinking about what to do. The background of the other party was beyond his imagination. If the Black Tortoise sect made a move, Lin Fei wouldn't be worried. No one would dare to break the agreement between sections. However, gangs were different. They weren't bound by the agreement. When he returned to Shanha County, he heard a group of people talking about Tianxia. At that time, he took note of it and found out more about it. The World Gang, just like what those people said, was the biggest gang in Shanha County. 100,000 gang members was not a small number. As for whether or not there were any, it was definitely not a groundless rumor. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was true. Shanha County wasn't an ordinary place. With 100,000 members, Tianxia indeed had the power to do so. Since the other party came with the intention of the Li family, it was equivalent to a vendetta. Tianxia wouldn't feel any pressure. What a ruthless method. Lin Fei engraved Tianxia and the Li family's remnant in his mind. As for whether Tianxia had anything to do with the Black Tortoise sect, he would have a chance to find out after today's incident. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Lin Fei shook his head. What bullshit T Tianxia? I've never heard of it. Could it be that you're just bragging? As for the Li family, they asked for it. We, the Lin family, are just following the trend. Divine Martial Sect's inner sect disciples. This protective token was temporarily useful. Especially since they dared to mention Tianxia, it meant that they weren't afraid of the Divine Martial Sect. Why weren't they afraid of the Divine Martial Sect? They must have their own reasons. Brother Wu, there's no point in talking. Let Old Dragon kill this kid. The one-eyed man sneered and acted like he was about to rush out. A kid who hadn't even grown his hair was nothing more than this. Now that he had fallen into his hands, he would definitely take revenge for Wang Kai. Old Dragon, he's a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. It's not comfortable to fight and kill. Why don't you go up and exchange pointers? I heard that the inner sect disciples of the Divine Martial Sect have powerful means. Old Dragon, don't you like to exchange pointers with other sect disciples? Today is a good opportunity. Wu Shixiang looked at Lin Fei and said indifferently, this was a good move. Since Tianxia didn't dare to kill him, he could completely cripple the other party. He was so powerful at such a young age. Once he was crippled, the patriarch would make a move and then kill him. Everything would be perfect. He could avoid death, but he couldn't escape punishment. This was what Wu Shixiang meant. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the one-eyed man. Brother Wu, this is a good idea. Since you're not an inner sect disciple of the Divine Martial Sect, I'll cripple your Dantian and turn you into a cripple. It'll be worse than killing you, and I won't have to worry about anything after that. It's killing two birds with one stone. What a good idea. Don't you think that it's very cruel for you to create trouble here? Chapter 174. P.S. Thank you, 0000001G. 2 readers of Smiling for Life gave a tip. Something happened recently. Sorry about that. The few people who were about to attack subconsciously stopped. Especially Wu Shixiang. His face darkened. From the voice, he could tell that this person was not simple. He couldn't help but be surprised. Did someone want to interfere in this matter? The people of Tianxia did not need to care about others' feelings. Now that someone had appeared, did they want to go against Tianxia? They had personally promised the Xuanwu Gate that they would uproot the Lin family. The plan was perfect, but in reality, It did not go as smoothly as expected. They had just attacked and lost an expert on their side. It could be said that they had died before they could succeed. "That bastard, get the hell out here," the one-eyed man said sinisterly. He didn't care about the consequences and didn't care about the other party at all. He just scolded them first. The Tianxia gang really didn't care about Guiyuan City. They didn't even need to give the city lord any face. Arrogance and dominance were written all over the one-eyed man's face. The one-eyed man was used to being arrogant in the capital of Shanhe County. Naturally, he did not care about the small Guiyuan city. Furthermore, he had just lost a good friend and was already angry. If someone came out to stop him, he would be asking for a beating. "Who do you think you are to make such a big fuss?" Zhong Zheng's loud voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. In front of the one-eyed man, a layer of white ice suddenly appeared and froze him in an instant. The surrounding area turned into a land of ice. The cold aura made people not dare to approach. Ice seal, runes attack. Open. Wu Shixiang saw that the situation was not good. He flicked his finger and pointed it at the one-eyed man. The ice that covered his body shattered like glass. The ground was filled with ice shards. So cold. The one-eyed man who came out couldn't help but yawn. His whole body was shivering. The Xian Qi in his body was almost unable to circulate. His eyes were filled with fear. He had been attacked by the runes. The one-eyed man was apprehensive. Even his own runes could not block it. If not for Brother Wu's help, he would not have been able to escape and would have died without a doubt. "Your Excellency, why make things difficult for a boor?" Wu Shixiang asked. His subordinates had almost been frozen to death, and Wu Shixiang had the worst expression on his face. If one of his subordinates had been frozen to death, he would not have the face to tell them when he returned. However, he also knew that the other party was a runes master. "What a bore!" A man and a woman descended from the sky. "No wonder you're so arrogant. Do you think this is Tianxia's territory and you can do whatever you want?" Since someone had interfered, everyone couldn't help but be curious. When this person landed, some people took a deep breath. Who would have thought that such a small battle would involve the president of the Rune Guild? This is going to be a good show. Chairman Mu hates fighting and killing the most. Someone immediately recognized him. Rune Society. President of the Rune Society. These 8 words were like a mountain pressing down on Wu Shixiang. Wu Shixiang rolled his eyes. How could this be? This was different from the script. Damn the Li family. Why didn't they explain things clearly? Wu Shixiang could not help but complain. At first, he had heard from the Li family's young master that the Lin family was an enemy in Guiyuan City. The city lord did not like them, and all the other families were secretly causing trouble, not to mention the Rune Guild. With this attitude, they had killed their way to the Lin family, wanting to teach the Lin family a lesson. In the end, one of the young masters of the Lin family killed one of his subordinates on the spot, and the Rune Guild began to interfere. This is going to be difficult, Wu Shixiang said to himself in his heart. If it was another family, Wu Shixiang would not be worried. He could use Tianxia to suppress them, but it was different for the Rune Guild. Especially since it was the president of the Rune Guild, it was much more significant. Wu Shixiang did not dare to act rashly. He wanted to observe the situation first. At the same time, he hated the one-eyed man in his heart. Chairman Mu's appearance also shocked the other person. Damn, why did this treacherous old man appear? Lin Fei could not help but mutter in his heart. He could not help but be a little more vigilant. Last time in the Rune Guild, he was extorted by Chairman Mu for 100,000 silver. He could not even say anything about it. He was clearly the one being taken advantage of, but in the end, he was the one taking advantage of others. What an injustice! When the president of the runes appeared, Lin Fei's first thought was that this old man was definitely up to no good. This old man was an old fox. He originally thought that it was quiet, but who would have thought that he would appear at this time? No matter what, this old man's appearance had a big influence. The people of Tianxia did not dare to move. He sealed one of their subordinates in ice, which showed how powerful he was. Seeing the girl staring at him, Lin Fei's heart sank. Sure enough, it was not something good. The people around did not know and thought that the Rune Guild had helped them. Third brother, we are really lucky. The people of the Rune Guild are here. As the big brother, Lin Xiao naturally did not notice the change in his third brother's expression. He was very happy. Yeah, it saved us a lot of trouble. Lin Fei was silent. Only then did Lin Xiao notice the change in his third brother. He asked, "Third brother, are you injured?" "No, I am fine." Lin Fei made up a lie. Let's observe the situation first. Facing so many experts of the ninth celestial layer, Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. If it was one-on-one, there was nothing to worry about, but if they all attacked, then it would be disastrous. Although he was very strong, Lin Fei did not have the confidence to face so many experts. Especially that brother Wu. He could not see through his strength. Currently, he could not see through the experts of the Xian realm. He did not have a good impression of this old man Mu Chongkong. Lin Fei had to return the favor that he stood out to help. As for how to return the favor, he did not know. He believed that they definitely came with a purpose. After this matter he would know. Chairman Mu. Wu Shixiang repeated in his heart. He heard the discussions around him clearly, and his heart sank. Their Tianxia was a big gang with 100,000 members, but when facing the Rune Guild, they had no chance of winning. Wu Shixiang hated this Mu Chongkong. "I came here to exterminate a family. Why did your old man come here? Why didn't he stay in the guild to make runes? Wasn't this deliberately causing trouble for me?" However, Wu Shixiang did not dare to say these words. If he did, the first unlucky one would be himself. Tianxia also did not dare to say a single word. Against a giant like the Rune Guild, how many forces on the continent could afford to offend them? Wu Shixiang was indeed a tragedy. He came here with a murderous aura, but encountered such a situation. He was simply asking for trouble. Deacon Wu Shixiang of Tianxia greets Chairman Mu. Wu Shixiang cupped his hands. He still had to give face, especially after his discourtesy just now. He did not dare to be negligent. Who asked the other party to be stronger than him? He could not resist, so he chose to lower his head. Mu Chongkong coldly snorted and descended from the sky. When he landed on the street, everyone showed a respectful expression. This old man can't accept the deacon's courtesy. Mu Ning, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud. Grandpa was really good at putting on airs. After looking at the corpse on the ground, she couldn't help but be curious. Was that pervert really so powerful? Damn, not good, I'm angry. Wu Shixiang's status as a deacon was shocking. Tianxia's status as a deacon had a certain amount of power, not inferior to that of a family leader. This deacon had suffered in front of Mu Chongkong today. Wu Shixiang squeezed out a smile. "Chairman Mu, you must be joking. The Rune Guild has always been our role model. I am deeply honored to be able to meet the president today." Wu Shixiang was putting on an act, but the smile on his face was very ugly. Mu Chongkong swept a glance and saw the corpse on the ground. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He thought to himself, what a good kid. With such talent, who spread the rumor that he was a cultivation trash. If this kind of strength is considered a cultivation trash, then what is a real expert? This old man's vision is not bad. Fortunately, I came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known this guy was hiding such a talent. Dual cultivation is worth nurturing. From that day onwards, Mu Chongkong had sent people to investigate Lin Fei. From the information, it could be seen that Lin Fei was not worth a single cent. He was a playboy among the trash. After seeing today's scene, no one would think that he was a trash. Mu Chongkong was glad that he had come at the right time. He had long since decided to accept Lin Fei as his last disciple. Talented disciples were not easy to come by, especially those who were proficient in dual cultivation. You Tianxia people sure have guts. You even dared to attack this old man's last disciple. What are your intentions? Mu Chongkong's face darkened. His anger soared to the sky, and a murderous aura pressed down. The first to bear the brunt was Wu Shixiang. His eyes flashed with a trace of uneasiness, especially the last sentence. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Last disciple, you don't have to trick me like this. As soon as the words last disciple came out, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in, followed by questions. What was going on? How did third young Master Lin become Chairman Mu's last disciple? They had never heard of such a thing. Beat the young one, and the old one came out. Haha, no one can go against the Lin family's position in the future. With such a master, What kind of dog's hit luck did third young Master Lin have to become the last disciple? I'm so jealous. The most surprised was Lin Fei. Lin Fei's mind was blank. A few words kept echoing in his mind. I've been tricked. Originally, he was still wondering why this old man was here. Although he knew that there was a conspiracy, now that an overt scheme had appeared, it was to trick him to death. Last disciple? You have the nerve to kick me out. Isn't it obvious that you want me to agree? Lin Fei now had another opinion of this old man. He was a wily old fox. Lin Fei could be considered shrewd. However, he failed once again when it came to this old man. At this time, the girl revealed a smug look. She seemed to be saying, "Brat, you lost again." After Chairman Mu said that, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. He knew that the old man was here to help him. Tianxia had many people, and he might need Chairman Mu's help. Sigh, this timing was really bad. At the same time, all eyes fell on Lin Fei, as if to verify the authenticity of his words. Chapter 175. P.S. Thanks to readers Resident Evil Terminator, Oyo7225, and Autumn Maple for their tips. Mu Chongkong threw out the hat of a closed-door disciple. It was like a huge thunderbolt from the clear sky, shocking everyone. The consequences of throwing out such a huge piece of news naturally made third young Master Lin the focus of attention. Some smart people even thought of the various situations that might occur in the future. A closed-door disciple was of great significance. Wu Shixiang couldn't back down now. If he brought his men away, Tianxia couldn't afford to lose face. If they wanted to continue going against Lin Fei, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to them. If they incurred the wrath of this old man, Tianxia might not help them. This was difficult. Wu Shixiang regretted it. The Lin family had such a good foundation. As expected, they hid their strength well. With such a guild, even if they didn't make a move, it would still be a form of deterrence. The rest of the subordinates were also astonished. With the intervention of the Rune Guild, destroying the Lin family today would probably become a dream. After thinking for a while, Wu Shixiang gritted his teeth. If they couldn't destroy the Lin family today, they would lose their chance with the interference of the Rune Guild. Right now they still had a chance. Whether they succeeded or not depended on this. Chairman Mu, what else can I do since you said so? Wu Shixiang used a move to advance by retreating. He pointed at the corpse on the ground. But this underling of mine was just sparring. It wouldn't be right for him to die here today. I need an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? The person who came over was Mu Chongkong. How could he not know what this person was thinking? He just wanted to fight with Lin Fei. Wu Shixiang was delighted. This was what he wanted to hear. I want Lin Fei to fight with my underling again. This isn't too much, right? This was the only way. A demonic kid killed his underling. He had to vent his anger. Mu Chongkong looked at Lin Fei. Little Fei, you are my last disciple. You can decide for yourself. Putting another hat on him, he felt very pleased with himself. This time, no matter how you refuse, everyone will know that you are my last disciple. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. This old man was really cunning. He regretted casually writing that thing back then. Now, he had an extra master on top of him. Sigh, it's cold now. Lin Fei couldn't refuse anymore. He had already thought it through. If he were to leave Gue Yuan City, he would need a backer. This would prevent Tianxia from playing any tricks. Isn't it just sparring? I'm not afraid. Lin Fei said seriously. I'm just worried that I won't be able to control myself and accidentally injure you. Lin Fei was prepared. This spar was not going to be easy. He knew that he had to teach the other party a lesson. If he went soft, he would be the one to suffer. Mu Chongkong said, You haven't advanced for long, so you can't control your strength. They should be clear about this. Wu Shixiang cursed in his heart. If this is called not being able to control one's strength, then what is considered as being able to control one's strength? But in front of this old man, Wu Shixiang's confidence was suppressed. If he were to provoke this old man, then it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Gue Yuan City. With just a sentence from him, Tianxia had no choice but to consider it. I also have the same thoughts. Wu Shixiang said. The main thing is to exchange pointers. It's fine as long as there is a winner and a loser. Secretly, he transmitted his voice to the one-eyed man, when you make your move, don't hold back. Cripple that kid's dantian. Wu Shixiang was indeed a profound practitioner. His eyes were sharp. If he couldn't eliminate the Lin family today, as long as this old man was still alive, Tianxia could only swallow this anger. Crippling Lin Fei was a last resort. From the battle just now, it was obvious that this person had not advanced for long. If he was allowed to continue, he might pose a threat to Tianxia. For a budding danger, it was necessary to eliminate it as soon as possible. Crippling his dantian was equivalent to becoming a cripple. This was the most suitable method. Deacon Wu, rest assured. This old dragon will definitely complete the task. When a disciple's skills were inferior to others and accidentally injure his dantian during a spar, no one could say anything. Even the president of runes could only swallow his anger in this situation. The other party was in the right. The one-eyed man patted his mount and pointed his sword at the other party. Abrupt brat, take this. So. The one-eyed man pointed his sword forward. Sword Qi went straight for the yellow dragon. He left his mount and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. This sword technique was very sharp. One could vaguely hear the sound of air breaking. On Lin Fei's chest, 3 white marks were left. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he wouldn't have ended up like this. What a fast sword. It's even faster than the swift sword of my fellow disciples. Coupled with this swift sword technique, it's simply a killing weapon. Fortunately, my earth energy is strong and I have the protection of Vajra. In just the first round, Lin Fei had experienced the power of a true expert in the underworld. Third young Master Lin, you can't even dodge my swift sword. You're only a... The one-eyed man laughed. Under the swift sword attack, his opponent wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He pointed his sword forward and stabbed out a total of 10 times. Instantly, sword flowers flew over. Everyone could see that third young Master Lin was at a disadvantage. In the eyes of ordinary people, they couldn't see the attacks because the movement technique and speed were too fast. After images were left everywhere. Those who were weaker would immediately feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Unparalleled speed. Third young Master Lin is doomed. There were strong and weak experts in the 9th heaven. One swift sword, the other perfect and flawless movement technique. Chairman Mu, it seems that my underling is going to win today's competition. Wu Shixiang squinted his eyes. He was in a good mood. Just now, he saw that Lin Fei was fast. If he wanted to deal with this guy, he had to use speed to defeat speed. The one-eyed man's swift sword and movement technique was enough to suppress Lin Fei. How could Wu Shixiang let go of this opportunity to attack the Rune Guild? In fact, he wanted to say, your last disciple is only as a... Serves you right for slapping your face. The competition has just begun. The outcome is not yet decided. Why are you so anxious? Mu Chongkong's words were light. Wu Shixiang felt that his fist had missed. It was as if he had punched cotton. He couldn't see any effect. Grandpa, is he going to lose? Mu Ning didn't know why, but her face showed worry. The one-eyed man's sword technique was too fast. Every time he attacked, he would be seriously injured. It didn't look like a competition. Instead, it looked like he was risking his life. My good granddaughter, when did you start to worry about others? Mu Ning pouted and said nonsense. Grandpa is so bad. I'm doing this for your own good. If that brat loses, Grandpa will definitely lose face. I don't want to lose face with him. Who said that brat is going to lose? Do you see him injured? Mu Chongkong's eyes shone. I really don't know how this brat trained. His movement technique has reached the limit. This brat wants to break through his current realm. Amazing. Amazing. Once he breaks through his realm, even a profound practitioner will have to admit defeat in terms of speed. Mu Ning's cherry mouth turned into an O shape. Since she was born, her grandpa rarely evaluated others. But now, he started to evaluate someone. This is, honestly, Mu Ning didn't want to believe it. Mu Chongkong was happy in his heart. He had really found a genius this time. One sword after another. Each sword was faster than the previous one. They were perfectly linked. There were many bloody holes on Lin Fei's body. He looked very embarrassed. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be doomed. Apart from the two of them, no one else knew what was going on. The one-eyed man was filled with anger. His sword technique was extremely ruthless. With this kind of speed, anyone would die under his sword. But unfortunately, he met a freak. He could only injure his opponent, but he couldn't seriously injure him. Damn it. If this goes on, it won't be good. This brat isn't fighting back. What is he thinking? I have to use my ultimate move. Otherwise, I won't be able to deal with this brat. The one-eyed man was actually very depressed. The experts he had met before were not as good as him in terms of speed and sword technique. It was too easy for them to kill people. They could barely use 10 moves. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. Therefore, the one-eyed man had been working hard on his speed. That was why he was able to practice fast sword technique and movement technique. But today, he couldn't get any advantage from Lin Fei. Every time he was about to seriously injure his opponent, he could dodge it. Every time he dodged, it was as if he was laughing at himself. Your fast sword technique is only Ozo. Lin Fei laughed out loud. He stretched out his little finger to show his disdain. Humph, don't be happy too early. Today, I will let you see what a real fast sword technique is. The one-eyed man threw caution to the wind and used his ultimate move. Residual Shadow Sword. 2 fast swords appeared in the left and right hands of the one-eyed man. They attacked Lin Fei from the left and right, leaving behind a series of afterimages that were dazzling. Fast sword. Two-handed sword. This was the real ultimate move of the one-eyed man. When combined with this sword technique, the two-handed sword wouldn't be able to block a single sword. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. He had experienced this feeling when he used the 10,000-mile saber. It was a very dangerous sword technique. Soon, Lin Fei calmed down. Damn it, you are so cowardly. If you want to break through, you must dodge this sword. Only by dodging this sword can I have the chance to raise Suifeng's status to the second realm. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a touch of determination. Originally, he planned to kill the opponent. A level 9 expert. There was really nothing to worry about. However, when the opponent's fast sword landed on him, he suddenly realized something. His breakthrough seemed to be on the opponent. Suifeng's movement technique had always been his right-hand man. However, as his strength increased, his movement technique was constantly limited. If he wanted to improve, he had to break through. Hence, the previous scene happened. Faster. A little faster. No, it is still too slow. I need to be faster. Lin Fei raised his speed to the limit, but his scalp still felt numb. He hadn't come into contact with the danger yet. Brat, go to hell. The one-eyed man seemed to be able to see Lin Fei's miserable appearance. Residual Shadow Sword, a two-handed sword, stabbed out a fatal attack. Under a sneak attack, even profound practitioners would be injured, let alone a brat. It was extremely difficult to dodge the attack. Hence, this brat would lose without a doubt. Faster. 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 When the sharpness sword technique was so close, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Originally, it was extremely difficult to merge into the air, but now, it was like a fish returning to the sea. Chapter 176. Missed. Under the afterimage sword, Lin Fei had actually dodged the attack. The one-eyed man's complexion was extremely unsightly. He had thought that he would be able to severely injure Lin Fei, and he might even be able to cripple the latter's strength. Yet, his attack had actually missed. It was hard to believe that his killing move had been dodged. Wasn't this too easy? The one-eyed man was more confident in his speed and attacks than anyone else. Even though his opponent had a huge advantage in terms of speed, his earlier attack should have been able to pose a threat to him. But now, the one-eyed man truly had no idea what was going on. His earlier attack had been a foot away from the other party, and just as it was about to land on the other party, it had been dodged, as if someone had forcefully pulled it away. How could the one-eyed man not feel terrible? Afterimage sword. How could the one-eyed man let this matter rest? It must have been an accident that the other party was able to dodge the first attack. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to dodge the second attack. The afterimage sword flashed and pierced toward Lin Fei once more. This time, its speed surpassed the previous attack, reaching its true limits. Even the air was sliced into two, resembling a stream of water. Damn, did I activate another side system? The leveling system had many side systems, and Lin Fei wasn't very confident. When he heard that he would be rewarded with 1,000 points, he immediately realized that these points would be of great use to him. Right now, he had to deal with this fellow first. It's all thanks to this fellow. Otherwise, my movement technique would still be stuck at the first realm. Now that I've entered the second realm, my speed is clearly much faster. It feels as if I've merged with the wind, giving me a strange feeling. Could this be the legendary Intent realm? Just a moment ago, when he was just a step away from death, Lin Fei felt fortunate for himself. The other party was very powerful. If he hadn't forcefully broken through, he would have suffered greatly from that earlier attack. Even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. On account of the fact that he has helped me greatly, I'll spare his life. However, this fellow is vicious. It's a pity to keep his strength. I might as well cripple him. Lin Fei thought to himself, now that my drifting wind movement technique has entered the second realm, I wonder what level my speed will reach. Seeing the one-eyed man's attack coming, that untraceable two-handed sword suddenly slowed down in Lin Fei's eyes, as if it had been stopped by the air. Scram! This time, Lin Fei didn't use the wings of the wind to help him. His whole body shot through the sky like a cannonball. Everyone saw a shadow flash by and immediately heard a bang sound. The one-eyed man of the ninth heavens flew out like a kite with a broken string, leaving a long blood-red trail behind him. Anyone could see that Lin Fei was surrounded by perils just now and was almost heavily injured. But how long had it been? Lin Fei had reversed the situation and defeated the one-eyed man? So fast. He's too fast. I can't even see his shadow. What kind of movement skill is this? Did he make another breakthrough? The people below were all dumbfounded. At such a speed, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. With such a fast speed, they couldn't even catch a trace of his movements. Meeting such a fast person, there was no need to continue fighting. No matter how they fought, they would lose. If they couldn't even see his movements, it was equivalent to losing the initiative and everything. In the scene just now, many people of the 8th and 9th heavens couldn't even see the route. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it, and they were shocked. In the ruins, the one-eyed man crawled out, looking battered and exhausted. How could you dodge my attack? Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. With that trash speed of yours, you can injure me. Lin Fei laughed. Didn't you want to injure me just now? Now, I'll let you have a taste of my move. I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a paw sound, he felt a burning pain and was sent flying, crashing into a large building and turning it into ruins. The taste isn't bad, right? Lin Fei kicked out again, and the one-eyed man flew out like a ball again. His face was full of shock. You comprehended the concept? The one-eyed man pointed at Lin Fei, and his face became even paler. He didn't want to see this scene even if he was beaten to death. Recalling everything that happened just now, he suddenly realized, you hit it well, using danger to force you to break through the realm and comprehend the concept. I'm done for. As soon as he said this, the scene burst into an uproar. A 17-year-old comprehended the concept of the wind. What a genius! The Lin family really produced a genius this time. The concept of the wind. A 17-year-old comprehending the concept of the wind. Comprehending the concept of the wind, unless someone also comprehended the concept of the wind, no one is a match for Lin Fei. He comes and goes like the wind, the concept of the wind. After so many years, our Gue Yuan city finally produced a genius with the concept of the wind. Even if it's a profound practitioner, it will be very difficult to kill someone who has grasped the concept of the wind. Unless he kills with a single strike, no one can catch a genius who has grasped the concept of the wind. There were too many firsts today, and their strong hearts seemed to have adapted to it. In the entire Shanhe province, only a few people could comprehend the concept of a 17-year-old. Concept was an existence that was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, any genius who comprehended the concept of the concept would, without exception, become an influential figure. Generally, geniuses who could comprehend the concept of the wind would need to be in their 20s. Furthermore, they would need to come from a large clan with a large amount of resources to produce such a person. Once one mastered the concept of the wind, it was equivalent to mastering a powerful killing technique. The concept of the wind would give one an absolute advantage in terms of speed. The concept of the wind would be of great help as one could utilize all the attributes of the wind. Although the one-eyed man's speed was very fast and could cause damage to Lin Fei, who had comprehended the concept of the wind, was actually very slow. He couldn't dodge Lin Fei's attack because his speed was too fast. In the world of martial arts, speed was unbreakable. Since Lin Fei's speed was unbreakable, he would be in a situation where he would be beaten. The one-eyed man deserved to be unlucky. Speaking of which, Lin Fei being able to comprehend the concept of the wind was also a kind of luck. The system had already integrated the drifting wind body art into his mind. The only thing he lacked was the ability to use it. You helped me comprehend the concept of the wind. I will not kill you. Without seeing any movement from Lin Fei, the one-eyed man let out an ah sound of pain. He fell to the ground with a dispirited expression. His eyes were lifeless. My Dantian. You destroyed my Dantian. This move of his once again caused people to feel fearful. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. However, destroying one's Dantian was the same as losing one's strength. At their level, which one of them didn't have any enemies? This was even worse than death. Lin Fei didn't care. Not killing the one-eyed man was already giving him face. As for Tianxia, who would be angry out of humiliation? There was no need to worry. From the start of the counterattack to the end, it was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei's mood wasn't just good. It turned out that after comprehending the concept of the wind, every time he moved, his body would become like the wind. There were no longer any restrictions. Of course, when Lin Fei comprehended the concept of the wind, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Wu Shixiang. His eyeballs were about to fall out, and his heart was filled with hatred. If looks could kill, it was unknown how many times Lin Fei would have been killed. Originally, Jiang Yi thought that the one-eyed man would definitely succeed. However, the result was like this. It was really hard to imagine. Not only did this guy not die, but he also comprehended the concept of the wind in danger. Wu Shixiang couldn't wait to slap this kid to death. A kid at the 9th heaven layer could at most be considered to have decent talent and could become a profound practitioner in the future. However, after comprehending the concept of the wind, it was a completely different story. At least, it would be very difficult for Wu Shixiang to kill the other party unless he killed him in one strike. Even though the speed of a profound practitioner was very fast, against this kind of abnormal kid, the gap was too obvious. I brought trouble to Master again. I'm really sorry. Lin Fei acted obediently and threw all the trouble to Mu Chongkong. Previously, Mu Chongkong could tell that this kid wanted to make a breakthrough. However, he didn't expect that it would be to comprehend the concept of the wind. A 17-year-old comprehending the concept of the wind made Mu Chongkong so happy that his teeth almost fell off. Fortunately, he acted quickly and became his disciple. If he was snatched away by those old farts, it would be a big loss for him. Crippling a martial artist's Dantian, Mu Chongkong didn't think much of it. Killing a kid who comprehended the concept of the wind was a very easy thing to do. Right now, this method was very suitable to his taste. He was a peace-loving person. Fighting and killing were good, and he hated it the most. Little Wu, are you satisfied now? Mu Chongkong's light words were no less than a big slap on Wu Shixiang's face. At this time, what else could Wu Shixiang say? The one-eyed man had become a cripple, and he had lost 2 of his subordinates. It was not easy to find them, and he had suffered a great loss. These were not the main points. The main point was Lin Fei. A genius who comprehended the concept of the wind at the age of 17, he was simply a monster. Once this kind of person became a master, he would definitely bear a grudge and harm Tianxia. This matter must be reported back. Wu Shixiang made up his mind to immediately bring his people back to the capital of the Shanhe County. He must not give Lin Fei the chance to grow. Congratulations, Chairman Mu. You have accepted such a genius disciple. I hope we will have the chance to spar again next time. Wu Shixiang squeezed out a smile and turned to his subordinates. Bring the one-eyed man, let's go. The other 3 subordinates were filled with fear. The one-eyed man could not even block a single move, let alone them. After losing their confidence, they could not wait to leave this place. When the people of Tianxia wanted to leave, no one dared to stop them. Watching them leave Gue Yuan City in a sorry state, a large number of sighs could be heard. The entrance of the Lin family's ruins, blood, corpses, mounts, formed an unforgettable scene. The Lin family was really going to rise. An expert who comprehended the concept of the wind, they could not find another genius in Gue Yuan City. It could be said that they were invincible in the 9 heavens, unless the other party also comprehended the concept of the wind. Therefore, those who wanted to mess with the Lin family were all disheartened. The rise of the Lin family was inevitable. Moreover, the other party had the president of the Rune Guild. Who would dare to offend such a huge mountain? Even more people were secretly thinking that when they returned, they would immediately make a trip to the Lin family to familiarize themselves with them. Who knows, they might be able to get close to them. Chapter 177. The rise of a 17-year-old master of the concept realm in the Lin family caused everyone to faint. After waking up, they did not dare to stay any longer and immediately returned to the family to report what they had seen. If they did not handle it well, it would have a great impact on the family in the future. They could not stop the rise of the Lin family, so they might as well change their method and curry favor with them. Becoming a peripheral force is also not bad. This is also a way to survive. Lin Fei, the playboy that they called him, had become a genius young master in one leap. He was a 17-year-old expert in the state of mind, leaving others in the dust. Even if they were jealous and envious, they could only keep it in their hearts and did not dare to show it. As soon as the enemy left, the Lin family immediately arranged for people to deal with the aftermath. Lin family's living room. Mu Chongkong and Mu Ning are sitting together, and opposite of them is Lin Fei. Between them is a cup of fragrant tea. Thank you, Chairman Mu, for your help today. This junior thanks you on behalf of my father. Lin Fei picked up a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. He was speechless. Today, he was cheated and inexplicably became the last disciple. This really made Lin Fei very unhappy. If someone else cheated him, Lin Fei would definitely retaliate. But against Mu Chongkong, this old fox, he really has no chance of winning. Therefore, Lin Fei did not plan to ask anything. He thanked him and then took the opportunity to slip away. However, what kind of person was Mu Chongkong? He was the president of the Runes Guild. His foresight and experience were much better than others. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in this position. After observing Yi Futian's expression, he immediately understood what Yi Futian was thinking. You are my last disciple. Your every action represents the face of your master, and also represents the Rune Guild. Tianxia's strength is tyrannical, but they cannot behave atrociously in Gue Yuan City, let alone against my last disciple. Mu Chongkong laughed. You must remember, your master's disciple is not someone anyone can bully, even if it is Tianxia. His intentions were clear when he used the term, last disciple. Lin Fei wanted to say something, but he held it back in the end. He thought to himself, what an old fox. He's too cunning. Isn't he putting the title of last disciple on my head? No matter what, if it wasn't for Mu Chongkong's appearance today, the Lin family would have faced a calamity. Even though Lin Fei's strength was great, he had almost no chance of winning against these experts. Instead, he would have exposed his own strength. Since Mu Chongkong had helped them, they needed to thank him. This was a necessary thing to do. However, Lin Fei didn't think it was appropriate for him to become his last disciple. If it was in the past, he would definitely think so, but after intimidating Tianxia, Lin Fei naturally did not think so. The surviving members of the Li family were involved in Tianxia. Today, a person with the status of a deacon had the strength of a cultivator, and all of his subordinates were at the 9th heaven of martial Dao. He could not be underestimated. If Tianxia were to make a move again, what would it be like? Lin Fei had to think about it and plan for the next step. Offending Tianxia was a fact that couldn't be changed, so he had to find a backer. The Rune Guild was just right. Mu Chongkong's intention was indeed to wear the hat of a closed-door disciple. Outstanding runes technique, strong combat attack, and easily dealt with by the 9th heaven of martial Dao. He could be called a genius disciple. Mu Chongkong naturally wouldn't miss it. Seeing Lin Fei's calm look, his impression of him improved once again. He was not arrogant nor stubborn, and he was very satisfied. Little Lin, since you have become the last disciple, then the Lin family behind you will be the responsibility of our Rune Guild. Even Tianxia will have to consider whether it's worth it to make a move. The underlying meaning was to say, boy, become my last disciple, there are great benefits. Tianxia is powerful, but they dare not offend the Rune Guild. How could Lin Fei not hear it? An old fox was indeed an old fox, specifically looking for his weakness. Lin family, it was a very simple word. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had feelings, and he couldn't give them up. If he became a peerless master, he wouldn't be afraid of Tianxia. But now he couldn't. He was just a deacon, and almost suppressed the Lin family. A backer was necessary. Although Lin Fei already had an idea, since Mu Chongkong took the initiative to ask, he had to answer. If I become your last disciple, what do I have to do? Lin Fei asked carefully. Mu Ning, who was next to him, glared at him. Smelly boy, look at you, it seems that you don't want to be my last disciple. You should know how many people want to be my last disciple. Don't be ungrateful. Ugh, this girl was so hot. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Didn't you just refuse to admit it? Now you are using your old man to show off your power. If you anger me, I will directly beat you up. Big sister, what you said is wrong. Lin Fei said seriously. You also know that I am a disciple of the God Force sect. I also want to learn under my master and improve every day. But the sect has given me an order. I am afraid I can't follow my master to learn. Humph, what did you say just now? Big sister, you did it on purpose. Mu Ning's big eyes revealed a murderous look. Since when did she become a big sister? This boy was really a bastard. Mu Chongkong laughed. Little Ning, you are a girl, you should be virtuous. I was just joking. Lin Fei added, President is right, I was just joking. Mu Ning gritted her teeth, snorted, and no longer said anything. You are my last disciple. Naturally you don't have that many restrictions. You learning martial arts and learning runes are two different things. There is no connection between them. Mu Chongkong said again, you have grasped the concept at such a young age, and you also have a powerful runes skill. Calculating it, you are not any worse than a rank 3 runes master. I am very satisfied. It just so happens that there is a matter that I need you to deal with. Lin Fei's heart thumped. It finally came. Could it be that this old fox had specially prepared it for me? I wonder what it is. Lin Fei planned well. If it was something dangerous, then he would politely refuse. It just so happened that there was a disciple of the God Force sect here, so he could make up a reason and it should be successful. Mu Chongkong said, the task is actually very simple. You will represent the Gue Yuan City Rune Guild and participate in the Shanhe County Runes Tower Contest. I believe that you will succeed. Tower of Runes Tower Contest? Lin Fei was confused. This Tower of Runes Tower Contest, I don't seem to know anything about it. Are you not afraid that I will fail? Just like that, you are putting such a heavy burden on me? Mu Ning chuckled and snorted in her heart. Brat, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape from this grandfather's palm. At that time, this lady will teach you a lesson. Lin Fei did not know that he had offended a woman. Lin Fei frowned and righteously said, This I think, master, why don't you arrange someone else? I like to be lazy, and I don't have much experience. I am afraid that I will make you lose face. I think it is better to give up this position and let other disciples take action. The opportunity should be given to those who are prepared. I feel that I still need to temper myself. Mu Chongkong sneered in his heart. Sure enough, you are a cunning brat. Your mouth is indeed powerful. Saying such righteous words, if it was someone else, they would have been deceived. Letting Lin Fei participate in the Tower of Runes Tower Contest, Mu Chongkong had no other choice. If he did not encounter such a talented person like Lin Fei, with his powerful divine soul, this year's Tower of Runes Tower Contest would probably have no hope. Mu Chongkong knew that this brat was cunning. What he said just now was reasonable. It was just that he did not want to participate. He would not be fooled. Do you know the benefits of the Tower of Runes Tower Contest? Mu Chongkong did not say anything about participating or not, but instead talked about the benefits. I don't know. The Tower of Runes Tower Contest is held once every 5 years. The previous Runes Tower fell in our Gue Yuan City. This Runes Tower is held once every 5 years. Whoever wins can use it for 5 years. Let's not talk about the benefits of the Runes Tower for now. If you participate in the Runes Tower Contest and obtain first place, Tianxia will not dare to touch you or your family. Mu Chongkong continued. The Runes Tower has a special function. It can nurture runes masters. If you obtain first place, I can promise you 3 places. After 5 years of nurturing, becoming a level 3 runes master is not a problem at all. Also, if you obtain first place, you can obtain a reward from the Rune Guild with a sacred art of runes. Furthermore, it is related to the divine soul. It was useless to move him with emotion, but it was different to gain benefits. First of all, obtaining first place was equivalent to registering. Even if it was Tianxia, they could only stare and not dare to do anything. The Tower of Runes Tower Contest was a gathering of all the cities in Shanhe County to compete for the Tower of Runes. Obtaining first place was proof of one's strength. No matter how strong Tianxia was, they would not dare to make a move. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the Rune Guild. Then, the Tower of Runes was a special cultivation holy land. It was the holy land in the hearts of Runes Masters. 3 places could nurture a minimum of level 3 Runes Master. If a level 4 Runes Master was nurtured, it would be a powerful help. 3 places, if it was spread out, it was estimated that everyone would break their heads. There was only 1 Runes Tower in a county. It consumed a lot of resources to successfully cultivate it. It was the holy land for Runes Masters in the hearts of Runes Masters. Every time the Tower of Runes opened, countless Runes Masters would spread the news. It was nothing more than a qualification, a position, 3 qualifications. It could be said that Mu Chongkong was very polite. The Runes Masters cultivated by the Lin family would definitely be loyal. The combat power of the Lin family would also be greatly enhanced, and their status would be more stable. Then, the reward for the first place was a mystical technique for spiritual attack. This could be described as invaluable. At present, Lin Fei had only mastered a spiritual attack, a fatal blow at a critical moment. Spiritual techniques were more important than mystical techniques. Naturally, he would not be polite. These 3 benefits, Lin Fei was tempted. This old fox wanted him to participate, so he must have the confidence to win. Although he did not know what the process of the Tower of Runes was, it would not be simple. Therefore he asked tentatively, "What if I lose?" Mu Chongkong naturally knew the little plan in Lin Fei's heart. Master's judgment has never been that bad. I believe you will not let me down. Chapter 178. Half an hour later. Lin Fei watched as the 2 of them left. Before he left, Mu Ning glared at him again and waved her fist in the air with an angry look on her face. The reason why Mu Ning was angry was actually very simple. It was because Lin Fei had asked Mu Ning to call him senior brother. He had taken advantage of her with his glib tongue. "Humph, you're still too young to fight with me. Although I can't beat that old fox of yours, it's still a piece of cake for me to deal with you." After the conversation, the previous disgust disappeared a lot. There were both good and bad things for him to join the Rune Guild. After weighing the pros and cons, it was a good thing. "Shaolin, don't forget that the Rune Guild is your strong support." Mu Chongkong was about to step out, but he stopped and left such a sentence. Lin Fei, who was about to study the point system, suddenly frowned. His eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that this old fox knows what I'm going to do? At the same time, the Lin family's guard hurriedly came up and said in a low voice, "Young master, the head of the family is asking for you." Lin Fei's eyes showed a hint of joy. Could it be that his father succeeded in his closed-door training? In this way, the big thing was in sight. He left the guard and hurriedly ran to the inner house. "Grandpa, you're so bad. That brat bullied me and you didn't even help." After leaving the Lin family, Mu Ning shook her arms and began to act coquettishly. That brat wanted to be her senior brother. "Humph, he dared to take advantage of me. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Regarding Lin Fei becoming her senior brother, Mu Ning was extremely unhappy. She could not wait to slap that brat away with her claws. She looked at him pitifully with a wronged expression. Mu Chongkong laughed and said, "Yo, our baby is angry." Mu Ning was dissatisfied. "Grandpa, how can you let him be my senior brother? Your granddaughter was bullied to death by him." Mu Chongkong naturally understood that his granddaughter had never put genius disciples in her eyes. But now that she was so resentful towards the 3rd young master of the Lin family, she seemed to understand something. The reason why she arranged for Lin Fei to be her granddaughter's senior brother was because she thought that he had the ability. "Don't mess around," Mu Chongkong scolded. "I think it's very suitable for him to be your senior brother. Grandpa still needs his help to win this year's Tower of Runes championship." Mu Ning was only acting like a spoiled child. She just wanted her grandpa to teach Lin Fei a lesson. She wanted to break that brat's spirit so that he wouldn't dare to mess around when it came to important matters. That brat. Can he really get first place? Many people are fighting to go to our Rune Guild. Will there be any problems? Mu Ning asked. Mu Chongkong smiled knowingly. Little Lin, if that kid can't even overcome this little problem, how can he get first place this year? Mu Ning immediately smiled. Grandpa is so good to me. Humph, stinking brat. The position of senior brother is not that easy to be. When the time comes you will suffer. Ha! In the secret room, Lin Fei couldn't help but yawn. He cursed in his heart. Could it be that someone is cursing me? In his mind, a little girl suddenly appeared. Wasn't it that little girl Mu Ning? He turned around and shook his head. I don't have any enmity with her. Why would she curse me? It must be someone else who is cursing me. Little Lin, I think it's good that you become the last disciple. Lin Zhentian's tone was firm. Our Lin family has always been in a weak position in the runes competition. If we can form a relationship with the Tower of Runes and obtain a quota, our Lin family's position will be even more stable. I also agree with father's opinion. Mu Chongkong has never interfered with the matters of the outside world. Today, he interfered with our Lin family. This has never happened in decades. Today, thanks to Mu Chongkong's action, he deterred the people of Tianxia. Otherwise, our Lin family would have suffered a lot of casualties. In the end, our strength would have been greatly damaged. Big brother Lin Xiao said. When Lin Xiao and Lin Zhentian knew that their third brother had become President Mu Chongkong's last disciple, they immediately agreed to become the last disciple. Mu Chongkong had personally spoken. No one in Guiyuan City had received such an honor. Lin Fei was the first. Naturally, the significance was not ordinary, especially the last disciple. Seeing the expectant eyes of his father, big brother, and second brother, Lin Fei nodded. I have thought about it for a long time. There is actually no harm in becoming the last disciple. There are many benefits for our Lin family. As for what the benefits were, there was no need to say it. Everyone understood. Good. Little Fei, this time you are the biggest hero of the Lin family. Lin Zhentian laughed. He had never been so happy. As soon as he came out, he learned that his third son had comprehended the concept and became a genius. Later, he became the last disciple of the Rune Guild President Mu Chongkong. No matter which one it was a supreme honor. It could be said to be double happiness. Since the return of his third son, Lin Zhentian was somewhat numb to the surprises. This is what a son should do. Lin Fei was very modest. The most important thing right now is to kill those 3 people. From the mouth of Lin Fei, who was at the 9th level of the martial path, to say that they were going to kill the people of Tianxia, this courage was not ordinary. In Shanhe County, there were not many people like this. Third brother, do you want to hone your concept? As the big brother, Lin Xiao was not stupid. In fact, he was also envious. Why could the playboy's third brother comprehend the concept? Could it be that he was free and easy? Lin Zhentian's eyes were also filled with joy. He was not in the realm of the martial path, but he dared to fight against the martial path. This was a real martial artist. Lin Fei did not hide it. His eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. There is training, but more importantly, we need to let the people of Tianxia know that those who dare to behave atrociously in front of the Lin family must pay the price. The intense killing intent startled both Lin Xiao and Lin Feng. This third brother of theirs had a very fierce temperament. His delicate appearance was completely deceptive. Do you want me to arrange someone to help you? Lin Zhentian was also a decisive person. Previously, the Li family and Zhang family patriarchs had been killed. Killing the people of Tianxia was done well. Who would dare to say that the Lin family did it? No need. Lin Fei shook his head. Father only needs to give me their route. One is dead. One is crippled. The remaining 3 are enough to deal with. Lin Zhentian felt gratified. Their Lin family might really have an expert. Outside of Guiyuan City, in the forest, a few black shadows flashed. Deacon Wu, why did we give up the official road and go through the forest? We are all people of Tianxia. If this were to spread, we would probably be laughed at. The few people that appeared were none other than Wu Shixiang, and the others who came out of Guiyuan City in a sorry state. One-eyed dragon was being carried by someone. As for the corpse, It had already been disposed of so that it would not become a burden. The one who asked this question was Zhao Zhan, who was an expert in using a whip. His face was gloomy. Since when had the people of Tianxia been forced to this extent? Wu Shixiang's complexion was very ugly. He coldly snorted and said, "I suspect that Mu Chongkong will arrange people to kill us. We have offended his closed-door disciple. That Lin Fei is a vicious person. He will definitely encourage Mu Chongkong to deal with us. If we don't go through the forest and go through the official road, are we just going to wait for Mu Chongkong to kill us?" Speaking of which, Wu Shixiang had never been in such a difficult situation. In a small Gue Yuan city, they actually failed miserably. Not only did they lose 2 of their men, they were even threatened to flee into the forest, not daring to walk on the official road. This was simply a great humiliation. If it was just the Lin family, he would not have anything to worry about. After all, if the Lin family were to be destroyed, the other families would benefit from it. However, the heavens had played a joke on them. The Lin family had produced a genius. At such a young age, he had comprehended a concept, especially the concept of wind. Wu Shixiang's strength was in the middle stage of profound realm. Compared to that illusory concept, it was like snowflakes in the winter, untouchable. However, a kid who had not advanced to profound realm not only had terrifying combat strength, but also comprehended a concept. This made it difficult to deal with him. If it was just this, Wu Shixiang still had the confidence to kill the other party. However, after Mu Chongkong made his move, his confidence completely collapsed. The words closed-door disciple had too much power. It was so powerful that Wu Shixiang did not dare to do anything disadvantageous to him. If he did, he would be the one to die. Moreover, he would die for nothing. No one would stand up for him. As soon as they left Gue Yuan City, Wu Shixiang left with his men. He did not take the official road, but walked through the mountain forest for the sake of shaking off his pursuers. Our Tianxia cannot afford to offend the Rune Guild. However, a tiny Lin family like you actually dares to behave atrociously in front of Tianxia. Once we return and report the situation, the headquarters will definitely take action. Unless that Mu Chongkong protects you 24/7. Otherwise, the slightest negligence will be the time of your death. Wu Shixiang's eyes revealed a venomous expression. He hated that kid, Lin Fei. Since Mu Chongkong could not afford to offend him, then he would shift all the blame onto Lin Fei. Wu Shixiang believed that the headquarters would definitely take action. The reason was very simple. A genius who was not even 20 years old yet had terrifying combat strength and had comprehended a concept. Once he matured, it would be equivalent to establishing a powerful enemy. Tianxia was not willing to see this happen. Therefore, the only way was to nip the danger in the bud. If Lin Fei had concealed it, then everything would have been fine. However, now that he was exposed, then he could not blame Tianxia for taking action. Even if Mu Chongkong found out, it would be useless. A dead person had no value. Only the living person had value. Deep in his heart, Wu Shixiang was deeply regretful. If he knew this would happen, he would have killed that kid at the first moment. At that time, what closed-door disciple? What genius who comprehended a concept? They were just like the moon in the water. Once broken, they would cease to exist. Regret. When the others heard Wu Shixiang's words, their eyes revealed a horrified expression. In their eyes, Deacon Wu was decisive in killing. When had he ever been chased by someone? Rune Guild, Mu Chongkong, a rank 5 runes master. At this moment, he had become a huge mountain, pressuring them to the point that they were unable to breathe. Wu Shixiang's strength was in the middle stage of mystic realm. However, he could not withstand the attacks of Mu Chongkong, a rank 5 runes master. Therefore, he put down his dignity and chose to escape in a sorry state. Mother *Ker, when we return to Tianxia, we will definitely teach that kid a lesson. Too arrogant. Sooner or later, we will annihilate the Lin family. Those people's faces were filled with anger. They moved even faster, as if they were afraid that Mu Chongkong would appear at any time and kill them all. At night, the night was dark like water. It was a standard night where the wind was strong and the night was dark. Wu Shixiang and the others, who had been fleeing for a day, left the boundary of Gue Yuan City. They were in a sorry state. They gathered together, lit a fire and sat together. Chapter 179. Bad luck, really bad luck. The journey during the day was tiring. Except for Wu Shixiang, the rest were very dissatisfied and had nowhere to vent their anger. The people of Tianxia were forced to this extent. No one would believe it, but the fact was that it happened, and they couldn't say anything. Therefore, they could only curse Lin Fei in their hearts. When we go back, we must tell the gang to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Another man stirred the firewood, and the flame rushed up, shooting out an angry face. 5 people came, 1 dead, 1 crippled, and fled in embarrassment. It was a great shame. Soon it was midnight. There was no moonlight tonight, and the whole forest seemed very dark. From time to time, the roar of monsters echoed in the forest. After chasing all the way, everyone was very tired. They were not afraid of the Lin family. Mu Chongkong, a level 5 runes master, they did not have the thought of fighting against him. When his runes formation was set up, they would be the first to die. Before becoming a level 5 runes master, they could at most use runes to attack. After becoming a level 5 runes master, they could set up runes formation and develop more powerful attacks. A level 5 runes master was invincible. There was a saying in the mainland that proved the power of a level 5 runes master. It was far from what ordinary people could fight against. They had offended the last disciple of a level 5 runes master. It was normal for them to be worried about being hunted down. A big shot had a big shot's mind, and it was hard to say when he would want to kill them. Tianxia was one of the top 10 gangs in the Fallen Dynasty. They had a strong background, but against the Rune Guild, victory or defeat was a one-sided situation. Therefore, they stayed behind to keep watch in the middle of the night. At this time, they actually felt like frightened birds. Mu Chongkong was like a mountain on top of their heads, making them unable to breathe. It seemed that they would be crushed to death at any time if they were not careful. In the night, the roar of monsters was endless. A cool breeze blew past. The branches swayed and the grass swayed, showing the laws of nature. In the darkness of the night, a black shadow flashed past. It was so fast that no one could catch its movements. It was as if it was part of the wind, moving with the wind. The concept of wind is indeed a good thing. Lin Fei stood on top of the towering tree. Not far away, the bright fire was extremely conspicuous, like a lamp in the dark, guiding the way. After comprehending the concept of wind, dealing with Wu Shixiang and the others had long since become something that Lin Fei had to do. Before he left, Mu Chongkong's words seemed to be secretly supporting him. Therefore, Lin Fei volunteered to kill Tianxia and the others. Lin Fei didn't want them to go back. To comprehend the concept of wind at the age of 17, he was definitely a terrifying existence. The people of Tianxia would definitely make a move on him to strangle a genius. Lin Fei was very clear about the melodramatic stories in novels. It was definitely not wrong to strike first. Killing them would prevent the news from spreading. Gue Yuan City was so far away from Shanhe County, so there was more than enough time. If Tianxia wanted to know, they would need at least a month later. 1 month later, he would definitely become a profound practitioner. Lin Fei was very relieved. This was to buy time for him. This was the first reason, to prevent the news from leaking and to buy some time. After all, everyone knew what happened today. It would be difficult to hide it. It would happen sooner or later. Now, it was enough to buy time. Secondly, to adapt to combat. After comprehending the concept of wind, be it in terms of attack or speed, there was a huge increase. Previously, when he defeated the one-eyed man, he relied on his advantage in speed. Previously, the opponent's speed was very fast, which was why he was in danger. Later on, as his strength increased, the speed that the one-eyed man excelled in became extremely slow in his eyes, full of flaws. Thus, there was the scene of Lin Fei defeating the one-eyed man. After comprehending the concept of wind, experts in the 9th layer of the martial Dao were no longer a match for him. Lin Fei's target was the intermediate stage profound practitioner, Wu Shixiang. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he licked the corner of his mouth in excitement. Great experience points. Since when did you guys have the chance to escape? All of it belongs to me, Lin Fei. Just as he was about to sneak into the night, Lin Fei couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment in his eyes. His face was filled with confusion and surprise. Damn! Could it be that another branch has been opened? Ding! Points mission activated. Within 1 day, kill Wu Shixiang and prevent them from reporting back. 1,000 points will be awarded if the mission is completed. If the mission is failed, 1 realm of strength will be deducted. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fei felt depressed. What are these points for? Could it be something similar to reputation? Wasn't deducting a realm's worth of strength a little too disrespectful? How unlucky, how unlucky. In the open space beside the bonfire, a man poked at it and cursed, as if the bonfire was an enemy. Wang Jun was one of Wu Shixiang's subordinates. He was at the 9th layer of the martial Dao and was naturally skilled in assassination. He was a rather powerful assassin in the dark. He originally wanted to make a contribution, but in the end, he came back in a sorry state. With a wave of his left hand, a black knife appeared in his hand. Under the light of the bonfire, it released a cold white light, exuding a dangerous aura. If I make a move today, that kid will definitely die under my knife. He probably won't even be able to block a single strike from me. At that time, he won't be in such a sorry state. Wang Jun caressed the knife with a gentle look in his eyes as if he had become his wife. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He turned around and couldn't help but frown, revealing a puzzled expression. It felt like a gust of wind just now, but why do I feel uneasy? Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Right, that must be it. That old fellow Mu Chongkong really brings a lot of pressure. Just as he turned around, a white light flashed before his eyes. Someone's here. His throat was slit. Wang Jun grabbed his throat with both hands as blood flowed down, dyeing his clothes red. Shortly after, he fell to the ground and his vision went black. Before he lost consciousness, he still couldn't figure out how he appeared. Merging myself into the wind can actually fool the eyes and ears of a 9th layer of the martial Dao. It's indeed a remarkable ability. Why don't I call it the stealth ability from now on? Beside the bonfire, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he couldn't help but think. It was the first time that a stealthy assassination went so smoothly. Because it was the first time, Lin Fei's movements were very fast, but he still made some noise. Xiao Wang. Martial Dao practitioners were very sensitive. Not good, Wang Jun was killed. He just died. Immediately, someone rushed over. Seeing the still warm corpse on the ground, his face was full of anger. He didn't think that someone would dare to make a move on them. This person was also one of Wu Shixiang's subordinates. He was an expert in using a whip. At this moment, he was holding a black whip. The whip was like a poisonous snake, as if it wanted to bite. Wu Shixiang was also furious. Someone really dared to kill them. With Wang Jun's superb assassination ability, he died inexplicably. He didn't even have time to inform them. It must be Mu Chongkong. Wu Shixiang took a look, and his face immediately sank. He revealed a deep vigilance, and his pupils contracted. That was a kind of fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Mu Chongkong, you assassinated our people from Tianxia. Despicable and shameless. If you have the guts, come out and let's fight for 300 rounds. Wu Shixiang's deep voice echoed in the vicinity. Assassinating Wang Jun. Wu Shixiang believed that other than Mu Chongkong, there was no other person who could do this. The Rune Guild had too many runes. Runes masters had always been known for their mysteriousness. Low-level runes masters could ignore it, but middle-level runes masters had to be careful. The methods of runes masters were ever-changing and unimaginable. While Wu Shixiang was busy being vigilant, suddenly, the subordinate behind him clutched his throat and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, as if he was saying something. Come out. You come out. Wu Shixiang's face was gloomy and scary. He kept roaring like a frightened wolf. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Not far away, the crippled one-eyed man waved his hands and let out a scream. He followed the footsteps of his opponent and also had his throat slit. Even if the gods were here, they wouldn't be able to save him. 5 of his subordinates died in the blink of an eye. Wu Shixiang's pupils shrank and fear appeared in his heart. As a middle-level profound practitioner, he shouldn't be so flustered. Perhaps it was because of the 3 words, Mu Chongkong, that he was scared out of his wits. In addition, his subordinate's throat was slit. As a middle-level profound practitioner, he actually couldn't grasp the opponent's movements. This was enough to prove that the opponent was stronger than him. Moreover, He couldn't find the opponent at such a close distance. 10,000 miles saber. Terrified, Wu Shixiang lost his calmness. Suddenly, a saber light rushed over. The sharp aura made his scalp go numb. He quickly retreated a few meters. Fast, too fast. Rip. The saber light slashed on Wu Shixiang's body. Instantly, countless wounds appeared and blood flowed out. Boom! Wu Shixiang, who was struck by the saber, smashed into a huge boulder. The boulder instantly shattered, but he didn't have it easy either. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. You're not Mu Chongkong. Mu Chongkong doesn't have such sharp attacks. Wu Shixiang stared ahead. As expected of the deacon of Tianxia. Your eyes are sharp. You can tell that I'm not Mu Chongkong with a single glance. A certain person walked out from the darkness. It's you. This "it's you" was filled with endless anger. It was as if the person was his mortal enemy. It's you. You killed them. Wu Shixiang's eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Lin Fei, who came out. His expression was as painful as if he had lost his mother. He didn't expect that the mysterious person who killed his subordinates was actually Lin Fei, the Lin Fei who made them suffer. Chapter 180. After mastering the stealth divine ability, Lin Fei's use of the state of wind was extremely impressive. Combined with his tyrannical saber techniques, he managed to kill 2 of Wu Shixiang's subordinates, successfully completing his plan. The strength of the middle stage of the Profound Realm was not comparable to the early stage of the Profound Realm. Lin Fei did not dare to deal with Wu Shixiang right away. Once he was entangled, it would not be a good thing. Instead, he killed his subordinates first to shake his heart and attack his momentum, which would also avoid the trouble of reporting. As expected, Wu Shixiang's strength was outstanding. When he saw his subordinates being killed, he immediately thought that it was Mu Chongkong's doing. His momentum was disrupted, and he fell into panic. In this way, Lin Fei naturally used it to kill another one. Under the stealth divine ability, he did it mysteriously, scaring Wu Shixiang once again. After observing the situation and seeing that Wu Shixiang had collapsed, he attacked quickly and fiercely, not giving Wu Shixiang a chance to resist. Unfortunately, under the intermediate battle skill, Wu Shixiang did not die. He was only injured. This guy was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Lin Fei flipped the dragon's salure in his hand. Under the stealth divine ability, he instantly closed the distance and slashed down, taking Wu Shixiang's life. That's right, I killed them all. You can go down now. Wu Shixiang was at least at the middle stage of the Profound Realm. Even though he was caught off guard, he still had a certain amount of fighting strength. He was shocked in his heart. This guy can't be left alive, he hid too well. Clang clang. 2 blades immediately shot out from his sleeves, transforming into 2 white lights that rushed towards Lin Fei's face. He took the opportunity to dodge and escape from the attack, while a huge crack was split open on the ground. It was pitch black and emitted a cold aura. After making his move, Lin Fei was on guard at all times. The other party was injured, so he definitely would not give Wu Shixiang a chance to recover. Every move was fatal, not giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would definitely not have been a match for him. In the eyes of the other party, his movements were full of flaws and could be easily broken through. But now he had grasped the concept of wind. His might had surpassed before, and his control of speed had entered a whole new level. Even though Wu Shixiang had the strength of an intermediate profound practitioner, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with Lin Fei, who had comprehended a concept. Moreover, his opponent's saber techniques were ferocious and swift, and they were constantly besieging him. Moments later, Wu Shixiang's body was covered with wounds. Blood dripped from them, and his face turned pale. Old dog, let's see how much blood you can shed. Lin Fei snorted coldly. With a flash of his saber light, he attacked Wu Shixiang again. Originally, the saber technique could not match his speed. Now that he had used it, it actually felt like they were fusing. This was also Wu Shixiang's bad luck. If he had encountered other concept geniuses, this situation would definitely not have happened. After all, Lin Fei had grasped the concept of wind. This was a concept that outsiders could only look up to in terms of speed. How fast was the wind? Even martial artists would find it difficult to reach this level. Comprehending the concept of wind was equivalent to being the wind, a person of the wind. When it came to attack speed, others could only execute 3 saber attacks in one breath. A genius who had comprehended a concept could execute 10 saber attacks in one breath. This was the gap. No wonder. Wu Shixiang was in a sorry state. He had dodged this saber attack, but he could not block the following one. Moreover, his opponent's saber techniques were fierce and vicious, and they could kill. Damned stinking brat. Just how did he cultivate? Comprehending the concept of wind is one thing, but that saber technique is simply too deadly. Especially that saber technique. Even my protective aura couldn't block it. Right now, I have less than 40% of my combat strength left. If I don't heal myself soon, I will be exhausted to death. Wu Shixiang panicked and tried to leave the battlefield. However, facing the unrelenting Lin Fei, he could not find an opportunity. Moreover, he had to be on guard at all times to avoid this brat's strange moves. Brat, you killed my Tianxia's people and even ambushed me. When I return, I will definitely teach you a lesson. After Wu Shixiang dodged another attack, his face was full of anger. However, there was a trace of pride in his eyes. Doppelganger battle technique. Second revolution doppelganger. Wu Shixiang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly paled like a dead man's face. On his left and right, 2 figures that looked exactly like Wu Shixiang appeared. Next time, I will definitely exterminate your Lin family. The 3 figures split into 3 and fled in 3 different directions. Not good. Lin Fei's face darkened. He had finally found an opportunity to split up and attack, which led to the current situation. However, Wu Shixiang had unexpectedly used an auxiliary battle technique. If Wu Shixiang escaped, he would definitely be in big trouble. He could not let him escape. Lin Fei immediately had a plan in his mind. However, Lin Fei felt a headache coming on in 3 different directions. He had comprehended the state of wind, and his speed had greatly increased. However, if he kept going back and forth, that old dog might actually succeed and escape from this forest. If that happened, he would have gained more than he lost. In the forest. Wu Shixiang's pale face. If he suddenly appeared, he would probably scare many people to death. This was because his face was too pale, without a trace of blood. A rank 7 monstrous beast leapt out from the darkness. It bit at Wu Shixiang's neck, seemingly wanting to kill him in one move. Unexpectedly, that pale man pointed out a finger and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the monstrous beast's head. It fell down with a boom, smashing through many trees. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Shixiang vomited blood again. He leaned against a tree and gasped for breath. Looking back, he did not see that stinking brat chasing after him. He could not help but put down a rock. Little brat, no matter how good your methods are, you still have to suffer under me. I reckon that your expression will be very good after killing a doppelganger. In order to escape from the opponent, Wu Shixiang had no choice but to use an auxiliary battle technique. Using his blood and qi, he created 2 doppelgangers, one on the left and one on the right. Including the original body, there were 3 in total. This auxiliary battle technique consumed a lot of blood and qi. Every time it was used, it would consume blood and qi. It would take 3 months to recover, and within these 3 months, he would not be able to use martial arts. Wu Shixiang hated himself for accidentally falling into the trap. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed and become a stray dog. He had to use a battle technique to create doppelgangers before he could leave proudly. Stinking brat, you have displayed such a strong innate ability. You are also the enemy of Tianxia. Tianxia is destined to kill you. The better you perform, the faster you will die. After cursing in his heart, Wu Shixiang did not dare to stay any longer. He continued to run forward. Wu Shixiang did not dare to underestimate Lin Fei, who had comprehended the concept of wind. In his injured state, Lin Fei might really be able to catch up. Taking advantage of the doppelganger attracting the opponent's attention, he first pulled away. Old dog, you ran really far. You can take a rest now. Wu Shixiang, who was running, had his mind completely focused. He was clearly very tired. He subconsciously replied, "Yes, I do need to rest. That little brat is probably still busy chasing after the doppelganger." However, just as he finished speaking, Wu Shixiang suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed a terrified expression as he looked at Lin Fei, who was standing not far away. How did you catch up? The one in front of him was Lin Fei. Wu Shixiang's heart suffered a blow again. He muttered to himself, my battle technique doppelganger is unique. How did you see through it? What is going on? His battle technique doppelganger had an extremely strong deceptive ability. Because the doppelganger was mixed with his own aura, it looked like the real thing. It was a battle technique awarded by Tianxia. Ever since he started cultivating it, even though he had only cultivated 2 doppelganger, he had avoided many attacks and survived until now. But now, the battle technique doppelganger that he was so proud of had been seen through by a brat who was still wet behind his ears. Looking at the other's appearance, it seemed that the other had been tailing him all along. He did not know anything about it and was instead feeling complacent. Silent slaps kept falling on his own face. Haha, your battle technique is only good for deceiving people. In my eyes, it is useless. Do you really think that those 2 doppelganger can deceive me? Although that was what he said, Lin Fei was still very surprised. If it was not for the system, he might have really been fooled this time. Those doppelganger had a certain aura and even a certain level of strength. They were the best at deceiving people. Unfortunately, in front of the system, they were like a naked woman with nowhere to hide. The doppelganger had an aura and strength, but unfortunately, it was missing one thing: sin points. That's right, sin points. In this area, Wu Shixiang was the only one who carried so many sin points. He was like a moving monster. If Lin Fei was so stupid that he did not know this, then he should really bang his head against the wall. Even if Wu Shixiang was beaten to death, he would never know that what had exposed him was none other than something called sin value. Wu Shixiang probably did not know that killing people would give sin points. Hearing that, Wu Shixiang was even more terrified. The battle technique doppelganger that he was so proud of was not effective. Did that mean that he was going to die? Plop. Wu Shixiang knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Uncle Lin, don't kill me, don't kill me, I'm just an errand boy. The Li family asked me to do this. Lin Fei landed on the ground and stood a few feet away. Wu Shixiang lowered his head. A light flashed in his eyes. Uncle Lin, as long as you let me go, I can pretend that I don't know anything. I promise that no one will disturb you, and I can even help you catch the remaining members of the Li family. Lin Fei frowned and seemed to be thinking. Wu Shixiang, who was kneeling, suddenly raised his head and revealed a sinister smile. Kid, go to hell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 rays of white light formed a triangle and rushed over, wanting to kill Lin Fei. However, the 3 rays of white light missed. The figure was just an afterimage. At that moment, Wu Shixiang's sinister smile froze. I knew that someone like you would not be so kind. I knew that you would make a move. A ray of light flashed in Wu Shixiang's eyes. Then, he saw his headless corpse fall to the ground. Chapter 181. Whoosh. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally dead. Killing a mid-stage profound practitioner had consumed a lot of Lin Fei's energy. As someone who had transmigrated from Earth, he was not the kind of fool who would fight to the death with a knife. That would definitely be foolish. Lin Fei had learned nothing else in college, but he had learned how to calculate in battle. Tonight, he had personally experienced it. From the beginning to the end, nothing went wrong, and he had killed Wu Shixiang perfectly. Although he had almost fallen into a trap at the last moment, it was overall a good result. Haha, another 1 million experience points. Am I going to level up soon? Lin Fei grinned, and his laughter echoed in the forest, startling many birds. After he advanced into the 9th level of the martial Dao, Lin Fei had killed a few more experts, and there was even an expert at the intermediate stage of the profounder realm amongst them. First of all, he did not calculate how much reputation points he would get after exchanging them for sin points. If he exchanged them for experience points, it would definitely be a lot. After all, advancing from the 9th heavenly layer to the profound practitioner only required a few million experience points. After a moment of excitement, Lin Fei went to clean up the corpses. The people of Tianxia had died outside. If their corpses were exposed, they might be discovered by others, and they would immediately associate it with Gue Yuan City. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. After finding a place, Lin Fei raised his knife and instantly dug a pit of several feet in size and a depth of 4 to 5 meters. I hope you will be good people in your next life. While Lin Fei said that, his hands were not idle. He was collecting the spoils of war. After killing a lot of people, he gradually liked to plunder the spoils of war. First was the silver and then the gold. There should be more than 100,000 taels of silver. As for the silver, Lin Fei did not care about it. He still had a lot of silver and gold in his space, at least a few million taels of silver. 9 stars chain arrow skill. They found a secret manual of a mysterious technique on each of the 5 of them. In the Shentian continent, secret manuals were generally kept in private storage. Thus, it was most likely that they were carried on their person. No wonder that fellow is so powerful. This archery secret manual is a high-grade yellow-level book. If I were to sell it, it would definitely fetch at least 500,000 silver taels. Snake-like whip technique. This is useless to me, but I can sell it for money. Lin Fei had kept the 2 secret manuals from before. He intended to find a place to sell them off. Beep. The point system has been activated. The recycling system can be activated now. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind. Recycling system? Lin Fei was slightly startled. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel excited. F***CK, this leveling system is too awesome. Killing people and robbing them of their goods was bound to be troublesome. It was hard to say when they would fail miserably. When he heard that the recycling system had appeared, Lin Fei wanted to hug it and give it a kiss. Even the heavens were helping him. Turn on the recycling system. A huge funnel appeared in front of Lin Fei. It looked the same as usual, except that this funnel was made of metal. The leveling system came with a recycling system. Lin Fei didn't know about it at all. If he hadn't been reminded tonight, he wouldn't even have known about the existence of such a recycling system. Lin Fei immediately read the instructions for the recycling system. He had to admit that this leveling system was very user-friendly. As long as one wasn't illiterate, they would understand the instructions. After a while, Lin Fei revealed a strange expression. Could it be that this leveling system is very useful for accumulating points? Ever since the point system had been activated, Lin Fei hadn't had time to check it out. After browsing through it, he understood the function of the recycling system. No matter what item it was, the system would wave its hand and exchange it for points. Silver recycling. 10,000 for only 10 points. This is too much. Low-grade yellow-level Shen skills are only worth 100 points. What recycling system? After looking at the recycling ratio, Lin Fei was also speechless. This recycling ratio, which bastard came up with it? He wanted to grab it and chop it a few times. Low-grade yellow-level Shen skills outside started at tens of thousands. The better ones could sell for hundreds of thousands without a problem. The recycling system only gave 100 points. After nagging for a while, Lin Fei pondered for a while. Since he had free time, why not open the point system and take a look? When the time came, he could decide whether to recycle it or not. Of course, Lin Fei felt like he was playing a game. Killing people gave experience points. After killing people and robbing them, there was a recycling system immediately. He opened the point system. Player Lin Fei. 1,100 points remaining. After the point system was activated, he had obtained a total of 2 points. Lin Fei remembered it very clearly. He opened the point system. On the interface, a list of 1-star to 10-star missions immediately appeared, just like the missions on the taskbar. The missions here were represented by asterisks, ranging from 1-star to 10-star. After 10 stars, the interface was gray. Obviously, it couldn't be opened. Could it be that I can purchase missions with points in exchange for experience points? Isn't that the same as the daily missions? The point system. Seeing such a function, Lin Fei's face showed an incredulous expression. Since he had the upgrade system, Lin Fei's upgrade speed had been very fast. But after seeing the upgrade system now, he understood that it seemed that the ability of the upgrade system had been truly developed at this moment. Lin Fei couldn't wait to open a 1-star mission. 1-star mission, kill the flower thief Wang Yang, time limit of 1 month, mission completion reward 300,000 experience, 500 points, 600,000 experience points deducted if not completed within the time limit. 1-star mission, kill the bandit leader, time limit of 1 month, mission completion reward 200,000 experience, 300 points, 400,000 experience points deducted if not completed within the time limit. Hiss. Lin Fei secretly took a breath of cold air. Well, with this point mission system, it will be much more convenient to upgrade. After a brief look at the rules, the number of points needed to be paid according to the mission accepted. 1-star mission. Each mission required 100 points. Lin Fei went to look at the 2-star assignments, and after he glanced through them, he realized that only those in the profounder realm would have the confidence to complete the 2-star assignments. For example, killing someone could earn millions of experience points and thousands of points. If the mission was not completed, the system's punishment was also very severe. It could be said that it was a high-risk, high-reward mission. The 2-star mission was already so terrifying, so Lin Fei decisively did not look at the following missions. In addition, Lin Fei also found that in addition to the single mission, there were missions actively issued by the system. In game terms, this was a random mission, and if you were lucky enough to complete it, you could get an unexpected reward. Could it be that only points can be exchanged for this mission? It had to be said that the online otaku had a different way of thinking. After searching in the points interface, he found what he wanted. Oh, there really is a points store. There was a store for online games. If the upgrade system did not have a store, Lin Fei would feel abnormal. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. But as the points interface opened, Lin Fei realized that he had neglected the points store. After opening the interface, a store interface appeared before him. The store interface was divided into 7 categories: lifestyle, pills, weapons, mystic arts, armor, pets, and special items. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. But soon, he found that the items in the points store were ridiculously expensive. A supreme-grade chi gathering pill actually cost 10,000 points. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. What a black-hearted system. The other pills easily cost tens of thousands or even 100,000 points. It was almost a death sentence. Life and death pill, 10 million points. Heaven-breaking pill, 50 million points. Lin Fei changed the content dispiritedly. On the Mystic Arts interface, Wind God's Leg, yellow grade, 30,000 points. Invincible Vajra Body, yellow grade, 10,000 points. Lin Fei was dealt a heavy blow, and his face was expressionless. He finally understood why the recycling rate was so low. What a profiteer! What a profiteer! A yellow-grade item was only worth 100 points. Lin Fei almost cursed out loud. What the heck? This was too much of a scam. He had wanted to buy a mystic art manual, but when he saw the price, Lin Fei became a coward. He could not afford it, and he could not afford it. How many people did he have to kill to accumulate enough points? He exited the point system. Recycled. Whip techniques and archery techniques were both unpopular. Lin Fei directly recycled them. Successfully recycled 100,000 taels of silver. 100 points awarded. Successfully recycled 9 stars rapid archery technique. 1,000 points awarded. A yellow grade superior grade item gave out 1,000 points. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Compared to yellow grade superior grade mystic arts, which could easily cost tens of thousands of points, 1,000 points was not worth mentioning. After clearing 4 corpses, only Wu Shixiang's corpse was left. A large number of items emerged from Wu Shixiang's corpse. From his cheap father, Lin Fei knew that anyone who became a mystic cultivator would have 100 treasures bag. This 100 treasures bag was bound to the owner. Once the owner died, the items in the bag would immediately drop. Hence, the scene of the boss dropping items appeared. First, he recycled the silver. He actually recycled 500 points. After that, there were many mystic arts manuals on the ground, which surprised Lin Fei. This Wu Shixiang had collected quite a lot of things, but it was a pity that they had all dropped in one go. Lin Fei was delighted. Recycled 13 Devil Cloud hands, yellow grade, 100 points. Recycled. Wu Shixiang had quite a number of secret manuals. Without guessing, Lin Fei knew that these secret manuals must have been obtained by killing people and then given to him. Not bad, not bad. I have 7,400 points in one go. Although it had not exceeded 10,000 points, his harvest tonight was quite good. He had not even exchanged the sin points for reputation points yet. The battle technique, doppelganger technique, is quite useful to me. Lin Fei recycled almost all the secret manuals in Wu Shixiang's hands, leaving only this one in his hands. Battle technique, doppelganger technique. This was a support battle technique. Wu Shixiang's strength was not high. He split himself into two and almost fell for Wu Shixiang's trick. Lin Fei slightly furrowed his brows as he consumed his qi and blood to use this doppelganger technique. He did not like it very much. This doppelganger technique was quite useful, but it had too many flaws. It would be great if I could modify this doppelganger technique. Chapter 182. What's going on? Lin Fei's originally relaxed eyebrows furrowed again, almost forming the character Chuan. In fact, he was also curious about what the leveling system was up to this time. It was understandable that the point system and the recycling system popped up tonight. However, Lin Fei was very surprised that a branch of Xian art had popped up. Open it! Lin Fei was not that kind of fool. After pondering for a moment, he immediately opened the system. He had an idea. Maybe the opening of the branch had something to do with the mysterious art manual in hand. As soon as the interface appeared, an 8 trigrams furnace appeared on it. The center was empty and seemed to be able to store things. The first thing Lin Fei did was to check the manual, wanting to know what the function of this branch was. When he browsed through it, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Damn, the recycling system just now was already amazing. I didn't expect another amazing branch to pop up now. Lin Fei didn't know how to explain it. This branch of Xian Qi strengthening was simply like a dream. Just as he was about to doze off, someone immediately sent him a pillow. After checking it, this branch turned out to be the upgrade system, which was added later. Using the system's heaven-defying function, it derived another cultivation technique. In layman's terms, the system used this mysterious art as a blueprint to strengthen an even more powerful mysterious art. This was the original and the foundation of the branch. Lin Fei's mouth was so wide open that a duck's egg could be stuffed inside. Unfortunately, this special function was only activated once a month. Fortunately, it was free. There was a long time between this month and the next. Lin Fei couldn't help but think about it. If the combat skill clone was strengthened by the system, what would it be like? After mastering the concept of wind, his strength improved rapidly. Soon, he would go to Shanhe County. At that time, there would be danger everywhere. Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. He had to improve his strength. If the combat skill clone was strengthened and reached his expectations, it could become another trump card of his. Soon, Lin Fei made up his mind. Once a month it was just right for this combat skill. According to the information he had heard, auxiliary combat skills were relatively rare. Wu Shixiang's combat skill, doppelganger, could be considered a unique existence. If it wasn't for the fact that it consumed too much vitality, this combat skill might have been a powerful attack. What a pity! What a pity! Activate upgrade. After storing the secret manual, Lin Fei placed it in the center of the 8 trigrams furnace and clicked to open it. Boom! The entire 8 trigrams furnace burned with raging flames, and a red progress bar appeared below. Looking at it, it needed 3 or 4 stars. God bless, you must succeed. He exited the leveling system. He kicked Wu Shixiang's corpse down and immediately covered it back up. He then used a rune's divine art and the ground returned to its original state. No one could tell that there was a corpse underneath. Not bad, not bad. It's a must-have item for killing. After checking the surroundings and making sure there was nothing left behind, Lin Fei used his stealth technique and melded into the night, disappearing without a trace. After traveling for 100 miles, Lin Fei found a safe place. After a busy night, his stomach was already grumbling with hunger. He caught a wild rabbit, skinned it, and cleaned its internal organs. Soon he started a fire, and the crackling sound of it could be heard. After the wild rabbit meat was cooked, Lin Fei grabbed it and took a bite. As a cultivator, the hot air did not affect him at all. It did not burn his internal organs. After eating the rabbit, he leaped onto a towering tree and lay lazily on it. I've killed so many people and collected a lot of sin points. It's time to exchange them for reputation points. The matter of Shanhe County was approaching, and Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure, especially since he had killed the people of Tianxia tonight. It was better to be safe than sorry. His strength was still too low. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to rush to the innate realm as soon as possible. Exchange all my reputation points. Exchanging reputation points. Exchange successful. Exchange for experience points. After killing the people of Li family and Tianxia, Lin Fei's reputation points had reached over 1,000, and all of them were experience points. Lin Fei could see that the EXP bar had reached its peak, but it was stuck at the end, and the EXP bar couldn't be added. In order to level up, Lin Fei had exchanged all his reputation points for experience points. That was tens of millions of experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player for reaching the 9th level of the martial path. Ding! Mystic Realm promotion mission activated. Although he had guessed it before, after reaching the martial path's perfection realm, he found that his body's essence chi had reached the peak, and the benefits were unprecedented. Could it be that there was a perfection realm in the 9 levels of the martial path? Lin Fei had not heard of such a realm, but his current state had completely surpassed the 9 levels of the martial path, and he seemed to be just a step away from the mystic realm. Strange. This leveling system is the same as an online game. After reaching the perfection realm, random missions will appear, and I can only level up after completing them. Lin Fei suddenly understood. After the system's voice sounded, a large wheel appeared. It was colorful, and it was filled with missions. Do you want to start the lottery? Lin Fei was speechless when he saw such a random lottery. Lottery! The large wheel that had stopped moving instantly began to spin. As it spun, it was impossible to distinguish the color, and the content could not be seen. The speed was too fast. Lin Fei felt uneasy. He was too anxious just now. If he had known this would happen, he would have checked the specific missions. Forget it depends on luck. Lin Fei returned to normal, and he prayed in his heart that it was not a difficult mission. Stop! The large wheel that was originally spinning slowed down, and colors appeared. Creak! Under Lin Fei's eager gaze, the large wheel finally stopped, and the needle landed on one of the black plates. Realm promotion mission activated. Obtain first place in the runes competition within a month. Reward, 5 million experience points, 10,000 points. There is a chance to obtain additional rewards. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment. His luck seemed to be very good to be able to get such a mission. 5 million experience points, 10,000 points, and additional random rewards. Lin Fei was indeed tempted. Not to mention the experience points. Just the additional experience points alone might give him a divine weapon. His heart started to daydream. After daydreaming, Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure again. This year's runes competition would not be so easy to obtain. Lin Fei could not help but think of that old fox. There were geniuses in the Rune Guild. Why did he have to make him participate and give him such a big hat? From this, it seemed that the runes competition would definitely be filled with difficulties. Perhaps there were many geniuses in the other big cities. With the gathering of geniuses, the difficulty would naturally increase. As he continued thinking, Lin Fei felt that the situation was as such. It seemed that he had been tricked by that old fox again. Dawn was approaching. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on a tree. His essence, chi, and spirit were at their peak. He did not feel tired at all. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood up. It's time. Strengthening mystic art completed. Opening the branch interface, the 8 trigrams furnace stopped burning. A secret manual appeared in his bag. With a thought, it appeared in his hand. It still looked the same, but it had changed a lot. Lin Fei could not wait to open it and read it. The strengthened doppelganger combat technique was extremely profound. Lin Fei felt like he had obtained a great treasure. He was extremely excited, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it from him. An hour later, Lin Fei rubbed his forehead. His eyes were filled with excitement. Amazing. Truly amazing. After the 8 trigrams furnace was modified, the doppelganger combat technique had undergone great changes. First of all, it no longer consumed chi and blood. It had become a cultivation technique and did not require any special means. After the strengthening, the doppelganger combat technique would drop by 2 realms. In other words, it would be the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. Once the doppelganger was killed, it would affect the original body. The 7th heavenly layer of the martial path is enough. Lin Fei thought that the strength of the doppelganger would be around the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path. He did not expect it to be the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. Learning the doppelganger combat technique. A system notification immediately appeared. A warm current rose and turned into essence, entering Lin Fei's body. This was equivalent to learning the doppelganger combat technique. If Wu Shixiang knew that in order to learn this battle skill, he had spent a full 10 years, while the other party had only spent a moment, he would probably die with regrets. Doppelganger combat technique. Lin Fei called out in a low voice. Then, a mysterious feeling rose in Lin Fei's heart, as if something was about to break out of the ground. This feeling came and went quickly. What a magical doppelganger combat technique! In just a moment, Lin Fei found that there was a black doppelganger beside him, expressionless, like a puppet. Lin Fei looked at himself, looked up and down, and found that it was exactly the same as himself. Attack that tree! Under the command, the doppelganger used the stealth divine ability, and the hand knife hit the towering tree. Walala! The towering tree was blasted open a huge hole. What a strong attack! Lin Fei immediately stopped the doppelganger. A doppelganger was so powerful. The attack just now was clearly his own saber attack. It seemed that the doppelganger knew his own Xian art, especially the stealth divine ability. When it was used, it was like an assassin in the dark. Good, good. It will be much more convenient to have this doppelganger in the future. Lin Fei wanted to summon another one, but he did not succeed. After reading the secret manual, he knew that his current strength was only 1. He needed to wait until he was a Xian realm expert before he could summon the second one, and this doppelganger combat technique could summon 9 of him. Just 1 was so powerful. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if there were 9 of him? He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. After the upgrade system strengthened the doppelganger combat technique, it would be so powerful. Lin Fei had never heard of this doppelganger combat technique that could have such a powerful attack. Once he was split, he would only drop 2 realms. It was too magical. Come back. Chapter 183. What? They were all taken care of by you? In the secret chamber of the Lin family. When Lin Zhentian heard Lin Fei's words, he was in a state of shock. His gaze was as if he was looking at a strange person. Just how strong was his son? Big brother Lin Xiao and second brother Lin Feng were also dumbfounded. Was this still their third brother? Unknowingly, they had a feeling of looking up to him. 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the martial Dao and 1 at the middle stage of the profound realm were killed just like that? Genius. A monstrous genius. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. If he had known this would happen, he would have only killed a few people. This was too exaggerated. Yes. I killed the deacon's subordinates first. Lin Fei gave a simple account of what happened. Lin Zhentian kept nodding his head, revealing a look of approval. A person's strength did not lie in his strength, but in his schemes. His son had surpassed his master. Good job. Lin Zhentian laughed. Looks like I don't have to worry about you anymore. Previously, when Lin Fei suggested to fight alone, Lin Zhentian had been worried that something might happen. The strength of a middle-stage profound realm expert was not easy to deal with. He thought that it would be a draw, but who would have thought? These are the secret manuals that will be brought back. When the time comes, I will arrange for the disciples of the family to cultivate them. Lin Fei took out the secret manuals again. Even if they were all taken back, don't forget that the system recorded everything and quickly wrote it down after returning. There was no loss. Lin Zhentian naturally accepted it with a smile. You guys go out first. Father has something to say to your third brother. After Lin Zhentian gave some instructions, he let Lin Xiao and Lin Feng go out first. After they left, Lin Zhentian suddenly looked at Lin Fei and said, You went out to kill the people of Tianxia and had a lot of opportunities. Looking at you, you should have entered the Great Perfection Realm, right? Lin Fei was shocked. He could even see that. I heard that after the 9 heavens of the martial path is the profound practitioner realm. Could there really be a complete realm? Lin Fei voiced out his doubts. Lin Zhentian chuckled as he said, There's something you're unaware of. The perfection of the 9th level of the martial Dao is a realm that's extremely difficult to enter, and it requires special fortuitous encounters. Once one enters the perfection, then one's control of profound energy would attain a miraculous state, and one's strength would surpass the 9th level of the martial Dao and be barely able to go against initial stage profounders. Could it be that very few people can enter the Great Perfection Realm? Indeed very few. In our Gue Yuan city, The number of people who have entered the perfection realm can be counted with one's fingers. Your father, I, have never entered. Lin Zhentian looked at his son with envy and jealousy. Entering the martial Dao 9th level Great Perfection, Lin Fei could feel that his control of qi had reached a new level. He could control it freely and move it with his heart. Father, why did you ask me to stay? Lin Fei changed the topic. He asked. Lin Zhentian's face revealed a complicated look. You can choose whether to go or not. Father will not make things difficult for you. City Lord Su Chang has sent an invitation and asked you to go in person. What banquet? Lin Fei asked. Lin Zhentian praised. Hearing the invitation from the city lord, the first thing he wanted to do was not to know why, but to first ask about the nature of the banquet. He was as calm as a cucumber. His brain turned quickly. City Lord's daughter, Su Xiuxiu's 18th birthday. Oh, Lin Fei said, so it's a birthday banquet. I wonder if father has any inside information? Lin Zhentian shook his head. Our Lin family and the city lord's relationship is ordinary. If I'm not wrong, it should be because of Su Xiuxiu. As for why you are invited, I'm afraid that your recent performance is beyond the imagination of the city lord. Lin Fei was surprised. This city lord looking for me, is he trying to test me? Do I have the guts to be his son-in-law? Or is he trying to rope me in? 5 years ago, the previous Lin Fei caused a huge disaster. As a result, the Lin family and the city lord's family had quite a bit of conflict. Later on, the Lin family was attacked by the other families. This is the invitation. You can decide for yourself. Lin Zhentian put down the invitation. Okay. Young master, you're back. After returning from the secret room, Lin Fei was still pondering about the invitation. After clarifying a little, the city lord showed his goodwill. The Zhang family was controlled, the Li family was destroyed, and the other families were not worth mentioning. The Lin family once again stood at the peak of Gui Yuan City. Maybe they would have to fight against the city lord. The city lord sending out an invitation became very normal. As for the specific reason, Lin Fei could not think of a reason. Thus, he was thinking along the way. When he heard Qing Wan's voice, he came back to his senses. Come here, let young master hug you. Lin Fei stretched out his hands and teased. Qing Wan's face turned red. She moved lightly and dodged. Young master, you're so bad. When he was free, Lin Fei liked to tease Qing Wan. He liked Qing Wan's shyness, that kind of hazy beauty, very happy, very cheerful. While playing, Lin Fei inadvertently discovered that on Qing Wan's face, there was a trace of cold air, and her complexion became a lot worse. Since the last time when he came back from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei found out that there was a problem. At first, he did not care much about it, thinking that it was scared out of her. But looking at it again today, that cold air revealed a sense of danger. Lin Fei grabbed Qing Wan's small hand, and a cold air hit him. His whole body felt like it was in a cold winter. The profound qi in his body revolved. Only then could he break this cold. Young master, are you okay? Qing Wan exclaimed. Lin Fei waved his hand, and his palm was covered with a layer of profound qi. He frowned and thought to himself, what a sharp cold air, it can actually freeze people. This is too strange. Fortunately, my 9 revolutions mental cultivation method is better than ordinary mental cultivation methods, otherwise I would be in trouble. That cold air just now seemed to want to freeze people's internal organs. If it was someone else under the cold air, they would definitely be injured, seriously injured. I'm fine. Lin Fei spat out a white breath. Don't move, let me take a good look. Qing Wan did not dare to say anything. She was worried in her heart. This cold air came out without her knowing. Every night at midnight, her whole body would be cold and painful, afraid that something would happen to young master. This time, Lin Fei was much smarter. He activated the Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger body to prevent the cold air from wreaking havoc. Once the profound qi entered Qing Wan's body, Lin Fei immediately frowned. He was shocked. What was going on? Why was Qing Wan's body like an ice house, as if it wanted to freeze everything? Your coldine qi, when did it appear? Lin Fei did not dare to check again, because his profound qi had agitated the coldine qi. Qing Wan's face turned pale, and her body trembled. She hurriedly stopped and cut off the profound qi. She was quickly disintegrated by the coldine qi and turned into nothingness. All along, The 9 revolutions mental cultivation method could devour profound qi, which was considered terrifying. He did not expect that the cold yin qi in Qing Wan's body was not inferior to his. This was just the beginning. What about in the future? Lin Fei did not dare to imagine. Ever since Qing Wan became his personal maid, Lin Fei treated her as his own woman, and a cute Lolita at that. Qing Wan explained the situation. Indeed, it was accidentally opened during the last assassination. Every midnight, the cold yin qi would increase sharply. Lin Fei was not considered knowledgeable, but at least he understood that this cold yin qi would definitely not appear for no reason. If he did not gather the cold yin qi and turn it into a force in his body, the impact would be great. "Young master, am I going to die?" Qing Wan said pitifully. "No, you won't die. With young master here, no one can take your life. You are my maid." Lin Fei said firmly. "No matter what, young master will get rid of your cold yin qi." After killing Tianxia, Lin Fei was in a good mood. However, the matter with Qing Wan made Lin Fei's mood irritable. It was not easy for him to have such a Lolita girl, and she was so likable. It was really unpleasant for such a thing to happen. The next day, Lin Fei immersed himself in the family's library, flipping through the information, wanting to find out the problem and find a way to deal with it. After a day, almost all the secret books in the library were flipped through, causing the guards of the library to be confused, not understanding what was going on. Found it, finally found it. Hard work paid off. Just as Lin Fei was about to give up, he finally found the information. Pure yin body, pure yin qi. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Where did such a rare body come from? The information simply stated that the pure yin body was a rare body. It was no different from when one was young, but once one reached a certain age, the pure yin body would be activated and the body would produce pure yin qi. Once a person with such a body appeared, they would become a cultivation genius. A special body would create a special genius. In the Xiantian continent, as long as a person with a pure yin body appeared, the big sects would fight over it and nurture it into a super expert. People with a pure yin body could be said to be a treasure. They were the future pillars of the big sections. F***CK. This is the ancestral grave emitting green smoke. Lin Fei was surprised. I only have my current strength because of the upgrade system, but people with a pure yin body cultivate like a rocket. This is too much. According to the information, people with the pure yin body were blessed by the heavens. Cultivating was as easy as eating. Some people could break through a realm in a year, while others could break through in 2 or 3 months. Gap, a real gap. It wasn't that Lin Fei had never been defeated before. After reading the information about the pure yin body, his face was filled with depression. This continent wasn't as simple as he thought. It says that once the pure yin body produces pure yin qi, one must cultivate a yin attribute Shen technique to condense the pure yin qi. Otherwise, if the pure yin qi spreads throughout the body, one will die from the pure yin qi. Lin Fei hurriedly searched. In the library, there were countless Shen techniques, but there was a lack of yin attribute Shen techniques. He couldn't even find a first-rate Shen technique. Damn it, why is it like this? Lin Fei was annoyed. This was the sorrow of a small family. He couldn't even find a single yin attribute Shen technique. Chapter 184. Lin Fei, who was in a dilemma, suddenly heard the news and immediately flew into a rage. His hand moved like lightning and grabbed the collar of the guard. What did you say? The guard's forehead was full of cold sweat as he stuttered. Blue Wan was kidnapped, our men couldn't stop it. Lin Fei was still worried about the pure yin body a moment ago, but he didn't expect that someone would kidnap Blue Wan. Wasn't this just to teach him a lesson? Tell me, what the hell is going on? The guard didn't dare to breathe loudly and quickly explained everything. It turned out that after Lin Fei left, Blue Wan went out to buy things. Since there was a personal maid, many things needed to be bought from outside. Therefore, when she went out to buy things, she often saw her. When she came back, she met an old woman who saw Blue Wan and made a move. The guards couldn't stop the old woman. Expert. Lin Fei came to a conclusion in his heart. Since she dared to be in Gue Yuan City, she was definitely not an ordinary person. An expert like the old woman couldn't be found in Gue Yuan City. The guards arranged by Lin Fei weren't weak. They were at the 8th layer of the martial path, but they couldn't even last one move against the old woman. This was because the old woman was lenient, Otherwise the guards wouldn't have been able to return. Blue Luan was kidnapped. Everyone was surprised. Ever since Lin Fei displayed his prowess, no one in the clan dared to underestimate Lin Fei. As his personal maidservant, Qing Luan, her status also rose with the tide. Everyone wanted to curry favor with her. After hearing the news, Lin Zhentian rushed over immediately. The current Lin family was the #1 family in Gue Yuan City. After the news that Lin Fei had comprehended a concept, the family gave up on the idea of contending. With such a genius, the future Lin family wasn't something they could contend with. What are you doing? You can't even protect a little girl. When Lin Zhentian came, he scolded them and then asked them to seal off Gue Yuan City and investigate the whereabouts of the old woman. The Lin family had lost a member and was kidnapped. The city gate was sealed, and no one could say anything. If they were suspected, it would be like the fish in the moat caught in the fire. They could not bear the Lin family's wrath. They knew that this method was useless. Everyone still ran out to execute the order. You said that the lass has a purine body? In the study. Lin Zhentian was stunned when he heard the news, as if he was shocked. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I had just found it in the library when the Cyan Luan was stolen. Lin Zhentian was silent for a while before he said, This lass has met her benefactor. How is this possible? Lin Fei was surprised that his father would say that. Lin Zhentian had finally found something to be proud of. Even if Lin Zhentian possessed a cultivation at the intermediate stage of the profounder realm, Lin Zhentian wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning against his son. Now that he had finally found something to be better than his son, Lin Zhentian couldn't help but feel proud. You said that the Cyan Luan has a purine body. Then it is a first-class treasure body. Although our Gue Yuan city is remote, it is not that there are no experts, especially those experts who like to travel the continent. It is hard to guarantee that they won't see through it. That old woman might have kidnapped the Cyan Luan for the good of the Cyan Luan. This is also her fortune. From the old woman's actions, she did not harm our guards, so she should be a passing expert. Lin Fei listened quietly. He felt that his father's words made sense. If she did not meet an expert, why would she let go of the guards? From this, it seemed that she had good intentions. Treasure body? Could it be a special physique? Lin Zhentian explained, Treasure body, how do I put it? It is considered a special physique. The purine body is one of them. It cultivates at lightning speed. If combined with a peerless mysterious technique, the cultivation would be beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Their strength would also surpass ordinary experts. Hiss. Lin Fei thought that he was already terrifying. Now that he thought about it, he knew that he was just a frog in a well. The rest of the treasure bodies are like this? In the library, Lin Fei did not find any information about the treasure body, so he was not clear about it. It's hard to say. There are many treasure bodies, and the purine body is one of the top 10 physiques. It is difficult to find one in 100 million people, and that person can see that Blue Luan has a purine body, so his strength is definitely above mine. Lin Zhentian's eyes revealed a dignified look. Maybe he is an expert of the profound spirit realm. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air again. He remembered that after the profound practitioner was the profound master, and after the profound master was the profound spirit realm. There was a gap of 2 whole realms. No wonder that person could recognize the Blue Luan's physique at a glance. At noon, Lin Fei also relied on the profound qi to detect the purine qi. Profound spirit. Lin Fei was stuck at the top. Lin Zhentian's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. Profound spirit, we can't afford to offend them. Just a move is enough to flatten our Lin family. Lin Fei sighed. I understand. Coming out of the study, his heart, which was originally at the great perfection stage of the martial Tao, suddenly turned cold. A profound spirit realm expert. What a huge gap. If it was a late-stage profound practitioner, Lin Fei did not mind fighting. Even if he could not suppress the other party, he would make the other party suffer the consequences. Facing a profound spirit realm expert, there was no hope. Returning to his own house, the guard at the door immediately ran up. Young master, someone left a letter just now. What letter? The guard quickly handed over a letter. Lin Fei took it and couldn't wait to open it. There was a delicate handwriting on it. It was Blue Luan's handwriting. Young master, I'm leaving. Don't worry about me. I will be back. It was a very simple handwriting, but it revealed a sense of parting. Who sent it? Just now that person flashed, left a letter, and then disappeared. He seemed to have gone towards the east. The guard pointed in a direction. Lin Fei did not blame them. It was not easy for a profound spirit realm expert to barely see the direction. Keeping the letter, Lin Fei turned around, opened his wings of the wind, and chased outside. The great perfection stage of the martial Tao, coupled with the wings of the wind, and the comprehension of the wind intent, his speed was so shocking that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Outside the city, in the east, over there was a continuous forest. Lin Fei landed on a tree, but did not find any clues. He came out of the city to try his luck. Maybe he could see the other party, but he did not. An hour later, Lin Fei turned around and went back. After Lin Fei left, an old woman and a green-clothed young lady appeared on a hill 1,000 feet away. The green-clothed young lady's eyes were red. Little Blue, your young master is destined to be immortal. You have a pure body, and are destined to be a peerless genius in the continent. When the time comes, there will be all kinds of good men. The old woman's voice was very hoarse, with a hint of coldness. She looked at Blue Luan with a gentle gaze, as if she was looking at her own daughter. My young master is the best. Blue Luan bit her lips. No one can compare to him. The old woman revealed a look of disapproval and thought to herself, Lass, you don't know how powerful a purine body is. Once you cultivate it, there will be no bottlenecks. That young man's strength is not bad, and he has entered the great perfection stage. However, in front of a treasure body, he is destined to be left in the dust. That lass is too soft-hearted. When she enters the sect, she will sooner or later forget about this young master. The two of them are worlds apart, and there will be no chance. I've seen him. Let's go. Back at the house, Lin Fei locked himself up for a night. When he came out the next day, he had already returned to normal, and there were no visible changes. Third brother, are you all right? Lin Xiao asked. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm fine. I've thought it through. This is a good thing for the lass. Lin Xiao sighed. I've never thought that lass Blue Luan would have a purine body. We've all been deceived. If only we had known that there was such a genius, we would have dug him out. Lin Fei didn't want to deal a blow to his confidence. I'm going to the Rune Guild. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Fei went straight to the Rune Guild. After killing the people from Tianxia, Lin Fei's reputation was like the sun in the sky, and everyone looked at him with fear. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a ruthless person, and they couldn't afford to offend him. You're looking for our chairman Mu? Lin Fei was stopped by someone. That's right. The guard was exceptionally dutiful. I'm sorry, but our chairman Mu usually doesn't see anyone. If you have an appointment, it's an exception. Lin Fei was originally in a bad mood, but his face immediately sank. You will tell Chairman Mu that his closed-door disciple is outside. Closed-door disciple. The guard's heart skipped a beat, and he felt guilty. You're really his closed-door disciple? That Lin Fei? Recently, other than Lin Fei, the most lively thing in Guiyuan City was Lin Fei. Lin Fei frowned. Why? You don't believe me? The guard hurriedly made a please gesture. This way, please. Our Chairman Mu is inside. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. If not for the fact that his family needed a backer, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. The guard's face turned ugly as he cursed in his heart. Damn it, you could have just said that you're Lin Fei. Why did you deliberately not say it? Aren't you just making a fool of yourself? When he heard that Lin Fei had arrived, Mu Chongkong personally came out to greet him. This was a very rare thing. The guard's forehead kept dripping with cold sweat. This was too exaggerated. It seemed like the rumors were true. Lin Fei was highly regarded by Chairman Mu. You can leave now. Mu Chongkong waved his hand, sending the guard out. When are we leaving? Lin Fei went straight to the point. Mu Chongkong laughed. 5 days later. Since you're here, you should get to know your fellow apprentices. Originally, I wanted to personally take you there, but unfortunately, something came up. So, I'll let Xiao Ning take you there. Mu Ning came out of nowhere. Grandpa, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Mu Ning chuckled, but her eyes flashed. Lin Fei looked at Mu Ning, especially that smile, and thought, this girl, did she take some medicine today? Otherwise, why would she be so polite? Could it be that she has some conspiracy against me? It was no wonder that Lin Fei had such a thought. They had met twice, and each time they parted on bad terms. Lin Fei didn't believe that this girl would be so kind. Chapter 185. In front of us is the Runes Tower. Inside the Rune Guild stood a huge black tower. This black tower had a resounding name: Holy Tower of Runes. After the two of them exchanged greetings in the office, Mu Chongkong let her granddaughter bring Lin Fei around the Rune Guild to understand it well. Mu Ning became the guide, explaining all the way until they finally arrived at the Holy Tower of Runes. Lin Fei gained a lot of knowledge along the way. Although in the virtual space he could make runes, learn the magical powers of runes, and learn the theory of runes. It was Lin Fei's first time visiting the Rune Guild outside. Although he had been here twice, he was in a hurry and didn't understand the Rune Guild in detail. Today he got what he wanted. Could it be that I was thinking too much? At first, Lin Fei thought that Mu Ning, this girl, wanted to make things difficult for him. But now, it seemed that it was not possible. It seemed that she was very kind. In his heart, he wondered if he was wrong. Lin Fei shook his head and threw his emotions to the back of his mind. Holy Tower of Runes? Not far away, a huge black tower rose from the ground, piercing through the clouds. It was a unique building in Gue Yuan City. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing the Holy Tower of Runes. He felt a vast aura, as if he was in the vast ocean, drifting with the waves. It was very shocking. Although he had learned about it in the virtual space, this was the first time seeing it in person. Holy Tower of Runes is not something that anyone wants to see. Mu Ning snorted in her heart. Originally, she thought that she could give him a blow, but the other party's expression was very calm. Just a moment ago, his face showed a trace of surprise, and then it returned to normal. Keep pretending. Who would believe you? Mu Ning gazed at the rune's sacred tower, her face especially proud. This is the sacred tower of the runes that our guild defeated all the rune guilds in the Mountain River County 5 years ago. Let me tell you, if you cultivate inside the sacred tower of the runes, 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 3 days of time, and 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to 3 years of time. It is also beneficial to the cultivation of the soul. Actually, even without Mu Ning's explanation, Lin Fei also understood the use of the rune's sanctum. It was said that after a runes master reached level 7, they could build their own sacred runes tower. The power of this sacred runes tower was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could defend and attack at the same time, and was terrifyingly strong. After a runes master reached level 7, their strength would be earth-shattering, and they were known as the holy objects of runes masters. As for the Holy Tower of Runes, a single runes master would not be able to succeed, as it would consume too many materials. He learned from Mu Ning. If the rune's sanctum wanted to display its nature-defying effect, it needed a special energy supply. Without the energy supply, the sacred runes tower would lose its effect. The sacred runes tower in front of them could be moved. In order to build it, a large amount of resources had been consumed. All the runes masters in the Shanhe County treated it as a treasure. Every time the sacred runes tower ended up in someone's hands, that rune guild would become the focal point of the Shanhe County. When they walked outside the sacred runes tower, there were many people sitting cross-legged. What are they doing? Lin Fei asked curiously. Mu Ning rolled her eyes and snorted in her heart. At least there's something you don't know. They're training. Mu Ning smiled and said, a person can only enter the interior of the runes tower 3 times a month. The rest of the time, they're not allowed to enter. However, the sacred runes tower has energy leakage, so it's not bad to train here. Lin Fei used his soul power, and indeed felt a slight energy fluctuation. What kind of energy is this? Why is it helpful for my soul power? Ever since he became a level 3 runes master, he had just broken through recently. Since then, his soul power had stagnated. Sensing this energy, Lin Fei was naturally surprised. I'll bring you to meet them. Suddenly, one of Lin Fei's hands was pulled, and they went straight to the open space in front of the sacred runes tower. F***CK, am I being teased? Lin Fei was in a passive position. What is this girl playing at? Then, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. What kind of person was Mu Ning? She was a petty woman who held a grudge. Now that she had finally found an opportunity, she would definitely not let it go. For the first time she held a man's hand, and her cheeks flushed red. Humph. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant next time. Mu Ning pulling a young man over naturally attracted the attention of everyone outside the Sacred Runes altar. They were originally training, but they were all awakened by the noise. Of course, the open space in the Sacred Runes Tower was used for training. You can train your soul power here, and you can also make runes here, increasing the success rate by a lot. Seeing Mu Ning pulling a young man over, it immediately attracted their attention. F***CK, who is that brat? He's so awesome, flirting with our senior Mu. Oh no, that brat is going to be out of luck. Oh no, I don't know where that brat came from, but he even dared to flirt with our senior Mu. Look over there. Senior Yunfei's face has turned green. Yeah, everyone in our rune guild knows that Senior Yunfei has always been pursuing Senior Mu. Moreover, Senior Yunfei is already a level 3 runes master. Those who were training all stood up. Those who were making runes all stopped what they were doing, and as for the others they all gave up. What a deep hostility! Lin Fei had reached the great perfection realm of the martial Dao realm, and was especially sensitive to auras, especially those murderous gazes. He had suddenly become a public enemy. And at this time, Lin Fei saw Mu Ning's eyes were filled with pride. That expression seemed to be saying, "Brat, you're in trouble this time." A woman's mind was really hard to understand. Previously, Lin Fei thought that this girl would easily forget the past, but he didn't expect that she had dug a big hole, waiting for him to jump into it. Old fox, is this your test for me? Lin Fei was not an idiot. In a flash, he thought of another aspect. Since his strength was constantly increasing, his brain's reaction was especially fast. In a moment, he thought of the whole story. That old fox didn't bring him, but Mu Ning brought him. Wasn't it to let him show off his skills? If so, he wouldn't be polite. Hello, Senior Mu. Hello, Senior Mu. After Mu Ning came down, everyone greeted her warmly. It seems that this girl has a good relationship with others. After Lin Fei glanced at her, he also understood why she pulled him just now. This move was really ruthless. Everyone, quiet down. Mu Ning suddenly stopped. The originally noisy people all quieted down. Mu Ning was the granddaughter of President Mu Chongkong, a famous little witch. They didn't dare to offend her. Mu Ning was very satisfied. Today, all the senior and junior brothers are here. I will announce a good news to everyone. Everyone pricked up their ears. They could easily guess one thing. This is definitely related to that handsome young man. They didn't know what the other party's background was. After Mu Ning attracted everyone's attention, she solemnly pulled out and looked at Lin Fei. From now on, everyone has one more junior brother. This is Master's recently accepted last disciple, Lin Fei. Everyone, let's welcome him together. Hua, a group of runes disciples suddenly realized. He's Lin Fei. He's so young. I heard that he killed a martial Dao realm expert. An amazing guy. How could he become a last disciple? What is Master thinking? Everyone was surprised. After all, everyone knew about Lin Fei's prestige, the expert who killed Tianxia in the past few days. Because the people of Rune Guild were mostly cultivators, they didn't know the full information. At most they knew a vague situation. Mu Ning's last sentence caused a big reaction. Master has decided, this time in the Shanhe County Holy Tower competition, Junior Lin Fei will be one of the members. I hope everyone can be united, don't let Master down. Lin Fei watched from the side. He had to admit that this girl was very eloquent. First she made him the public enemy, then she threw out the last disciple. All the disciples' rage points went up, in a state of eruption, and then she participated in the Shanhe County Runes Holy Tower competition. This time they couldn't hold back their anger. No wonder when we were up there. This girl had such a good expression, so that's why. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really not easy to provoke. At this moment, the surrounding gazes were all filled with hostility. In the Runes Holy Tower competition, each guild only had 10 places. Originally the positions were fixed, but one of them was occupied by one person. At that time everyone was confused, not knowing who occupied the position. When Mu Ning announced it, they finally understood. It turned out to be Lin Fei, the last disciple of the president. This made them very angry. The Runes Holy Tower competition, once every 5 years, gathered all the branches of the Shanhe County Rune Guild. To participate, there was also an age limit. For example, before the age of 20, after the age of 20, one would lose the qualification. This time, after the position was occupied, it could be said that they had lost the qualification. The Rune Guild was a whole, they had their own common circle. Lin Fei was an outsider. Once he came in, not only did he flirt with Senior Mu, but he also occupied a place in the competition. This kid is very arrogant. I must teach him a lesson. Mu Ning secretly glanced at Lin Fei, thinking, Grandpa's idea is really good, let's see how you deal with it today. Lin Fei's face was very calm from beginning to end, like a pool of clear water, without any ripples. Soon, Mu Ning became unhappy. Lin Fei's calm look was not what she wanted to see. What's wrong with this kid? Is he scared? Or does he not put them in his heart? Mu Ning guessed, this time in the Rune Guild, the disciples who participated in the competition were very strong. How could this kid not be afraid? Little did she know, in Lin Fei's eyes, these runes masters were all fake runes masters. They were of the same level. They should all be reduced by one level. After being reborn, Lin Fei's mentality was much more stable. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might have stood out immediately and taught them a lesson. But now, he was as steady as Mount Tai. It didn't matter if this idea came from Mu Ning or that old fox, it wasn't surprising. It wasn't difficult to solve it either. It all depended on how they did it. Chapter 186. At the top of the rune's holy tower. No one knew when Mu Chongkong had arrived at the top, and in front of his table was a water screen. This was the Hawkeye runes of the magical ability runes. The eyes of an eagle could see the situation several kilometers away. The Hawkeye runes came from this. After being strengthened, it could detect the situation hundreds of kilometers away, as if it was happening right in front of them. This reconnaissance Hawkeye runes were just level 1 runes. In the hands of Mu Chongkong, who was a level 5 runes master, it was like a super big screen. Hee brat, don't you usually hide yourself very well? Let's see what you can do this time. This idea did come from Mu Chongkong. Ever since he accepted him as his last disciple, Mu Chongkong had investigated the information. Unfortunately, there was nothing about runes. Apart from the wind-type runes, he could not find a second one. Today, he secretly used his divine soul power to check, but it was to no avail. Hence this scene. Judging from his heart, Lin Fei, this brat, had a high level as a runes master. Maybe he had reached level 2 or 3. It was really rare for someone to cultivate both runes and martial arts. Mu Chongkong had cultivated Lin Fei very well. The Rune Guild had always been lacking true geniuses. Those with good talent could reach level 4, which was already considered good. Only true geniuses could become advanced runes masters. After each level of runes master, it would be very difficult to advance. Mu Chongkong himself had stepped into level 5 runes master by chance. Otherwise, he would have been a level 4 runes master by now. I knew senior brother Chen Dong would be the first to come out. Damn, who didn't know that? Senior brother Chen Dong could have participated in the Shanhe County Runes Holy Tower competition. Once he got a good ranking, he would have stood out. Lin Fei is too overbearing. He even dared to take over Chen Dong's position. This time he will suffer. Senior brother Chen Dong is an Earth Runes master, known as Earth Defense. In comparison, his strength is also at the 9th level of the martial path. No matter how strong that brat Lin Fei is, he can forget about breaking through senior brother Chen Dong's Earth defense. When a tall young man walked out from the crowd, it immediately caused a commotion. Chen Dong? Position. Lin Fei was speechless. Wasn't it just a position? Was it worth it for you to make a move personally? When the time came, you would be the one who would lose face. Chen Dong's eyebrows were very thick, and he was very burly. He looked like he was in his 30s. He had cultivated the earth element runes, and the earth aged people easily. That was why he looked a little old. Everyone looked at Lin Fei, wondering if he would agree. Senior brother Chen Dong, what are you doing? Are you questioning the president's decision? Mu Ning said to Chen Dong with a cold face. Chen Dong's skin was yellow, and he was full of energy. He said with a smile, Senior Sister Mu, you're mistaken. How could a disciple doubt master's arrangements? I'm just sparring with junior brother Lin to gain experience in fighting. What he said was reasonable, and there were no loopholes in it. In fact, Mu Ning was just mentioning it. She didn't really want to stop him. In her heart, she also wanted to know the extent of Lin Fei's strength. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't be impulsive. Lin Fei found it funny. This girl doesn't know how to be shy at all. Is she trying to provoke me? Isn't her words too shallow? Sparring, I love it the most. Since she wanted to spar, how could Lin Fei miss it? Ever since he started learning in the virtual space, he really didn't have the chance to spar with a real runes master. Today was a rare opportunity, so how could Lin Fei miss it? Mu Ning smiled. Brat, you deserve to be unlucky. Initially, she thought she could provoke him a little. If it didn't work, she would use other methods to complete her grandfather's arrangement. She didn't expect this brat to be so impulsive. Chen Dong's eyes flashed a touch of surprise. Originally, Chen Dong was in a good mood after participating in the Mountain River County contest. In the end, his position was replaced by someone else a few days later. If it was someone stronger than him, he would be convinced. However, Chen Dong really couldn't be convinced by Lin Fei. Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. He was decisive, and it was worth a fight. Senior brother Yun, who do you think will win today? Yun Feng, who was surrounded by a group of people, was elegant, handsome, and confident. Within the Rune Association, he could be considered a handsome and talented man. He had always liked Mu Ning, and that scene just now was like a small knife stabbing into his heart. It was painful. Junior brother Chen Dong is currently a level 3 runes master. He also learned earth runes. Everyone knows that. Earth runes are known as earth defense. It won't be easy for Lin Fei to break them. Although his martial arts cultivation is strong, he definitely can't use martial arts cultivation here. He must use runes methods. In summary, Chen Dong has a high chance of winning. Yun Fei said lightly. Lin Fei, that brat, it's fine if he's arrogant outside, but he still dares to come in. It's best if Chen Dong teaches him a good lesson and gives up his position in the competition. A playboy is not qualified to participate in the Sacred Rune Tower contest. Soon, everyone gave up an empty space. The sparring of runes was usually the same as martial arts. It stopped when it was appropriate. The innate abilities used in runes were all long-range attacks. No one dared to get too close. Lin Fei, just because your martial arts cultivation is good doesn't mean that you have runes methods. If I were you, I would choose to admit defeat. I won't lose face. As long as you say that your skills are inferior, my request won't be difficult, right? Chen Dong said coldly when he was 100 feet away from Lin Fei. Chen Dong knew that Lin Fei's martial arts cultivation was very strong. He was far from being a match for him. Therefore, he spoke to stop Lin Fei from using martial arts cultivation. If he relied on runes methods, Lin Fei would lose without a doubt. Don't think that runes masters were all otakus. They were also very smart. Unfortunately, Chen Dong didn't know that Lin Fei had never thought of using martial arts cultivation. If he used martial arts cultivation, none of them would be a match for him. After mastering the state of wind, his advantage in speed made others unable to catch up. Once he made a move, they couldn't even defend and would lose miserably. Lin Fei didn't want to do that. The old fox had laid such a trap. No matter what, Lin Fei had to hand in the answer sheet. If he injured them, the relationship between the two would be strained. After all, it wouldn't look good. Hee, don't worry. I know my limits. I won't use martial arts cultivation to deal with you. If I use martial arts cultivation, I will admit defeat immediately, Lin Fei said indifferently. Chen Dong was slightly stunned. He was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Lin Fei, since you said so, let's begin. Seeing that you are my junior brother, I will let you make the first move. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? You won't regret it? That strange smile startled Chen Dong. Why would I feel a sense of fear? Could it be that I am going to lose to the other party? Impossible. He must be scaring me and disrupting my battle of wits. How despicable. I don't regret letting you make the first move. Chapter 187. When everyone saw Chen Dong's action, they were also slightly surprised. But after thinking about Lin Fei's recent reputation, they did not show any surprise. If Lin Fei purely used martial arts cultivation, then Chen Dong would definitely not be his opponent. He was an expert who could kill a Martial Dao 9th level expert. There was no other person in the same age group as him. By doing so, Lin Fei left a good impression on them. If he used martial arts cultivation, they would feel ashamed. Even if he became a close disciple, they would not think much of it because he was older than them. The Rune Guild focused on unity. If Lin Fei could not convince them, there would inevitably be trouble in the future. Technical runes masters were not easy to deal with. Mu Ning also saw everything in her heart. Who would win between the two? Mu Ning was not very clear. She knew the strength of Chen Dong. His earth runes had a great chance of winning against Lin Fei. In Mu Ning's eyes, Lin Fei was extremely mysterious. Therefore, Mu Ning had no idea what the result would be. Anyway, let's wait and see. Go! Lin Fei did not use martial arts cultivation. In addition to sparring, the most important thing was to convince them. In the future, the Lin family temporarily needed to rely on the Rune Guild. Therefore, it was necessary to convince the disciples of the Rune Guild. Lin Fei was very clear that the disciples of the Rune Guild all focused on unity. Once he convinced them, it would save a lot of effort in the future. Seeing that the other party added an earth shield for him, Lin Fei could not help but show a different smile. Although this was the first time he fought with a runes master, Lin Fei had already learned the fighting style in the virtual time. Generally, pure runes masters did not focus on martial arts cultivation. Therefore, they would add a shield on themselves as one of the most basic defensive preparations of the runes master. Chen Dong's earth shield was a level 3 runes. Fireball runes. The fist-sized fireball runes brought a red light. Everyone was stunned. Level 1 runes? Using fireball to break the earth shield? Was that even possible? Runes masters usually trained in the same element. When they saw Lin Fei use the fire element runes, they all looked at him with disapproval. Looking at him, his runes were not powerful at all. Haha, junior brother Lin Fei, is this your attack? Why do I feel so fragile? Chen Dong had taught Lin Fei a lesson just to vent his anger. He wanted to let Lin Fei know that not everyone could enter the Rune Guild. He wanted to prove that Lin Fei was not as good as him. When he saw the fist-sized fireball, Chen Dong did not think much of it. If it was a level 3 fireball, he would definitely be careful. A fist-sized fireball was just like a level 1 runes, which did not have much lethality. At most, it could kill a level 1 demonic beast, and it might not even be able to kill it. It could only deal with small wild beasts. Brat, are you testing me? Mu Ning was also startled. In her heart, Lin Fei was very mysterious. However, he had thrown out a fireball the size of a fist. She couldn't tell how powerful it was. She reckoned that the opponent's shield of earth couldn't even break through it. She was very puzzled. Similarly, Yun Fei was in a good mood. This Lin Fei initially thought that he was very powerful. Now, it seemed that he was just facing the shield of earth, he was still careful. It could only be said that the opponent had not grasped the attacking style of a runes master. Yun Fei was very clear that once Chen Dong counterattacked, Lin Fei would be defeated. Weird. On the sacred tower of runes. Mu Chongkong was surprised at first. He squinted his eyes and stared at the fireball that was attacking. Attacking with a fireball? The president was the president after all. He quickly saw through it. Could it be that the fireball and the wind blade are an enhanced version? Mu Chongkong suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but reveal an eager look in his eyes. If this brat could modify the low-level runes and enhance their power, then it would be a good direction to attack. The attack of low-level runes, if enhanced, could be compared to the attack of other runes. Mu Chongkong was looking forward to it. The blinding ability of this fireball was too strong. If not for the fact that he had seen the enhanced version of the wind blade, Mu Chongkong would have been disappointed. As for his disciple, Mu Chongkong also shook his head. No matter what opponent a runes master faced, adjusting his mentality was the first thing to do. The second thing was to never underestimate the enemy. That was because every enemy often had a secret trump card. It's not a bad idea to teach him a lesson. Let him understand that ignoring an enemy will lead to a tragic outcome. Mu Chongkong revealed a proud look. His idea was not bad. He could suppress them and let them know that there was always someone better out there. Earth Pillar. Chen Dong did not dodge. He tore runes and attacked Lin Fei. There was a fluctuation in the empty field. Lin Fei immediately felt a force rushing towards him. with a smile on his face. He dodged it with a sway of his body. A huge black pillar rushed out from his original spot. It was the earth pillar. After the first pillar appeared, the second pillar appeared. Lin Fei's movements were relaxed, as if he knew where to attack from. At the same time, the fireball was very close. Explode! A deep voice came from Lin Fei's mouth. Swoosh! 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 The fireball that was about to shatter caused a shocking scene in the eyes of the crowd. With a loud bang, it turned into 6 small fireballs that rushed towards Chen Dong. Everyone was stunned by this scene. An explosive fireball attack? What kind of runes were these? Why had they never seen or heard of them before? They had never seen such an attack before. After the explosion, the might of the attack made even their hearts palpitate. It was very dangerous. The proud look on Chen Dong's face only lasted for a moment before it froze. 6 small fireballs appeared in his eyes, and his pupils dilated. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 small fireballs were like cannonballs, blocking all of Chen Dong's escape routes. Although Chen Dong dodged quickly, in the face of the 6 small fireballs, he could only dodge 2 small fireballs, but he couldn't dodge the 4 small fireballs behind. He flew 5 or 6 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Senior brother Chen Dong. Silence. There was a dead silence. After a while, everyone came to their senses and hurried to help Chen Dong up. Chen Dong, who was helped up, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of frustration. Everyone knew that Chen Dong had lost to the opponent's small fireballs. Even the level 3 earth shield couldn't block the attack. Isn't this Lin Fei too powerful? Such a thought popped up in everyone's mind. Lin Fei was also calculating the attack just now. The fireball runes just now were actually level 3 runes, but the method was changed. According to the virtual space, these were letter runes. Mother runes were the runes outside. Child runes were, of course, small fireballs. As for why it was designed this way, Lin Fei also saw it from the movies. He couldn't remember which movie it was. Anyway, it was an enemy killing someone. 1 shot and 3 bullets burst out, killing the enemy. That person died with his eyes wide open. Therefore, when making it, Lin Fei subconsciously used this method. Sure enough, the power was extraordinary. If the opponent didn't have the earth shield and just relied on ordinary physical strength, Chen Dong would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He wouldn't be able to recover in half a year. Junior brother Lin Fei, I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. Chen Dong was helped over. The expression on his face changed for a long time before he said such a sentence. I don't know what kind of runes were that attacked me just now, so that I can understand why I lost? No name. Lin Fei wanted to say that he invented it and didn't have a name for it for the time being. However, if he said that, people definitely wouldn't believe him. Lin Fei had a much better impression of Chen Dong after he admitted defeat willingly. Knowing how to win and lose could cultivate one's character and temper one's state of mind. However, if one kept brooding over it, one would not be able to show it in public. Over time, it would become a demon in one's heart, greatly affecting one's future cultivation. Hee. Level 3 runes, bursting fireball. Lin Fei thought of a name. Good name, I didn't lose unjustly. Chen Dong's tone was sincere. Bursting fireball. Runes live up to their name. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful attack in the runes. With junior brother Lin Fei going to the Holy Tower of Runes, he will definitely win glory for the guild. I'm now convinced. Chen Dong was vexed before, but after seeing the power of the bursting fireball, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He finally understood what the president said back then. There's always someone better. Lin Fei, who had a strong martial arts cultivation, was so proficient in runes. Even he couldn't recognize the level 3 runes. He didn't lose unjustly. After Lin Fei said that, those who practiced fire runes were all stunned. Were there such runes in the level 3 fire runes? How could they not remember that the attack just now was very cool? After the explosion, the attack was separated, and it was indeed a killer move. Some people were even thinking about how to learn the bursting fireball from Lin Fei. It was very cool, and the attack was very terrifying. Until now, they could still smell the burning smell on senior brother Chen Dong's body. He won so fast. Mu Ning was also shocked. She opened her mouth and revealed a look of disbelief. Although she had guessed that Lin Fei's strength was not bad, wasn't it too exaggerated to defeat Chen Dong in one move? The Shield of Earth was a level 3 runes, but it couldn't block 6 small fireballs. Was this fireball really that powerful? Little did they know, behind Mu Ning, there was a person who saw everything. That person was Yunfei. He didn't look good. Just now, he was confident that Chen Dong would win, but in the end, he couldn't even block one move and lost directly. Didn't this mean that his eyesight was not as good as others? Yunfei even found that the eyes of many people around him had changed. It was a kind of jealousy, a kind of envy. Yunfei liked the feeling of being surrounded by people all the time. Naturally, he was aware of their changes. He felt very uncomfortable, especially when he saw Mu Ning's expression. This had never happened before, but this expression didn't appear on him, but on a newcomer, Lin Fei. He felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 188. After a round of competition. This round of sparring was finally over. Chen Dong was a level 3 runes master, but even the Shield of Earth couldn't withstand the explosive runes. How could they dare to go up and ask for a beating? That would be suicide. They wouldn't go up even if they were beaten to death. After Lin Fei used the explosive runes, he was immediately warmly welcomed, especially by the Fire Runes masters. They flattered him the most. Shentian continent. There were countless runes. No one knew how many runes there were. The more precious the runes, the more they were usually controlled by the big sects and clans. Very few of them were leaked to the outside world. When they saw Lin Fei's runes, they naturally thought about it. If they could master this rune's ability, their strength would increase by a lot. The fireball from before looked like a level 1 runes. But who would have thought that it would become a level 3 runes, and its power was beyond their imagination. Lin Fei suddenly became a genius in their eyes. Junior Mu, how was my performance just now? Heading to the top of the sacred tower of runes, Lin Fei couldn't help but tease Mu Ning. Actually, Lin Fei was also surprised that the explosive runes would help him solve all the problems, and those people were too enthusiastic, so he hurriedly left. He knew that if he continued, who knew what those runes masters would do? Just oh, Mu Ning said against her will. She wanted to give this proud guy a few slaps. Would it kill you not to be proud? Isn't it good to be humble? But Mu Ning had seen the explosive runes technique just now. Even her grandfather couldn't use such a runes technique. It seemed to contain some mysterious runes theory. Lin Fei laughed. Sigh, no matter where I go, I will always be a shining gold. I really can't help it. Mu Ning rolled her eyes. So arrogant. Lin Fei was deliberately provoking Mu Ning. This chick just wanted to plot against him, but it ended up being seen through by him. She probably had a stomach full of anger right now. Grandpa, we are up. Top floor of the sacred tower of runes. Mu Chongkong looked at Lin Fei again. His gaze was completely different from before. If it was love before, it was now like a treasure. In the previous spar, Mu Chongkong had thought that it would be an enhanced fireball, which was quite powerful. He had never expected that it would be an explosion rune, a rune that he had never seen before. Ever since Mu Chongkong had become the president, he had seen almost all kinds of runes. However, he had never seen the explosion rune before. However, it was similar to some other runes. Almost all these runes were mastered by people. If it was an enemy, the continuous use of explosive runes would definitely catch the enemy off guard and make them flee. Kid, you really hit it well. Just now, those were mother-child runes, right? Mu Chongkong looked at Lin Fei and asked. Lin Fei said, those were indeed mother-child runes. What does this old fox want to do? Just now, Lin Fei heard a different meaning from this sentence. Xiao Ning, you go out first. See how Chen Dong's injury is. Mu Ning opened her mouth. She was very dissatisfied. She didn't understand why her grandfather wanted her to go out. Before she left, she glared at Lin Fei, making Lin Fei couldn't help but rub his nose. He was very helpless. Your grandfather wanted you to go out. It wasn't me who did it. I was careless. I was hated by this little girl again. After Mu Ning left, Lin Fei didn't say anything. He had to be calm when dealing with an old fox. Mu Chongkong naturally had his own ideas for getting his granddaughter out. He was thinking about how to say it. When it was confirmed that it was mother-child runes, he was more excited than anyone else. Mother-child runes won because it was unexpected. Explosive runes. The name was very good. At the critical moment, it would explode and push the small fireball to produce a huge power. If it was performed by a level 5 runes master, Mu Chongkong would suffer a big loss without knowing the situation. In the Battle of Runes, the timing was very important. One careless mistake and the whole game would be lost. Shaolin, are you interested in making a deal? In the end, it was Mu Chongkong who spoke first. He was calm and even revealed a little bit of excitement. Regarding the mother-child runes, Mu Chongkong was very useful. Currently, he was a level 5 runes master. If he wanted to be promoted to a level 6 runes master, he would need some other assistance. He had only heard of the alphabet runes. He had never seen it before. There were not many master runes masters who knew about the mother-child runes. Every one of them was treated like a treasure. Even if the auction house had the opportunity to auction it, it was worth a lot of gold. Ordinary people couldn't get involved. Lin Fei's brain was spinning quickly. He thought, could it be because of the runes just now? After learning in the virtual world, Lin Fei's knowledge was very rich. He also knew that there was a gap in the theory of runes in the outside world. It would definitely not be able to reach the grand achievement of the past. Master, don't joke around. What kind of deal can I make with you? Lin Fei shook his head, showing an expression of disbelief. Brat, you really know how to pretend. If you have the ability, continue pretending. For a person who had never come into contact with runes to be able to use runes that others couldn't, then this person must have obtained it by chance or there was someone behind him. Mu Chongkong believed that there was someone behind Lin Fei. The playboy of the past, 5 years later, had turned the world upside down. The destruction of the Li family might really have something to do with this brat. Mu Chongkong was also glad that he had accepted such a disciple. Even if there was nothing good to pass on, there was still some kinship between them. When the time came, he could also help out a little. For example, Mu Ning. When one liked a person, no matter what that person did, one would not be disgusted. This was the current impression of Mu Chongkong. Mu Chongkong liked Lin Fei very much. This deal of mine is useful to you. Don't you want to hear it? There are many benefits. Lin Fei already understood what Mu Chongkong wanted to do. He must have taken a fancy to his mother-child runes. His eyes flashed with urgency from time to time. It was obvious that he cared about it. As for the mother-child runes, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei had a lot of theoretical stuff. As for the explosive runes, he could make as many as he wanted. A mother-child runes really didn't matter to him. The only thing he cared about was how to get the benefits. Since the benefits were here, Lin Fei didn't mind completing a deal. Previously, he didn't care about the runes. However, after hearing Mu Chongkong's words, he had a flash of inspiration and came up with a different idea. Explosive runes. Even a level 5 runes master like Mu Chongkong was tempted. What about the other runes? Lin Fei didn't dare to think about it. Then, he thought about it again. The explosive runes were so powerful. Once it was leaked, it would definitely lead to the pursuit of runes masters. Lin Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat. He realized that he had neglected some things. If he hadn't seen the change in Mu Chongkong's expression today, he might really have fallen into this trap and ended up being pursued. Chapter 189. Gue Yuan City. On this day, 3 people came and looked at the city gate with a disapproving expression. About a few hours later, they came out of Gue Yuan City. Their faces were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they looked solemn. After a few people gathered together, they all came out of Gue Yuan City. Half an hour later, they gathered in a forest on the official road. Deacon Wu and the others have left. A tall middle-aged man said with a solemn expression. But why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they went somewhere else? Another middle-aged man said. Impossible. I still know Wu Shixiang. It's impossible for him to leave for no reason. Something must have happened to him. That's why he didn't return to the gang. A middle-aged woman said. These 3 people were none other than the people from Tianxia who came from Shanhe County. Tianxia had accepted a mission, but they hadn't returned yet. Therefore, they were all guessing what was going on. Therefore, they arranged for people to come and investigate. No matter what happened to Deacon Wu, there's something wrong with the Lin family. The tall middle-aged man was called Wang Kuan. He had another identity. He was the uncle of Wang Kai who was killed. Previously, He arranged for his nephew to help because he wanted to make a contribution. But just now, they heard a piece of bad news in Guiyuan City. They heard that Wang Kai was killed. This was a scene that Wang Kuan didn't expect. His nephew actually died. Regardless of what happened, Wang Kuan could not believe that his nephew had died just like that. Furthermore, he had died so tragically. Wang Kai, who cultivated archery, could barely fight against an early-stage profound practitioner. In order to obtain this archery skill, he spent a lot of effort. His nephew didn't let him down. But in the end, he failed miserably in Guiyuan City. If it was a profound practitioner who killed his nephew, Wang Kuan probably wouldn't be so angry. But the result was different. More importantly, the Lin family produced a genius who comprehended the wind concept at the age of 17. How could this be possible? The middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman understood what he meant. When Tianxia went out, they had never returned empty-handed. But now, in Guiyuan City, they had suffered heavy losses. One was killed, and another was crippled. They could not hold their face anymore. Brother Wang, I think this matter needs to be considered at length. The middle-aged man, Zhang Zhan, also had a bellyful of anger. The gang will definitely stand up for this matter. We can't touch that person now. Mu Chongkong has always been protective of his own people, especially his own disciples. Furthermore, that person is his last disciple. Li Yan said. They were in charge of investigating the situation, but they could never have imagined such a scene. Don't worry. I, Wang Kuan, am not a person who cares about how I use my anger. Wang Kuan smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether that kid is a genius or has comprehended a concept, we have to return and report the situation. Although he said that, his expression was very ugly. Wang Kuan doted on his nephew a lot. To be promoted in Tianxia required a large number of contributions, so he arranged for Wang Kuan to be sent over. With Wu Shixiang leading a family clan in Guiyuan City, he could wipe them out easily. How powerful could they be? But this outcome, Zhang Zhan and Li Yan didn't say anything. They were only worried that Wang Kuan would seek revenge on the Lin family. If Mu Chongkong were to be drawn out and they were beaten to death, the gang wouldn't help them. They couldn't afford to offend the Rune Guild, and Mu Chongkong was very famous. Their Tianxia didn't dare offend them. Thankfully, Wang Kuan didn't make a move. They were happy to see this. When the time came, they wouldn't have to make a move. Then let's return first. Lin Fei didn't know that Tianxia had arranged for people to investigate. After coming out of the Rune Guild, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He had told Mu Chongkong about the creation of the mother-child runes, so there were naturally many benefits. He didn't care too much about the mother-child runes. The benefits were more practical. In order to obtain the benefits, Lin Fei had fought with the sly fox, Mu Chongkong, for a long time before he obtained his own benefits. Young Master Lin. On the way out, Lin Fei heard a familiar voice. When he turned his head, he saw Luo Tian. At this moment, this fatty felt fear. Ever since Lin Fei displayed his prowess, the Lin family's strength had been rising. No one dared to look down on the Lin family anymore. Furthermore, Lin Fei had also become a publicly acknowledged genius. Today, Luo Tian had specially come to look for Lin Fei. Look at you. Why aren't you coming over? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Am I some kind of demon in your eyes? Luo Tian gulped. A surprise flashed in his eyes. Ever since Lin Fei became famous, he felt emotional when he saw him again. After hearing these words, he knew that Lin Fei was still the same old Lin Fei. He didn't become unreasonable because of this. From Luo Tian's understanding, all geniuses had a certain temper. However, he didn't see any arrogance from Lin Fei. He twisted his body and ran over. No, that's not it. Lin Fei smiled. Then that's it. In my eyes, you're still the fatty who helped me in the past. You'll be the same for your entire life. After becoming a genius, Lin Fei had never thought about pulling apart the distance between him and others. Without laughter and friends, a genius would no longer be a genius. What was the point of that? Lin Fei didn't want to be such a genius. Being cold and emotionless didn't suit him. Luo Tian felt a warmth in his heart. In Lin Fei's eyes, he didn't see any pretense. He felt a warmth in his heart. I thought that you would look down on me. I was thinking too much. I'm sorry. Lin Fei put his arm around Luo Tian's shoulders. Who said that? You're my good friend. Come, I'll treat you to a drink. Luo Tian patted his head. I almost forgot. I came to tell you something. Today, a few strangers came from the outside to ask about you, especially you, Lin Fei. Lin Fei furrowed his brows and asked, Do you know who they are? Luo Tian lowered his voice. Tianxia. I've arranged for an assassin to follow them outside. Because they're very strong, they didn't dare to approach, so they barely heard them mention Tianxia. I think they're here to look for you. I think you have to be more careful in the near future. The people from Tianxia aren't easy to deal with. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. They came and left quickly, which means that they don't dare to make a move. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left. Lin Fei had expected that the people from Tianxia would come to investigate him. However, he didn't expect them to come and leave so quickly. This meant that they wouldn't dare to make a move. Hearing this, Luo Tian felt relieved. In the evening, Lin Fei returned to the Lin family. Lin Fei first went to look for his father. He told him about the benefits he had obtained from the Rune Guild and threw a token over. This is the token that Mu Chongkong gave me. It can fulfill 3 conditions. 3 conditions that Mu Chongkong had personally taken care of. For these 3 conditions, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. After all, it was something that Mu Chongkong had personally agreed to, and it wasn't that easy to fulfill. Lin Zhentian kept the token. He hadn't accomplished anything big after becoming the patriarch. On the other hand, his son had done many things, and each of them was earth-shattering. Right, don't let our family members go out for the time being. The people from Tianxia appeared today. Lin Fei reminded. Even though the people from Tianxia had left, there was no guarantee when they would return. For safety's sake, it was best not to go out too much. Lin Zhentian replied, I'll inform them. After leaving the study, Lin Fei returned to his residence. Without Green Phoenix, the residence was much quieter, which made Lin Fei feel uncomfortable. For the next day, Lin Fei stayed in his residence. No one knew what he was busy with. Time passed in a flash, and 3 days had passed. On this night, the mayor's residence was bustling with activity. At the entrance of the City Lord Mansion, there were many well-dressed people coming and going. In Gue Yuan City, they were all people with status and fame. You're here too. It's the birthday of the mayor's daughter. How can I not come? Let's go have a chat. I recently found an iron mine. Wow, I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to come to the mayor's residence. Outside the mayor's residence, Fatty Luo Tian squinted his eyes with excitement written all over his face. He didn't notice the expression on Lin Fei's face. The mayor's residence was high and mighty in the eyes of others. However, Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Even though the mayor represented the empire, it represented a form of authority in every major city. City Lord Su was in charge of Gue Yuan City, but he didn't truly control it, which was why there were restrictions. Such things happened everywhere. After all, the existence of a family could easily restrict the control of the mayor's residence. Ordinary forces didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the mayor's residence. The mayor could destroy them with just a few words. Other than a few limited forces, almost no one dared to disrespect the mayor's residence. Thus, for the birthday of the mayor's daughter, everyone came, secretly thinking of all kinds of treasures so that they could curry favor with the mayor during the birthday banquet. When the time came, they might be able to make a comeback. The appearance of Lin Fei also attracted many reactions. Look, Lin Fei is here. I wonder why the mayor invited Lin Fei over. Could it be that he's willing to let things go peacefully? Is there even a need to guess? He's a genius now, and with his combat prowess, he can easily kill you. Furthermore, Lin Fei has comprehended a state, making him even more domineering. Let's go in. Lin Fei walked straight to the entrance. If not for his father's request, he wouldn't be willing to come here. Fatty Luo Tian was excited. His gang didn't have the qualifications